Hello and welcome to the Durga Analytics ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. I'll be your guide through what is, I promise you, a really comprehensive, director-level curriculum. Now, over the next 100 chapters, our one and only goal is to get you ready to build, to own, and most importantly, to defend a regulator-ready ICAAP from start to finish. This whole thing is a cumulative journey, so every chapter builds on the last. And we're starting right here with Chapter 1, which I think is the most important of all. It's the philosophical foundation, why ICAAP exists. Just take a second and let that quote really sink in. This single, uncomfortable, and frankly brutal observation is the entire reason the Internal Capital Adequacy Assessment Process, or ICAAP, was even invented. You see, this isn't some academic exercise. It is a direct, gut-level reaction to a whole generation of catastrophic banking failures that all our existing rules, all our fancy models, completely and utterly failed to see coming. You know, after decades of trying to perfect mathematical formulas, regulators were basically forced to admit defeat and accept this hard reality. This one sentence, it represents a massive shift in how regulators think. It completely moves the goalposts away from trying to find the perfect number, and instead it focuses on making a defensible judgment. And that idea, right there, is the foundation for absolutely everything we're going to cover in this entire program. Now, to understand why that shift was so huge, we have to go back a bit. The original idea behind capital regulation was, well, it was beautifully simple. It was intuitive. The theory was, look, if a bank just holds enough capital against the risks we can measure, credit risk, market risk, it should be fine. It should stay solvent. It was a formula-driven promise of safety. The thinking was, if we just build better models, we'll get better capital numbers and everyone will be safe. But here's the catch. That entire system, that entire beautiful theory was built on three foundational assumptions that, as we now know with painful clarity, were just deeply, deeply flawed. The whole framework assumed that the past was a perfect guide to the future. It assumed that crises were isolated, contained events. And, maybe most naively, it assumed that people and their processes would work perfectly, even under unbelievable pressure. As you're about to see, reality had very different plans. And then, of course, the global financial crisis hit. And it wasn't just another shock to the system. It was an earthquake that just shattered those core assumptions. It exposed a fundamental flaw not just in the numbers the models were spitting out, but in the entire philosophy of formula-based capital regulation. Suddenly, banks that looked perfectly healthy on paper were, for all intents and purposes, insolvent. And this slide, I think, just shows the disconnect perfectly. On one side, you have the neat, orderly world of the Pillar 1 models, right? Focused on historical data, independent shocks. On the other side, you have the absolute chaos of the crisis. Liquidity didn't just get tight, it evaporated overnight. Forced asset sales created a death spiral, where selling just made things worse. And governance, it didn't bend, it broke. It was completely paralyzed. The models weren't just a little bit wrong, they were totally irrelevant. Now, here's a really subtle but incredibly important point. This is the key to understanding why ICAAP was created. The models didn't break in the way you might think. They didn't start spitting out gibberish. No, they produced perfectly plausible capital numbers that just had absolutely no connection to what a bank actually needed to survive the crisis. The problem wasn't the math. It was the entire reality the math was based on. So after the dust settled, the regulators came to a pretty stark conclusion. Trying to endlessly tweak and refine these Pillar 1 formulas was a dead end. It was a fool's errand. Because no matter how complex they made the rules, Pillar 1 would always be looking in the rearview mirror. It would always fail to capture new financial products, unique business models, or the hidden specific weaknesses inside a particular bank. So Pillar 1 was officially demoted. It was no longer a guarantee of safety, it was just the bare minimum floor. So if formulas weren't the answer, what was? Well, the solution was to supplement the rigid rules of Pillar 1 with the judgment and the accountability of Pillar 2. And the beating heart of Pillar 2 is the ICAAP, a process designed specifically to force banks to stop just following rules and start thinking for themselves about their own unique vulnerabilities. So, at its core, this is what ICAAP really is. And I want to stress, it's not a report, it's a process. That word is critical. It's internal to the bank, it's specific to that bank's business, and it forces the institution to look beyond the standard rulebook to identify all of its material risks, to stress them, and then to prove that senior management is actually in the driver's seat. And this process breaks down into 4 key actions you see here. ICAAP demands that a bank has to actively go out and identify its risks. It has to assess its capital needs, not just for today, but for a future stressed scenario. It has to prove, not just say, but prove, that the board and senior management truly own this process. And then finally, it has to have a really honest, open dialogue with its supervisors about what it found. And this all leads to one of the biggest, but often most overlooked consequences of ICAAP. It fundamentally changes who is on the hook for capital adequacy. It takes the conversation out of the back rooms of technical modeling teams and puts it right in the center of the boardroom table. Just look at the contrast here. Pillar 1 was a technical exercise. It could be delegated. The main goal was compliance, just ticking the boxes. ICAAP is the exact opposite. It must be owned by senior management. It has to be defended internally, based on the bank's own logic. And the focus shifts completely from compliance to justifying judgments. The board can no longer say, oh, we didn't understand the models. So if ICAAP is not just a compliance document, what is it? I think the best way to think about it is as an answer. It's an answer to a single, really uncomfortable question that every single supervisor is asking themselves when they pick up your submission. It's a narrative of your bank's potential failure and its plan for survival. This is the question. This is the whole ball game. This is the entire point of the ICAAP. It forces an institution to be its own toughest critic, to look past all the good news and honestly ask, what is the thing that could kill us? What are our hidden weaknesses? And if that worst-case scenario happened, what capital and what management actions would we need to actually survive it? So we arrive at this. And if you remember absolutely nothing else from this chapter, please remember this principle. This is the golden rule. Nobody expects you to have a perfect crystal ball and predict the future. It's impossible. What they demand is a process that is transparently honest about its assumptions, that is deliberately conservative in its estimates, and that is rock solid and defensible when it gets challenged. This philosophy, this idea of honesty, conservatism, and defensibility over some mythical pinpoint accuracy is the foundation for every single technical choice we are going to make over the next 99 chapters. It's what dictates how we model operational risk, how we design our scenarios, and ultimately how we justify our final capital number to the board and to the regulators. Okay, so let's quickly recap what we've locked in. We've established the why. We now know that Pillar 2 and ICAAP exist because the old formula-based system failed spectacularly. We know why a regulator values a well-defended judgment far more than a precise number that's totally irrelevant. And we now see why weak governance isn't just a minor issue. It leads directly to real, painful capital penalties. All right, now that we have this critical philosophical foundation firmly in place, we're ready to start building the technical architecture on top of it. So in our next session, Chapter 2, we are going to map out the complete structure of bank capital. We'll define exactly how Pillar 1, Pillar 2, and Pillar 3 all fit together to create the modern regulatory framework. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Welcome back. You know, in today's environment, having a regulator-ready capital framework, well, it's not just about compliance anymore, is it? It's really a core strategic imperative. This program is all about giving you the tools to not just build that framework, but to own it and to defend it with total confidence. So, as a reminder, our ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program is this huge 100-chapter deep dive
We've broken it down into 10 distinct parts, taking you all the way from these foundational concepts right through to advanced modeling and what it's like to sit across the table from a supervisor. Right now, we're in part 1, laying that absolutely critical groundwork. So let's jump right into chapter 2 and unpack the fundamental architecture of bank capital.
All right, so here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we're going to demolish a really dangerous myth about capital adequacy that I see all the time. Then we'll break down each of the 3 pillars to see exactly what role they play. After that, we'll put all the pieces together to see how they create one single powerful system. And finally, we'll talk about what all this means for cultivating the right mindset for ICAAP. Okay, let's start with a misconception that is not only incredibly common, but genuinely hazardous for any financial institution. It's a belief that quietly and dangerously undermines the entire principle of capital adequacy. I'm sure you've heard some version of this, maybe in a boardroom or at a risk committee meeting. But let me be absolutely crystal clear. This assumption isn't just a little bit wrong, it is a massive vulnerability. Why? Because it shows a complete misunderstanding of the regulatory philosophy. And that, my friends, is what gets you into serious trouble with supervisors. And here's the absolute key to understanding the whole system. The 3 pillars are not a menu of options you can pick and choose from. They are a single, interconnected defense system. They were deliberately designed so that the strengths of one pillar cover the known weaknesses of the others. So let's start peeling back the layers of this system, starting with the foundation. Pillar 1. It's the one everyone knows, but its actual purpose is so often misunderstood. The best way to think about Pillar 1 is like a universal building code for a bank's foundation. It's standardized, it's formulaic, and that's on purpose. It ensures there's a consistent minimum level of safety across the entire industry. But you have to remember, it is just the floor. It's the absolute minimum. Now, this is a really important distinction. These limitations you see here, they aren't bugs. They're actually features. Regulators knew that a one-size-fits-all formula could never capture the unique risks of every single bank. This is precisely why Pillar 2 and Pillar 3 even exist. They're designed to fill these intentional gaps. I really want to hammer this point home. This is a non-negotiable regulatory principle. Managing your capital right down to the Pillar 1 minimum isn't a sign of efficiency. To a regulator, it is a flashing red light that signals fragility. When they see a bank treating the absolute floor as their goal, that's an immediate red flag. Okay, so if Pillar 1 is that standardized building code, then Pillar 2 is the custom architectural blueprint for your specific institution. It's where you consider your unique business model, your specific risk appetite, and your strategy for the future. This is where your firm's expert judgment really has to shine. And that right there, that is the central question your entire internal capital adequacy assessment process, your ICAAP, is designed to answer. Pillar 2 is where the ICAAP lives and breathes. It's where you move beyond a generic minimum to a truly tailored, defensible assessment of what your bank really needs. This table just nails the core difference, doesn't it? Pillar 1 is all about that universal safety net. It lets you compare apples to apples across the industry. But Pillar 2, your ICAAP, that's your bank-specific, reasoned, and evidence-based argument for what you need to be safe. 2 totally different jobs, but both are absolutely vital parts of the same system. All right, we've got the floor, we've got the custom blueprint, so what's missing? Well, that brings us to the third and final piece of the puzzle, Pillar 3. This part of the system is all about transparency and closing the information gap between a bank and the outside world. Think of Pillar 3 as the public inspection report for your bank. It forces you to disclose key information about your risks and how you're managing your capital. The idea behind it is pretty simple. An informed market, full of analysts, investors, and customers, will naturally reward banks that are managed prudently and penalize those that aren't. It creates this really powerful form of discipline.
Okay, so let's put all the pieces together, because it's only when you stop looking at them as separate rules and start seeing them as one integrated system that the true regulatory picture really snaps into focus.
See how this flows? It's sequential, it's logical, and each step reinforces the others. First, Pillar 1 sets that non-negotiable floor for everyone. Then, your ICAAP, that's Pillar 2, builds on top of it, asking, is that generic floor actually high enough for us? And finally, Pillar 3 throws open the doors and lets the market have a look. If any one of these pillars is weak, the whole structure becomes unstable. And believe me, this is not just theory. Just look at what regulators are actually doing on the ground. Whether it's the RBI in India or the EBA in Europe, they are all laser-focused on the quality and credibility of your Pillar 2 work. A weak ICAAP, it doesn't matter what your Pillar 1 numbers say, will lead to direct supervisory action, and that almost always means capital add-ons. And this brings up another huge, and I mean huge, misconception. People think that because Pillar 2 is subjective, it's somehow less important. The reality? It is the exact opposite. Supervisors often put more weight on your Pillar 2 assessment because your ICAAP is a direct window into how your management team thinks and what your real risk culture is. It tells them things a standardized ratio never could. So, this all leads us to the real goal of this chapter, getting you into the right ICAAP mindset. This isn't about a compliance exercise. It's about a fundamental shift in perspective towards a strategic capability. And it's exactly what regulators expect to see from your senior leadership and your board. This is really the heart of it all. The ultimate purpose of ICAAP isn't to generate a report for the regulator. It's for your own organization to deeply, profoundly understand its own risk landscape and to be able to confidently defend its assessment of the capital it needs to survive and thrive. Let me just leave you with this question for a moment. Really think about it. If the regulators wiped all the Pillar 1 rules off the books tomorrow, would your institution still have a clear, defensible, and confident view of its capital needs? The entire purpose of your ICAAP is to make sure the answer to that question is a powerful, unshakable yes. So, now that we've really grasped the why behind this three-pillar framework, we're ready to get into the how. In our next chapter, we're going to dive deep into the supervisory review and evaluation process, the SREP, to see exactly how regulators put all these principles into practice and assess your ICAAP. I look forward to seeing you there.
All right, welcome back. We are still deep in part 1 of our 100-chapter master program, laying down the ICAAP regulatory foundations. Today, we're tackling chapter 3, and I've got to tell you, this one is absolutely critical. If your job involves building, defending, or getting an ICAAP approved, then what we're about to cover isn't just nice to know, it's completely non-negotiable. Okay, let's dive right in. Chapter 3, the Supervisory Review and Evaluation Process, or SREP, as you'll always hear it called. Look, this is the final exam. This is where all the hard work your bank does internally gets put under the microscope by the regulator. And let me be really clear about this. Understanding the supervisor's mindset, well, it isn't just helpful, it is literally the key to passing that exam. So here's our game plan for today. We're going to start with why we call the SREP the moment of truth. Then we'll peel back the curtain and look at the one core question that really drives every single review. After that, we'll bust a huge myth about models, and then we'll get into how supervisors actually look at your stress tests. We'll also break down the real reasons capital add-ons happen. And we're going to wrap it all up with what I believe is the most important idea of all, the credibility principle. So let's just get straight to the point. Why dedicate an entire chapter to the SREP? Simple, because this is the exact moment where months, maybe even a year, of your team's blood, sweat, and tears is either given a thumbs up or found to be not good enough. This quote just nails the whole dynamic, doesn't it? A bank puts together its ICAAP, that's its internal story, right? It's them saying, here's how strong we are, here's how we know we're safe.
But the SREP, that's when a highly skeptical outsider comes in to read your story and decide if it's fact or fiction. You wouldn't believe how many banks submit what they think is a masterpiece, only to be completely blindsided by the regulator's feedback.
Now, we need to be crystal clear on something a lot of people get wrong. The SREP is not an audit. The supervisors are not walking in with a clipboard and a checklist. Not at all. It's a judgment-based assessment. They're trying to form a complete picture to answer one big question. Can we actually trust this bank's own view of its risk and cap?
You know, to really nail the SREP, you have to learn to think like a supervisor. You've got to understand what they're really trying to figure out when they're staring at that mountain of documentation you sent them.
And what's so amazing is that all of it, all the complex models, the detailed write-ups, the endless governance committee minutes, it all gets distilled down as they try to answer one single fundamental question. And here it is. This is the question. Can this bank survive severe but plausible stress based on its own understanding of risk? That last part is so important. They're not just checking your math. They're testing your self-awareness. Does your bank really get it? Does it truly understand where its weaknesses are? Your entire ICAAP document is just a pile of evidence to convince them the answer is yes. This slide shows a huge disconnect that I see all the time. Banks often write their ICAAP like a book. You know, start at chapter 1 and right through to the end. But supervisors, they read it like a detective at a crime scene. They read it diagnostically. They'll jump from your risk identification section straight to your stress tests to see if you actually stressed the risks you said were important. They're looking for inconsistencies, they're hunting for weaknesses, and more than anything, they're looking for fingerprints, proof that the board and senior management actually own this thing.
And this is just brilliant because it shows your ICAAP never ever gets judged in a bubble. It's always seen through the lens of these 4 pillars. I mean, you could have the most amazing capital model on the planet, but if your governance pillar is shaky, or they think your business model isn't sustainable, bam! The credibility of your entire ICAAP is shot. A weakness in one pillar just bleeds over and contaminates all the others.
Which brings us to a super important point, and it's where we get to debunk one of the biggest myths out there. The idea that the final capital number your model spits out is the most important part of your ICAAP.
Just put yourself in their shoes for a second. Supervisors know better than anyone that financial models are, well, they're flawed. They're built on assumptions, on data that's never perfect. They know how unstable these things can be. So if they can't put 100% of their faith in the final number, what do you think they focus on instead?
They focus on everything around the number. This quote is pure gold. A bank that comes in with a reasonable capital number, but it's backed up by rock-solid governance, clear thinking, and real proof of debate and challenge from the top, that bank is way more believable than one that uses some kind of crazy complex math to argue for a super low number. In their eyes, the story is always more important than the math.
And that leads us perfectly into stress testing. For supervisors, a stress test isn't about predicting the future. No, it's about getting a look inside the mind of the bank's management. It's the ultimate test of how realistic your firm is when the pressure is on.
So what do they actually look for? Well, they follow a pretty clear logic. First, is it plausible? Is your scenario tough enough to be a real test, or is it a softball? Second, interaction. Do you just add up losses, or do you show how different risks crash into each other and make things worse? Third, and this one is huge, credibility. Are the actions you say you'll take in a crisis actually believable, or are they just wishful thinking? And last, does it have an impact? A stress test that barely makes a dent in your capital? That's a massive red flag for them.
So what happens when a regulator looks at your governance, your stress tests, your justifications, and they just start losing confidence? Well, there's a very real consequence. And it's not just a toughly worded letter. It's a capital add-on. This might be the most important thing you hear all day about Pillar 2 capital.
An add-on is not a disagreement about math. A regulator doesn't give you one because their model came out 10 million higher than yours. They impose an add-on because they have lost confidence in your entire process. The add-on is their way of creating a buffer against your uncertainty and your weak governance.
And here are the usual suspects, the things that destroy that confidence. Identifying a big risk in one chapter, but then it magically disappears from your models and stress tests. Weak justifications for your scenarios. Board minutes that look like a rubber stamping exercise. And, like we just talked about, proposing management actions in a stress test that just defy belief. Every single one of these is another crack in the credibility of your ICAAP.
All of this brings us to our final, and I think most powerful section. This is where we tie everything together into one simple idea, the credibility principle.
And here it is. This is the cardinal sin. This is the #1 mistake that so many banks make. They treat the ICAAP like a homework assignment, something you have to produce once a year to keep the regulator happy. But supervisors can smell that a mile away. What they want to see is an ICAAP that is alive, that is part of the bank's DNA, something the business actually uses to make smarter decisions.
So look, if you take only one thing away from our entire session today, please let it be this. Your ICAAP is judged on credibility, not on precision. A well-argued, honest, and robust framework will beat a mathematically perfect but unbelievable one every single time.
And that's exactly why we started with the SREP. Because if you get this idea, this principle of credibility, lodged in your brain right from the start, it's going to shape every single thing you do, from how you identify risks, to how you model, to how you document. It's the absolute key to building an ICAAP that can stand up to scrutiny.
Okay, so we've really gotten into the supervisory mindset on capital. The next logical question is, what about its twin sister, liquidity? In Chapter 4, we're going to explore the critical link between the ICAAP and the ILAAP, and you'll see why regulators will never look at one without thinking about the other. I'll see you there. Welcome back to our director-level master program on building a regulator-ready ICAAP. We are deep in Part 1, laying down those all-important regulatory foundations. And today, we're hitting Chapter 4. Let's get right into it.
So today we are tackling one of the most critical concepts in the entire framework. And honestly, it's one where so many firms stumble. We're talking about the relationship between ICAAP and ILAAP. Our goal here is to completely dismantle this illusion that you can treat these two things separately. Getting this right isn't just a good idea. It's absolutely fundamental to building a framework that's credible and, frankly, defensible.
All right, let's just dive in by starting with the core problem we're here to solve. This quote, it just hits the nail on the head. It points to this really common and, I've got to say, dangerous misconception that still floats around in the industry. It's this idea that you can neatly box up capital management over here and liquidity management over there. But as we're about to see, pretty much every major bank failure proves this is a catastrophic mistake.
Now, for a long time, banks did keep these two worlds apart. And you can kind of see why. It was just simpler administratively. Capital, well, that was seen as a slow-moving structural problem. It belonged to the risk function. Liquidity, on the other hand, was this fast-paced, day-to-day cash management issue, so it lived in treasury. This neat little organizational silo felt comfortable, but it created a massive and ultimately fatal blind spot that every crisis has ruthlessly exposed.
So let's get really precise about what each framework is for. ICAAP, that's all about solvency and absorbing losses. The fundamental question it's trying to answer is, can we take a massive, unexpected hit over our planning horizon and still stay in business? It's structural. ILAAP, though, is about something else entirely. It's about funding and immediate survival. It asks a much more urgent question. If the market loses faith in us, can we still open our doors tomorrow, or next week, or next month? It's fast, and it's all about behavior.
Okay, so this brings up a really logical question, and I'm sure it's on your mind right now. If these two things are so deeply connected, basically two sides of the same coin, then why on earth did the regulators create two separate formal frameworks? It seems totally counterintuitive, but believe me, there was a very specific reason for it.
And here's the answer. After the financial crisis, regulators realized that liquidity risk had always been treated like the poor cousin to capital. It was just constantly undermanaged and under-resourced. So, by creating the ILAAP, they forced a separation in structure to shine a huge spotlight on it. They demanded dedicated governance, real expertise, and crystal-clear accountability, especially in Treasury. So here's the key takeaway. The separation in structure was just a supervisory tool to force discipline. It was never, ever meant to imply a separation in economic reality. This brings us to probably the most important dynamic that supervisors understand, but that a lot of banks still really struggle to model effectively. It's the core insight that ties these two worlds together in a crisis, and it's this. Capital adequacy is never some quiet academic exercise. It's loud, it's chaotic, and it's almost always driven by liquidity.
This right here, this shows you how a bank really fails. Forget a slow, orderly burn of capital. It's a rapid, terrifying cascade. It starts with a whisper, some concern about credit, or maybe a big operational screw-up. Confidence starts to wobble. Then, counterparties get nervous and pull back their credit lines. Funding costs spike. The bank starts torching through its precious liquidity buffers just to stay afloat. And then comes the desperate move. Asset fire sales. Selling whatever you can at a loss just to get cash. And that's the final domino. Those losses you just realized, they completely wipe out your capital. A liquidity crisis is the gasoline that sets capital on fire. So, knowing that's how failure actually works, how does that shape the way a supervisor thinks? Well, it should be no surprise that regulators do not review your ICAAP in a vacuum on Monday and your ILAAP on Tuesday. They look at them together through an integrated lens, and they're actively looking for the connections.
The Supervisory Review and Evaluation Process, or SREP, basically makes this a litmus test. Just picture this. A bank submits an ICAAP that shows a little bit of capital stress, but an ILAAP that shows a 5-alarm liquidity fire. The supervisor's immediate reaction is, you have no idea how your own bank would actually fail. They are testing for consistency, for aligned assumptions, and for credible management actions that consider both capital and liquidity at the same time.
And just to be clear, this is not some niche view from one regulator. This is a global standard. It doesn't matter if you're talking to the Reserve Bank of India or regulators in the EU or UK, the message is exactly the same. The most common failing they find is inconsistency. And the consequence is pretty clear. Weak integration makes them lose confidence, and that often leads to higher capital add-ons. Now, this integrated view from supervisors goes right up against a really persistent and dangerous myth inside a lot of banks. It's this siloed thinking, this idea that, oh, the Treasury team will handle the liquidity document, and the risk team will do the capital one, and maybe they'll chat at the end. Regulators see that organizational model and they reject it, flat out. It signals a fundamental misunderstanding of how risk actually works. Okay. So the obvious next question is, how do you actually fix this? How do you practically build the bridge between these two worlds inside your own institution? Well, there are two non-negotiable, concrete integration points that your framework has to get right. The first and most critical bridge is stress testing. This is ground zero. This is the main arena where ICAAP and ILAAP have to converge. Your stress scenarios cannot live on different planets. Supervisors demand to see shared scenarios with severity assumptions that line up on consistent timelines. And most important of all, they want to see clear, documented causal links showing how a capital problem affects liquidity and how a liquidity problem torches capital. Siloed stress tests are, by definition, incomplete.
The second critical bridge is operational risk. And I want you to think of operational risk as sitting right on the fault line between capital and liquidity. See, unlike a slow-moving credit crisis, a major operational failure is an immediate shock that can trigger a massive capital loss and a catastrophic liquidity crisis at the exact same time.
I mean, just look at these real-world examples. A huge cyber incident doesn't just cost a fortune to fix, which hits your capital. It can take down your payment systems, triggering an immediate liquidity crunch. A massive fraud doesn't just mean a direct financial loss. It can cause a run on the bank. A major conduct failure doesn't just result in a big fine. It causes your funding partners to run for the hills. One event hits both sides of the balance sheet hard and fast.
So all of this leads us to the final, crucial takeaway for this chapter. After all the complex modeling, after the hundreds of pages of documentation are submitted, what is the single question that supervisors are really asking when they look at your ICAAP and ILAAP submissions together?
And the critical point is this. Supervisors don't see two documents. They see one single problem. They mentally collapse these two incredibly complex frameworks into one single, fundamental question about whether your institution is viable.
And this is it. This is the ultimate question. How does this bank survive a loss of confidence? Everything else, all your capital models, your liquidity buffers, your stress tests, it's all just evidence to support your answer to this one profound question. Capital and liquidity are simply the two essential resources you need to weather that storm.
So let's wrap up what we've covered in this absolutely critical chapter. We've established that ICAAP and ILAAP are separate by regulatory design, but they are completely inseparable in reality. We've seen how liquidity stress acts as the accelerant for capital destruction. And most importantly, we know that supervisors assess the coherence between your frameworks, and they will treat any weak integration as a serious governance failure.
Look, mastering this concept is absolutely essential because it's not some isolated idea. It's going to directly inform how you approach pretty much everything that comes next in this program. How you define your risk universe, how you design your stress tests, and ultimately how you defend your entire framework to your board and to your supervisor.
In our next session, we're going to build directly on this foundation as we move into Chapter 5. We'll explore how regulators scale these high expectations based on a bank's size and complexity, using the vital concept of the Proportionality Principle. I'll see you there.
All right, welcome back to our deep dive into the ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. Today, we're tackling a concept that is, and I'm not exaggerating here, the absolute bedrock of your entire ICAAP framework. It's also one of the most frequently misunderstood ideas, the Proportionality Principle. Now, just to quickly set the stage, remember that you are in our comprehensive 100-chapter program. This whole thing is a cumulative learning path. We're building block by block, starting here with the regulatory foundations, and we're going all the way through to advanced modeling and defending your work in front of supervisors. Every single piece is designed to make you regulator-ready. So today we're right here in Part 1, focusing on Chapter 5, the Proportionality Principle. Let me be really clear about this. Getting this concept right isn't just a nice to have. It is absolutely non-negotiable. It's going to directly shape almost every choice you make later on, in modeling, in scenario analysis, in capital planning, you name it. So let's dive right in. So here's our plan for today. First, we're going to bust the myth that one size fits all. Then we'll put on the regulator's glasses, so to speak, and see how they apply this principle. We'll look at how this all works in practice. Then we'll expose the single most common trap people fall into. And finally, we'll talk about the payoff, why getting this right really, really matters. Okay, let's kick things off by tackling the single biggest and I think most persistent misconception that exists about the entire ICAAP process. You know, I hear this question all the time in workshops. People ask me, are you seriously telling me that my small local retail bank has to build the same ridiculously complex ICAAP as some global systemically important bank?
It just sounds crazy, right? And the answer is a big, loud, definitive no. Of course not. That would be completely ineffective and, frankly, pretty dangerous. And the reason we can say no with such confidence all comes down to one powerful idea, the proportionality principle. So, this is the heart of it. The proportionality principle is the official rule that ensures regulatory expectations are tailored. They have to scale with the nature, the size, the complexity, and the unique risk profile of your institution. The key phrase to burn into your memory is fit for purpose. Your job is not to copy what a bigger bank does. It's to build a framework that is specifically right for your business. Okay, that makes sense in theory, but how do supervisors actually apply this principle in the real world? Let's try to look at this through their lens. Now, this slide here highlights the most critical distinction you need to make. Proportionality is about having the appropriate depth and sophistication. It is about being fit for purpose. What it isn't, well, it's not a synonym for less rigorous. It is not an excuse for weak controls, and it is definitely not a reduction in standards. When supervisors are making this judgment, they're looking across several key dimensions. Yeah, of course they look at your size, your balance sheet. But honestly, they dig much deeper into the complexity of your products, your geographies, your specific risk profile. They'll consider your systemic importance. And a huge one is the maturity of your governance. And this right here, this is a golden rule. You have to get this. Complexity and risk matter more than size. A small balance sheet does not automatically mean you're a simple, low-risk institution in the eyes of a regulator. Don't fall into that trap. So let's make this really concrete. Take a look at Bank A. It's small, but it's got high complexity. Maybe a really concentrated loan book or a heavy reliance on outsourcing. Well, guess what? Supervisors are going to demand a really robust ICAAP and strong governance. They'll be under much higher scrutiny. Now look at Bank B. It's huge, but it's simple, just basic retail banking. The regulator might care about its scale, but the expectations for model sophistication could actually be lower than for that smaller, more complex bank. You see? Proportionality really does cut both ways. All right, so that's the theory. How does this principle actually translate into the tangible, day-to-day decisions you have to make when you're building out your ICAP? Let's talk operational risk modeling, which, don't worry, we're going to cover in massive detail in chapters 41 to 55. For a smaller bank, no one expects you to build a super complex loss distribution model. In fact, regulators would much rather see a simpler, well-justified, conservative approach that you can actually understand and defend over some complex black box you can't explain. It's the exact same logic for scenario analysis. A smaller bank does not get a pass on doing severe stress tests. But the method you use to justify that severity, that can be proportional. A smaller firm might be able to rely more on well-documented expert judgment, whereas a larger firm is going to be expected to show up with rigorous, data-driven calibration for its scenarios. And this point on governance is absolutely vital. Pay close attention here. Things like the frequency of board reviews, sure, that can be scaled proportionally. But the ultimate accountability of the board and senior management for capital adequacy, that is never, ever proportional. It is always 100%, no exceptions. Okay, let's now address the danger zone. Let's talk about the single most common and dangerous way that this powerful principle gets misused in ICAAP submissions. If I had $1 for every time I've heard this, "We are a small bank, so this is sufficient," let me tell you, that phrase is a massive red flag for any supervisor. It's basically using proportionality not as a framework for smart design, but as a defensive shield for an inadequate assessment. It just screams a lack of ownership. So, the crucial takeaway is this. You cannot simply claim your ICAP is proportional. You can't just assert it. You have to demonstrate it. You have to prove it with analysis, with evidence, with documentation, showing exactly why your choices are genuinely fit for purpose for your specific risk profile.
So why are we spending so much time on this? Because getting this right or wrong isn't some academic exercise. It has direct, tangible, and very significant consequences for your bank, your board, and your capital. Think of this as two paths you can take. The weak path, just asserting proportionality, leads straight to painful outcomes, capital add-ons, remediation plans, and a total loss of credibility. The strong path, where you really demonstrate it, leads to reduced friction with supervisors. It signals maturity, builds credibility, and leads to better capital outcomes. The choice seems pretty clear, doesn't it? At the end of the day, a well-applied proportionality framework is one of the most powerful signals you can send your regulator. It tells them that you understand your own business, you understand your risks, and most importantly, you own your capital adequacy. That builds supervisory trust, and that trust is everything. And that's exactly why we've dedicated an entire chapter to this principle so early on. It's not a standalone topic. It's the thread that runs through everything else you're going to do. It defines your risk universe, it sets your materiality thresholds, it drives your modeling choices, and it calibrates your scenario severity. It touches everything. So the question I want you to take back to your organization is this. How will you demonstrate that your bank's ICAAP is truly fit for purpose? Remember the key takeaway. Proportionality scales regulatory expectations, but it never ever scales accountability. This focus on accountability is the perfect setup for our next session, where we'll build directly on this foundation by exploring Chapter 6, ICAAP Ownership and Accountability. I'll see you then.
All right, let's dive into one of the most critical and honestly most misunderstood parts of the entire internal capital adequacy assessment process: ownership. Let me be clear, this is non-negotiable. If you get this wrong, even the most technically brilliant ICAAP is destined to fail under regulatory scrutiny.
Just as a quick reminder of where we are in our journey, we're still in Part 1, really building up those essential regulatory foundations. Today is all about Chapter 6, Ownership and Accountability. Think of it as the cornerstone concept that holds the whole structure up.
So, I want to start with a question that really gets to the heart of so many regulatory headaches and supervisory findings. Just think about it for a second. What's the number one reason that a mathematically perfect, well-documented ICAAP gets rejected by regulators?
And the answer? It's probably not what you think. It's surprisingly simple, but it's also profoundly important. The main point of failure isn't the model. It's not the data. It's not the math. It's all about accountability. It's about who is willing to stand behind the numbers and the judgments when the regulator comes knocking on the door.
This brings us to what I call the real ICAAP test. Supervisors are actually less concerned with how elegant your models are. They are laser-focused on one single fundamental question. Who in this bank is ultimately accountable for its capital adequacy?
To really get why this matters so much, we've got to learn to think like a regulator. We need to put on their hat for a moment, because there is a fundamental assumption that underpins every single supervisory review they do. Understanding this is key.
You see, this assumption was basically forged in the fires of financial crises. When things go wrong, and they do go wrong, models don't make decisions, people do. So if it's not crystal clear who is responsible for making those tough calls under pressure, the entire framework is considered unreliable from the get-go.
Okay, so what does true, defensible ownership actually look like in practice? Let's break down the blueprint for a framework that can actually stand up to that intense regulatory scrutiny. It's all about having clearly defined roles that, and this is crucial, cannot be handed off to someone else.
First things first, let's be absolutely precise about what we mean by ownership here. It is not about who writes the document. It's about who holds the authority and the accountability for the core judgments, for the level of prudence you've applied, and for the decisions to act when capital is at risk.
This slide highlights a critical distinction, where the rubber really meets the road.
True ownership means senior leaders are on the hook for the underlying assumptions and they have the authority to act. What it's not is something you can outsource to consultants or just delegate to support functions like your model teams. Those groups support the ICAAP, they absolutely do not own it. Now it all starts at the very top. The ultimate responsibility rests with the board of directors, and this is completely non-delegable. Their job isn't to just rubber stamp a document. It's to provide robust, effective challenge, to make sure they truly understand the key assumptions and to confirm that the capital plan actually supports the bank's strategy.
Okay, so if the board provides that high-level oversight, senior management owns the execution. They're responsible for the design, the consistency, and, this is huge, for integrating the ICAAP into real, day-to-day business decisions. A regulator fully expects them to be able to defend the outcomes without needing a script.
So what about the Chief Risk Officer? The CRO is the guardian of the framework's integrity, making sure all material risks are captured and providing that independent challenge. But, and this is a critical piece of regulatory feedback we see all the time, an ICAAP owned by risk is fundamentally misowned. Risk's job is to ensure credibility, not to let the business and the board off the hook for their accountability.
Now that we've defined the right way to do it, let's talk about how this can all go wrong. There are a couple of very common ownership traps that even well-intentioned banks fall into, and they lead directly to regulatory failure. This sequence right here, this is a classic red flag for any supervisor. When the finance or treasury team drives the process just to spit out a capital number and then risk is asked to just sprinkle some commentary on it after the fact, well, that signals a process geared towards optimizing capital, not managing risk. The board's approval then just becomes a hollow formality. The second major trap is this idea of shared ownership. I know, it sounds collaborative, it sounds great, right? But to a supervisor, it translates to one thing: diffused accountability. Their view is simple. If everyone is responsible, then no one is. They see it as a critical weakness, especially in a crisis. So how do supervisors actually sniff out these weaknesses? Well, they're trained to look for subtle behavioral signals. They almost never ask about ownership directly. Instead, they observe, they listen, and they connect the dots. They infer weak ownership from behaviors just like these. You know, when the CRO tells a completely different story than the CFO, or when management can't explain why they made a certain trade-off without deferring to a consultant, that's a dead giveaway. These behaviors matter so much more than any fancy organizational chart.
And here's the crucial point. These governance issues aren't just some procedural annoyance. They have direct, tangible, financial consequences for the bank. We're talking about a real impact on the capital you are required to hold.
The logic here is simple, and it is direct. When a regulator doesn't have confidence in your ownership structure, it creates uncertainty in their minds. And to compensate for that uncertainty, they apply a more conservative lens, which almost always results in them demanding a bigger capital buffer.
And this chart just says it all. You can have two banks with nearly identical risk profiles. Bank A, with a clear, demonstrable ownership structure, gets a lower capital add-on. Bank B, with weak or unclear ownership, gets hit with a significantly higher one. The difference isn't the risk. It's the regulator's confidence in your governance. So ultimately, it all boils down to this one question that every board and every senior management team has to answer for themselves. Is your ICAAP just a compliance document you produce once a year to file away? Or is it a living, breathing decision-making framework that is actively owned and used to manage the bank? Your answer to that question directly determines your regulatory outcome. Establishing this foundation of clear ownership is absolutely essential. It underpins every single thing that follows in the framework. In our next chapter, we're going to build directly on this as we walk through the ICAAP approval lifecycle.
Welcome back, everyone. We are working our way through our 100-chapter master program on ICAAP and operational risk modeling. Today, we are in part 1, which is all about the regulatory foundations, and we're diving into Chapter 7, the ICAAP approval lifecycle. Now, this is an absolutely critical chapter. Why? Because we're moving away from the pure mechanics of capital calculation and into the world of governance and process. And let me tell you, that's where regulators love to focus their toughest questions. So today isn't just about the what of your capital number. It's all about the how and the why. How did you get there, and why should a supervisor believe you? This is the part that gets the most intense scrutiny. We're going to break down the whole journey, right from the very beginning with risk identification, all the way to that final crucial board sign-off. Okay, let's kick things off with the single most important mindset shift you need to make for a successful ICAAP. It's a really simple idea on the surface, but believe me, it changes absolutely everything. Supervisors are not just assessing the final PDF report that you email them. What they're really assessing is the story behind that report. The big question for them isn't just, are your numbers correct? It's, is the process that created these numbers robust? Was it challenged? Is it actually owned by the business? In short, what does your process reveal about your firm? Does it show rigor, or does it look like a last-minute scramble to meet a deadline? So to really get to the bottom of this, we're going to walk through the entire life cycle as if we were the regulators ourselves. We'll start with that core mindset shift. Then we'll talk about building the foundation. After that, we enter what I call the crucible of challenge. That's the fun part. Then we'll cover how you actually prove you've done all this. And of course, we'll look at the common failure patterns to avoid before we connect everything to your final SREP outcome. Okay. Let's dive into this foundational concept. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that getting this right is the difference between having a constructive, professional dialogue with your regulator and a very skeptical, painful interrogation. And look, this isn't just my opinion. This comes straight from the top, the Basel Committee. This quote isn't just regulatory fluff, it's a direct instruction. They are explicitly telling us ICAAP has to be a continuous cycle, not some once-a-year fire drill. Those two words, ongoing and embedded, they're everything. If the only time your business hears the word ICAAP is in the fourth quarter, you're already failing this fundamental test. So with that mindset locked in, let's look at how you actually build the case file for your ICAAP, starting with those foundational first steps. This is where you lay the groundwork, and honestly, everything else will be judged based on how well you do this. Here it is, the entire 6-stage life cycle we're going to examine. Just think of this as our roadmap for building a totally defensible process. The first 3 stages, risk ID, methodology review, and quantification, are all about building the core assessment. Then we move into the really critical challenge phases, internal challenge, senior management review, and that all-important final board approval. Now, you might think the process starts with firing up the capital models, right? Nope. It starts with a fresh, forward-looking look at your bank's unique risks. You have to ask, what's changed in our business? What's new in the market? What emerging threats are looming on the horizon? This is absolutely not a copy and paste exercise from last year's document. And this is exactly what supervisors are looking for. Let's put on our supervisor hat for a moment. An unchanged risk universe from last year, that is a gigantic red flag. It's a dead giveaway that the process is just static, backward-looking, and not genuinely part of how the business is run. They expect to see the influence of what's happened in the last 12 months. So after you've refreshed your view of the risks, but still before you run a single number, you have to demonstrate a deliberate review of the how. How are you going to measure these things? This is where you revisit your models, reevaluate your scenarios, and challenge your own assumptions. It's also where you're honest and document any data limitations you have. Now, this is an absolutely crucial point you have to get. Regulators demand a clear audit trail. If your methodologies change, but there's no documented reason why, they don't assume you got smarter. They assume you have ungoverned model drift, and model drift is a phrase that signals a serious problem to them. All right, so the foundational work is done, the initial numbers have been calculated. Now the process moves into its most scrutinized phase. I like to call it the crucible of challenge. This is where your assessment gets pressure tested internally from every angle, long before it ever gets to the regulator. This is where your bank proves that the assessment isn't just an echo chamber where everyone nods in agreement. Regulators need to see that independent functions, think risk, finance, model validation, have kicked the tires and rigorously tested the assumptions. In fact, they are actively looking for documented disagreements and, more importantly, how you resolved them. This might sound a little backward, but a smooth, frictionless approval process is a huge red flag for supervisors. They're actually reassured when they see evidence of healthy friction. It proves the process has integrity. It shows that tough questions were asked and that the final outcome is the product of real debate and resolution, not just a rubber stamp. And that whole process of challenge has to be evident all the way up the chain. Senior management committees need to show they've debated this stuff before it even gets to the board. And that all culminates with the board of directors. Now, let's be really clear about their role. Their job is not to be model experts. Their job is to own the final judgment, to understand the story the ICAAP is telling, and to accept ultimate accountability. You know, having a fantastic process is great, but it's not enough. You have to be able to prove it. Because from a regulator's perspective, if there's no clear audit trail, it simply didn't happen, period. And what's Exhibit A in your evidence file? Your board minutes. Regulators go through these with a fine-tooth comb. Generic, boilerplate language like, the board reviewed and approved the ICAAP, that's an immediate red flag. They want to see the specific questions that were asked, the concerns that were raised, and how it all got resolved. And this really gets to the core of it. The goal isn't to create a 1,000-page document just for the sake of it. The goal is traceability. A supervisor has to be able to pick up a single thread, let's say a new risk you identified, and trace it all the way through the methodology, the challenge process, and the final governance decision. If that chain of evidence breaks anywhere, their confidence just collapses. Okay, let's switch gears and talk about one of the most common traps that I see firms fall into. It's an anti-pattern that instantly signals a weak, non-embedded process to any supervisor. It's called the timing trap. Now, take a look at this timeline and be honest, does this feel a little too familiar? For the first 3 quarters of the year, it's radio silence on ICAAP. Then, late in Q4, it's a frantic panic. Models get rushed, reports are slapped together, and the board gets a massive, dense document with just a few days to review it. This timeline screams that your process is driven by a reporting deadline, not by business reality. Supervisors spot this pattern a mile away. So let's bring it all home and answer the most important question of all. Why does any of this really matter? Well, it matters because the strength of your life cycle directly impacts your supervisory review and evaluation process, your SREP, and that's the process that ultimately determines your final capital requirements. The payoff for doing this right is tangible and significant. A strong, evidence-backed life cycle builds trust. It leads to a constructive dialogue with your regulator, which very often translates into fewer supervisory capital add-ons. On the other hand, a weak life cycle invites skeptical scrutiny, conservative capital overlays, and a long list of painful remediation plans. The strength of your process is what builds credibility. So, the ultimate question I want to leave you with from this chapter is this. Is your ICAAP a static report that gets dusted off once a year? Or is it a living, breathing narrative of how your firm truly understands, challenges, and manages its risks? Because I can guarantee you that is the lens through which your supervisors will view your next submission. Now, truly mastering this life cycle we've just discussed
is your absolute best defense against the pitfalls we're going to cover next. It's the foundation that helps you avoid the common and often very costly regulatory failures that we'll be breaking down in Chapter 8. I'll see you there.
Welcome back to our ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. It's great to have you with us. As you know, this is our director-level regulator-ready course, and it's all about making sure you can build, own, defend, and approve a truly solid ICAAP from start to finish. We're on a big journey here, 100 chapters in total, and today we're stepping into a really critical part of our foundational section. All right, we are deep in Part 1 of the program, which is all about the ICAAP regulatory foundations. Today, we're hitting Chapter 8, Common Regulatory ICAAP Failures. And let me tell you, this is where the theory gets real, fast. Why? Because honestly, the quickest way to figure out how to get something right is to understand all the ways it can go wrong. So let's dive in. Now, here's the kicker, and this is the core idea for today. Supervisors, they see the same mistakes over and over and over again. It doesn't matter if it's a bank in London, Mumbai, or New York, the patterns are incredibly predictable. So our job today is to pull back the curtain on those patterns so you can see them, spot them in your own work, and, most importantly, avoid them. So, here's our game plan. First, we're going to get inside the supervisor's head, understand their mindset. Then we'll break down the 10 most common failures into 3 buckets: the big foundational problems, the tricky analytical missteps, and the governance and documentation traps. And we'll wrap it all up by turning this insight into a defense plan you can actually use.
Okay, first up, this supervisor's mindset. It's so important to get why they seem to start from a place of skepticism. Understanding their perspective is, without a doubt, the key to building an ICAAP that can actually be defended.
So look, this skepticism isn't personal. It's a bias they've learned from years and years of experience. They've seen these super polished, beautifully written ICAAPs that were completely hollow inside. And they've seen these kind of clunky, conservative documents that were absolutely rock solid. That experience has taught them to hunt for the red flags, the signals of failure, not to look for some perfect, glossy document. All right, let's get into our first category of mistakes. These are the foundational failures. Think of it like building a house. If you get the foundation wrong, it doesn't matter how great the rest of it is, the whole thing is coming down. Failure number 1. This is the big one. It's the most common and, frankly, the most damaging mistake you can make. Treating the ICAAP like it's just a compliance document. The check the box exercise? When a supervisor sees the same boilerplate language copied and pasted from last year, with zero evidence of any real debate at the board level, they immediately know it's just for show. It tells them you aren't actually using this process to manage the bank. Next up, failing at the very first step, identifying your risks. So when major risks, things like model risk, conduct risk, or strategic risk, are just missing, supervisors don't see that as a strategic choice. They see it as a massive blind spot. And in their world, it's simple. An unidentified risk is an uncapitalized risk. That almost always ends with them telling you to hold more capital. The third foundational failure is getting stuck in Pillar 1 thinking. This is the logic that says, hey, our regulatory ratios look great, so our Pillar 2 assessment must be fine, right? Wrong. Regulators see right through this. When they notice that your stress tests are perfectly designed to never actually breach your capital buffers, it doesn't look like strength. It looks like you're playing defense, trying to engineer a good result instead of genuinely testing your bank's resilience. Okay, so let's say you get the foundation right. You can still run into trouble with the analysis. Let's move on to our next section, analytical missteps. This is all about how the numbers and the models can trip you up. Oh, this one's a classic. I call it the complexity trap. Some firms use these incredibly sophisticated black box models because they think it makes them look smart, but it backfires big time if your senior managers can't explain in simple terms what the model does, what its assumptions are, and where it might fail. The regulator doesn't see sophistication. They see unmanaged model risk. And guess what that means? More capital. Your scenario analysis will always be under the microscope. And a really common failure here is designing stress scenarios that are, well, not very stressful. They're more like a mild headache than a heart attack. From a supervisor's point of view, the logic is super simple. If your severe stress test doesn't actually cause any pain or make you sweat about your capital, then it's just not a credible test. Period. Ah, yes, management actions, the magic wand that's supposed to fix everything in a stress test. Well, regulators are highly skeptical. They'll basically ignore any action that isn't truly credible. Saying you're going to raise billions in new capital or sell off a huge loan book right in the middle of a financial crisis, that's just not realistic. Any action you rely on has to be something you can actually control and pull off when things are at their worst. And here's a huge analytical red flag. When your capital assessment, the ICAAP, and your liquidity assessment, the ILAAP, look like they've never met. In the real world, a capital crisis and a liquidity crisis are best friends. One always brings the other to the party. So when you run these tests in isolation, it screams to the supervisor that your organization is stuck in silos, and that's a massive governance risk in their eyes. So that brings us to our final group of failures, the governance and documentation traps. You can have the most brilliant analysis in the world, but if it's not governed correctly, documented clearly, and owned by the right people, it's still going to fail the test. When it comes to governance, supervisors are looking for one thing above all else: proof of ownership. They want to see the fingerprints of senior management and the board all over this thing. If your board minutes are generic, if you can't show evidence of real debate and challenge, and if it looks like the whole thing was cooked up in a back room by one team, that's a huge problem. These are so-called qualitative failings, but they lead to very real quantitative consequences, like a capital add-on. Let's be clear, a 500-page document is not the same as a clear document. Supervisors need to be able to follow the breadcrumbs. They have to be able to trace your logic all the way from the risks you identified through your models and assumptions to that final capital number. If they can't do that, if assumptions are buried or sections contradict each other, it just shatters their confidence in the whole process. That audit trail is absolutely non-negotiable. And finally, we have a more subtle one, but it's so important: the tone. An ICAAP that reads like it's trying to win an argument, one that aggressively defends every little assumption, downplays any weakness, and pushes back on any challenge, is a giant red flag. That defensive posture doesn't build confidence. It just invites the supervisor to be even more skeptical and conservative. In this context, humility and transparency are your greatest strengths. So we've just walked through the top 10 ways an ICAAP can fail. The big question is, what do you do with this information? Well, let's turn this insight into a proactive plan you can use to defend your work. It's also really important to know your audience. While these 10 failures are pretty much universal, how regulators respond can have a different flavor depending on where you are. For instance, in India, the RBI might focus heavily on governance and just apply a capital buffer to cover any uncertainty. Whereas in Europe and the UK, you're more likely to see explicit scores, detailed peer comparisons, and a very structured process for escalating any repeat failures. Know your regulator. So why do we keep seeing the same mistakes? It really just comes down to human nature, doesn't it? Let's be honest, the ICAAP process is uncomfortable. It forces you to stare into the abyss and think about everything that could go wrong. Being conservative is often a tough sell internally, and when times are good, everyone rewards optimism. Regulation and the ICAAP process itself exists for one reason: to act as a counterweight to all those very human tendencies. All right, here is your direct, practical action plan. I want you to take this list of 10 failures and use it in 3 specific ways. First, use it as a checklist to assess your own process.
Second, use it as a final review guide, a last line of defense before you hit submit. And third, and this might be the most powerful one, use it as a training tool for your board and your senior leaders so they understand what the supervisors are actually looking for.
If you remember only one thing from this entire chapter, make it this. A defensive ICAAP is an invitation for conservative supervision. The minute you sound arrogant or opaque, you're just asking for a tougher review. Your best defense, always, is a humble, transparent, and self-critical approach that proves you truly own your risks.
Okay, really understanding these common failure points gives us the perfect foundation for building an ICAAP that can actually withstand scrutiny. And this sets us up perfectly for our next session. In Chapter 9, we're going to dive into the critical difference between ICAAP and economic capital, and we'll unpack why those numbers aren't the same and why they shouldn't be. Thank you for your focus today, and I'll see you in the next chapter.
Welcome back to our 100-chapter master program on ICAAP and operational risk modeling. We're on a journey to build your regulator-ready capability, one crucial piece at a time. Let's keep that momentum going.
Now, as a quick reminder, this is a comprehensive 10-part learning path. Each section builds on the last, giving you the end-to-end expertise you really need to design, own, and confidently defend a world-class ICAAP framework. So let's jump in.
All right, we are still deep in Part 1, laying down those critical regulatory foundations. Today we're hitting Chapter 9, the difference between ICAAP and the Economic Capital Framework. And let me tell you, this is a big one. It's a fundamental distinction that is a frequent, and I mean frequent, source of regulatory findings. Getting this wrong has very real consequences.
So here's our game plan for today. We are going to start by absolutely shattering a common and frankly dangerous misconception. Then we'll get to the core of the issue, the difference between performance and survival. We'll pinpoint exactly where the models and numbers diverge, get inside the head of a supervisor to understand their point of view, and then, most importantly, we'll talk about how you can build a truly defensible narrative.
Okay, let's get right to the heart of it. We're going to tackle this pervasive myth that your ICAAP capital number and your economic capital number should somehow magically line up, that they must align. This is probably one of the biggest misunderstandings of their fundamental purpose. And look, this isn't just my opinion. The source material couldn't be more direct on this. It's not a gray area. It's a black and white statement. These frameworks are designed to be different, and when you try to force them together, you actually weaken both of them.
And here's the so what. This isn't just an academic squabble. Banks that make this mistake face very real, very painful consequences. We're talking about Pillar 2 findings from regulators, which means capital add-ons you have to hold. And beyond that, you're looking at serious questions about the maturity of your entire risk governance framework. It's a big deal.
So, to really understand why these two numbers shouldn't align, we've got to go back to first principles. We have to look at the original purpose of each framework. You see, they were built to answer two completely different questions, coming from two completely different worlds.
And this, right here, is the absolute core of the conflict. Economic capital is an internal management tool. It's all about the shareholders, and it's asking a performance question. Are we getting the right risk-adjusted return on our capital? But ICAAP? That's a supervisory tool. It's all about survival. It's asking a much grimmer question. Will this bank still be standing after a severe, once-in-a-generation crisis? Let's break down what economic capital is trying to achieve. Its job is to help you run the business better. It's for measuring performance, allocating capital to different business lines, making smart pricing decisions, and rewarding diversification. It's all about optimization and squeezing the most value out of every dollar of capital.
Now, flip the coin over and look at ICAAP. It's playing a totally different game. Its DNA is fundamentally different. It's built to include all the messy stuff that tidy models hate, things like management judgment, layers of conservatism, and explicit add-ons for model limitations or weak data. It's designed to capture the gritty reality of risks that don't fit neatly into a spreadsheet. One is for thriving, the other is for surviving.
So, we've established the philosophical difference. Now where does the rubber meet the road? Where do these philosophical differences create real, quantifiable gaps in the final capital numbers? Well, it boils down to two key areas: diversification and operational risk.
Okay, first up, diversification. Now, in a normal world, diversification is fantastic, right? Don't put all your eggs in one basket. But regulators have learned a very hard lesson, especially since 2008. During a true systemic crisis, all those beautiful, carefully calculated correlations, they can go to one. And all those diversification benefits you were counting on, they can vanish right when you need them the most.
And you can see this clash laid out perfectly right here. Economic capital models often work on the assumption that correlations are pretty stable, so they maximize and reward the diversification benefit. But the ICAAP view? It's much more cynical. It assumes those correlations will break down under pressure. That means any diversification benefit you claim in your ICAAP has to be rigorously justified, probably capped, and viewed with a healthy dose of conservatism.
Now for the second major breaking point, operational risk. And folks, this is often the biggest driver of the gap between the two numbers. Why? Because economic capital models are usually built on historical data. They're great at modeling the everyday, but they tend to smooth out or even completely miss those extreme fat-tailed events, the ones that don't happen often but can bring a bank to its knees when they do.
ICAAP, on the other hand, is specifically designed to hunt for those black swans. It uses a whole different toolkit. It relies on severe, forward-looking scenarios, qualitative overlays from management to capture things the model can't see, and conservative buffers. ICAAP openly acknowledges that when it comes to operational risk, the past is an incomplete and often misleading guide to the future.
Okay, so we get the technical differences. Now let's switch chairs for a moment. Let's put on a supervisor's hat. Why do they push back so hard when a bank comes in and basically says, hey, our economic capital model is our ICAAP? But regulators around the world, whether in India, the EU, or the UK, they have long memories. They have a whole list of concerns. ICAAP models rely too much on history. They're super sensitive to tiny modeling choices that can have huge impacts. There's an obvious incentive for the bank to tweak those choices to get a lower number. And most critically, history is just littered with the wreckage of failed banks that all had supposedly robust economic capital models. This brings us to a narrative that banks try to use all the time. And frankly, it drives regulators crazy. They'll say something like, yes, we know our internal model gives a lower number, but don't worry, we're holding all this extra regulatory capital from Pillar 1, so it all washes out in the end. And the supervisor's response is swift and brutal. Why? Let's break it down. First, Pillar 1 capital is for Pillar 1 risks. It's not a slush fund for Pillar 2. Second, economic capital, as we've just spent 10 minutes discussing, is not supervisory capital. You can't just wave your hands at other capital buffers and claim you're adequate. Your ICAAP has to be a self-contained, logical argument that stands on its own 2 feet.
Okay, so enough about what not to do. How do we get this right? The goal isn't to hide your economic capital model. It's a valuable tool. The goal is to build a credible, transparent, and defensible story that explains how the two frameworks live together, and more importantly, why they are different.
Here is your 4-step playbook for building that trust. Step 1. Use your economic capital number as an informative data point, a reference, but not the anchor for your entire process. Step 2. Be crystal clear about where you've added conservatism for your ICAAP and, crucially, explain why. Step 3. Call out the specific risks that ICAAP covers that ECAAP doesn't. And finally, Step 4. Any diversification benefit you claim has to be justified up, down, and sideways. And please remember this. The way you handle this relationship sends a powerful, unspoken signal to your supervisor about your institution's culture. If the numbers are forced to be the same,
It screams capital optimization. If there's a huge gap you can't explain, it suggests you don't really understand your own risks. But a well-explained, logical difference, that signals mature governance and credible expert judgment. That's what you want.
So, I'll leave you with this one question to take back to your teams. Take a really hard look at your own ICAAP narrative. Does it genuinely build trust with your supervisor, or does it, maybe unintentionally, just signal a desire to minimize capital at all costs? The answer to that question is everything. Nailing this fundamental distinction between performance capital and survival capital is the absolute bedrock upon which a solid ICAAP is built. And that's a perfect segue, because in our next chapter, we're going to take this foundation and start building the house on top of it by mapping out the entire ICAAP end-to-end architecture. I'll see you there.
Welcome. In this chapter, we're going to build the master blueprint for a regulator-ready ICAAP. We'll explore the complete end-to-end architecture, showing you exactly how every single component has to fit together to be defensible under scrutiny. This is really the capstone of Part 1, bringing together all the foundational principles we've covered so far.
So just to remind you where we are in our journey, this is Chapter 10, and it wraps up Part 1 of our big 100-chapter master program on ICAAP and operational risk modeling. We've just finished the regulatory foundations. Ahead of us, well, we've got deep dives into the risk universe, capital, stress testing, and of course, advanced operational risk modeling. With this chapter, you're going to have that complete foundational knowledge to build, own, and defend a world-class ICAAP. All right, let's just jump straight in with a really critical question that gets to the absolute heart of a defensible ICAAP. Is it a cohesive, living system, or is it just a stack of documents you pull together once a year? You know, this distinction is everything. Supervisors can spot a fragmented, stitched-together ICAAP from a mile away, and it's one of the most common and critical failure points we see in the industry. So here's what we're going to cover. First, we'll reframe our thinking to see ICAAP as a system, not a stack. Then we'll break down the 5 core layers that form the architectural blueprint. We'll look at how to connect those dots to create that traceable golden thread that supervisors are always looking for. We'll ground this in real-world supervisory expectations, and finally, we'll talk about what a strong architecture really signals about your institution's maturity. Okay, let's kick things off with the most important mindset shift you can make. To build an ICAAP that can stand up to scrutiny, you have to stop thinking about producing a report and start thinking about demonstrating a system. It's all about seeing it from the supervisor's point of view. In this slide, it really highlights the difference in perspective, doesn't it? On the left, you've got the common way banks see it, a bunch of reports, a stack of templates to fill out. But look at the right. That's how supervisors see it, an internal decision-making system. The final capital number is just the output. They care about the machine that produces it. Is it sound? Is it logical? Is it actually embedded in how you run the bank? In this quote right here, it just hits the nail on the head. If your ICAAP process feels like an assembly line, where one team bolts on its part and just throws it over the wall to the next without understanding the full picture, supervisors will immediately assume it's not embedded. It just screams compliance exercise, not something that's actually part of your risk management DNA. So, okay, how do we actually build this system? Let's get into the blueprint of a defensible ICAAP. We can break it all down into 5 core interconnected layers. So here it is. This is the architectural model. And notice that clear logical flow, right? It all starts with the risk universe, which defines what we're measuring. That feeds directly into measurement. The output of that measurement then gets stress tested, and those results inform our final capital plan. And then, wrapping around the whole thing, you've got governance. The key thing here is the dependency. Each step is only as good as the one that came before it. All right, let's start at the absolute foundation, Layer 1, the risk universe and materiality. Everything starts here. This is where you define every single risk you face, figure out which ones are material enough to need capital, And, just as importantly, you have to justify why you're excluding others. Supervisors expect this to be tailored specifically to your bank's strategy and business model, not some generic checklist.
And this is exactly why Layer 1 is so binding. From a regulator's point of view, it's simple. If a risk isn't identified and assessed for materiality right here at the start, you can't just magically assign capital to it later in the process. It just doesn't make sense. A weak risk identification process almost guarantees a supervisor will add on capital, because they'll find the risks you missed.
Okay, so once we know what our material risks are, Layer 2 answers the question of how we measure them. Now, this isn't just about fancy, complex quantitative models. In fact, a really mature ICAAP uses a smart mix of approaches. Quantitative models where you have good data, structured qualitative assessments where you don't, and some conservative overlays to handle uncertainty. The key isn't complexity, it's having a thoughtful, justifiable approach for every single material risk.
Next up, Layer 3, Scenario Analysis and Stress Testing. This is the critical bridge. It connects the world of risk measurement to that ultimate question of capital adequacy. This is where you really test your resilience. And it's absolutely vital that your scenarios come directly from the material risks you identified back in Layer 1. A generic stress test that doesn't target your bank's specific vulnerabilities, that's a huge red flag for supervisors.
And you have to remember this key insight into how a supervisor thinks. They don't see your stress test as a crystal ball. They see it as a credibility test of your whole framework. Does it actually challenge your capital position in a meaningful way? Does it reflect your real risk profile? A weak or totally unbelievable stress test just destroys the credibility of the entire ICAAP.
So after we've put our risks through the ringer, we get to Layer 4, Capital Aggregation and Planning. This is where we finally answer that central question. How much capital is adequate? It's all about the logic for adding up different risks, justifying any diversification benefits you're claiming, setting your management buffers, and projecting your capital needs over the next few years. This is where the final number gets decided, and more importantly, justified.
And finally, we have Layer 5, Governance, Review, and Defense. Now, this isn't just the last step. Think of it as a continuous control loop that wraps around all the other layers. It's about making sure there's clear ownership, strong documented challenge from independent folks, and that the final outcomes are easy to explain and defend. In fact, a lot of supervisors look at this layer first because if the governance is weak, it taints all the technical work underneath it.
Okay, so we've got the 5 layers, but the most important part is actually connecting them. This isn't about having 5 strong, separate parts. It's about creating a single, traceable story. This is what's known as the golden thread that supervisors are trained to look for.
So the whole point is this simple, linear flow. A supervisor should be able to pick any material risk from your universe and just follow it. Trace it through your assessment methodology, see how it behaves under stress, understand its contribution to the final capital number, and review the governance and challenge that was applied every step of the way. If that chain is broken anywhere, your credibility just falls apart.
In this slide just perfectly contrasts the ideal with what we see all too often. On the left, you've got that integrated system we've been talking about. But on the right, well, that's the fragmented assembly line. Risk defines things and throws it over to modeling. Modeling runs numbers and passes them to finance. Finance adds it all up and governance slaps an approval on it at the end. Nobody owns the whole flow. That signals a profound lack of institutional understanding and ownership.
Let's bring this down to earth for a second. What are the actual real-world consequences of getting this architecture wrong? Let's look at some specific expectations from key global regulators.
This table really makes the stakes crystal clear. I mean, look at India, for example. The RBI, they really care about board ownership and sound judgment. If they see a fragmented architecture, their response is direct and it hurts. They impose additional capital buffers. Now, over in Europe and the UK, the focus is even more explicit. Supervisors will literally perform a detailed assessment of your ICAAP architecture. Any break in that golden thread we talked about often leads straight to Pillar 2 capital add-ons.
That's a direct charge against your capital, and they'll put you on a mandatory multi-year remediation program. So the consequences aren't abstract at all. They are expensive, and they are a massive drain on resources.
So let's pull all of this together. At the end of the day, your ICAAP architecture is so much more than a process map. It is a powerful signal. It's a signal you send to your board, to your management, and especially to your supervisors.
So, what does a strong integrated architecture actually signal? Well, it signals deep risk awareness. It signals maturity in management judgment. It shows that your risk and capital planning are completely aligned with your business strategy. And probably most importantly, it builds incredible supervisory credibility. That directly impacts your SREP outcomes, your annual supervisory review and evaluation process, and ultimately, your capital requirements.
And with that, we've done it. We've completed our blueprint. We have laid out the entire framework, from the foundation right up to the roof. We don't just understand the individual pieces anymore. We understand how they have to lock together to form a coherent, defensible system. Part 1 is now complete. We are officially ready to start building. So, in our next session, we're going to kick off Part 2. We're going to lay the very first foundation stone of our ICAAP by diving deep into Chapter 11, Defining the ICAAP Risk Universe. We'll explore what all material risks really means in the eyes of a supervisor. I look forward to seeing you there.
Welcome back to our deep dive into the ICAPA Master Program. We're on a mission here, building a regulator-grade understanding of the entire ICAAP process from the ground up. Let's jump right in. So just a quick reminder of how this works. Every single chapter we cover builds directly on the one before it. We're putting together a complete framework, piece by piece, so you have the skills to not just build an ICAAP, but to truly own it and defend it.
All right, we've already laid the groundwork with the regulatory foundations in Part 1. Now we're moving into a really critical new section, Part 2, which is all about the risk universe and materiality. This is where things start to get very real, very fast. And we are kicking off Part 2 with Chapter 11. This chapter covers what I honestly believe is the single most important decision you will make in the entire ICAAP process: defining your risk universe. If you get this part wrong, everything else you build is standing on shaky ground. Okay, so here's our game plan for today. We're going to start by really digging into why this is such a make-or-break decision. Then, we'll try to get inside a regulator's head to see what they're really looking for. We'll connect risk directly to your bank's strategy, and we'll even tackle those tricky emerging risks. And finally, we'll see how this all connects to the bottom line, your capital, and wrap up with some common mistakes to avoid. So, let's start with that big claim. Why on earth is defining the risk universe the most important decision you will make in your entire ICAAP? Look, this quote really gets to the heart of it. Your models aren't going to miss a risk. Your stress tests won't miss a risk. People do. If a risk isn't even on your radar in the first place, you can't measure it, you can't manage it, and you certainly can't hold capital against it. It's a total blind spot. And as we know, blind spots are what bring institutions down. And this is exactly why supervisors obsess over this section of the ICAAP. They see it as a direct window into your bank's soul. Seriously, this isn't just some technical box-ticking exercise for them. It's a confession. It reveals what you truly believe could hurt you, and it shows them just how self-aware and how honest you really are. So that brings us to the regulatory mindset. To build an ICAAP that can actually withstand scrutiny, you have to learn to think like a supervisor. You have to understand what they're actually looking for when they read your document. You'll see this phrase everywhere in the guidance, all material risks. But you know what you'll never see? A complete official list of what those risks are. And that's not an oversight. It's completely intentional. Regulators want to test your judgment, not just your ability to check boxes on some generic list. So if they're not just running down a checklist, what is the real test? What is the fundamental question they are trying to answer when they look at your risk universe?
This is it. This is the absolute acid test. They are not asking if you've remembered to list credit risk, market risk, and operational risk. They're asking something much deeper. They're asking, have you thought, really thought, about the specific, unique combination of things that could cause your bank, with your business model, to fail?
Now, this is a super important distinction, and it's a trap a lot of banks fall into. They just take their day-to-day operational risk register and try to rebrand it as their ICAAP risk universe. But they're two completely different beasts. A risk register is operational. It's about tracking small incidents and checking if controls work. The ICAAP universe is strategic. It's about the big existential threats, the kind of high-severity events that can wipe out your capital and threaten your very survival. Okay, so how do we actually build a risk universe that answers that fundamental question? Well, the absolute key, is to anchor it firmly in the reality of your business strategy. This right here is a fantastic mental model to use. Think of it as the supervisor's internal checklist. A truly robust risk universe doesn't just list risks. It proactively answers these 4 questions. It explains why a risk is relevant to your bank specifically, how it might actually blow up in a crisis, and it justifies every single risk you decided to exclude. And that's precisely why a generic, copy-pasted risk list fails the credibility test every single time. Risk doesn't just appear out of thin air. It's a direct consequence of your strategic choices, right? If you're aggressively pushing into a new fintech product, your risk profile is going to look totally different from a conservative, old-school lender. Your risk universe has to mirror that reality. And speaking of reality, context is everything. A supervisor in India, for instance, is going to be laser-focused on things like third-party vendor risk and operational fraud. But in Europe or the UK, they might be more worried about your long-term business model, sustainability, or complex cross-border issues. A one-size-fits-all approach just doesn't fly. All right, let's talk about the tricky stuff. The risks that are notoriously hard to pin down. The ones you can't just plug into a simple model. How you handle these difficult and emerging risks is a real sign of a mature ICAAP. Yeah, we're talking about the big amorphous things, right? Climate risk, the crazy pace of technological change, political uncertainty, or even that slow burn risk of a toxic culture setting in. These are absolutely real threats, even if they don't fit nicely onto a spreadsheet. You simply can't ignore them. And here is the key insight for these types of risks. The regulator does not expect you to have a perfect 99.9th percentile VaR model for something like strategic risk. That's not the test. What they do expect, what they demand, is that you explicitly acknowledge the risk exists and prove you have strong governance and oversight around it. Silence is your enemy here. To a regulator, silence looks like ignorance. And please be very careful with that qualitative label. It's not a get-out-of-jail-free card to make a risk disappear. In fact, it's the opposite. If you're going to label a risk as qualitative, you have to justify why. You have to discuss its potential impact. You must acknowledge that it still has capital implications. And you have to prove it's being managed through rock-solid governance. It's actually a much higher bar to clear, not a lower one.
So let's connect all these dots. Let's bring this all back to the ultimate outcome of the ICAAP, the capital calculation. How does the quality of your risk universe actually translate into pounds, dollars, or euros?
Well, it starts with a very simple but very powerful chain of logic. It all begins here. If a risk is not identified in your universe, then in the mind of a supervisor, that risk is not capitalized, period. It's a hole in your armor. It's a vulnerability that has not been paid for in your capital plan. And trust me, that hole will be filled. If you don't fill it yourself with your own internal assessment, the supervisor will be more than happy to fill it for you. And that comes in the painful form of Pillar 2 capital add-ons, extra buffers, and other supervisory overlays that directly hit your bottom line. That is the real-world consequence of getting this wrong. All right, to bring this all home, let's wrap up by looking at the classic mistakes, the common anti-patterns that supervisors see all the time, so you can make sure you avoid them. So, take a hard, honest look at this list. Does your risk universe look exactly the same as it did 3 years ago, even though your strategy has completely changed? Are you just listing risks without ever explaining why they matter to you? If any of this sounds a little too familiar, that is a huge red flag for a supervisor. It's a sign that your whole ICAAP process is just a paper exercise. So let's end where we began. Your risk universe is the foundation. It is the bedrock upon which your entire ICAAP is built. All the sophisticated models, the clever scenario analysis, the complex aggregation, all of it becomes completely meaningless if you started by looking at the wrong set of risks. Okay, so we've established the what. We now have a much better idea of which risks we need to be thinking about. But that immediately raises the next logical question. How do we organize all this? How do we structure this universe in a way that's coherent, logical, and defensible? Well, that is the art and science of risk taxonomy design, and that's exactly what we're going to break down in our next session for Chapter 12. I'll see you there.
Welcome back to our director-level ICAAP and Operational Risk Master Program. Today, we're diving into a topic that, it looks simple on the surface, but is so often the first place where regulators find major problems: risk taxonomy design. This is literally the blueprint for your entire risk framework. So let's get right into it.
All right, so just to get our bearings, we are in Chapter 12. This is all part of our deep dive into the risk universe and materiality. Now, in the last chapter, we really defined the what, the risk universe itself. Today, we're focusing on the how we structure and classify that universe. And believe me, this is a crucial foundation for absolutely everything that follows.
So why does this matter so much? Well, take a look at this quote. It comes directly from supervisors, and it's a huge insight. They've found that banks don't typically fail their ICAAP because they've completely missed a risk. No, they fail because the risks they have identified are structured so badly that they become, meaningless. Your taxonomy is the very first signal you send to a regulator about how seriously you take this stuff, and frankly, how sophisticated your thinking really is. I want you to think of your risk taxonomy as the architectural blueprint of your bank's collective risk brain. It is not just a list. It's a powerful statement about how you see the world, how you connect cause and effect, and ultimately how you assign responsibility. It is the very first thing a supervisor will scrutinize to gauge the credibility of your entire ICAAP.
Okay, let's nail down a really crucial definition here. The risk universe, which we covered back in Chapter 11, answers the question, what risks do we face? The risk taxonomy answers, how do we organize, group, and govern those risks? They absolutely have to be aligned, but they are not the same thing. One is the total inventory of your stuff. The other is the library's cataloging system that makes sense of it all.
This slide really gets to the heart of how a supervisor sees things. Look, they are not just checking boxes. They're using your taxonomy to make a fundamental judgment on your conceptual grasp of risk. They're asking, do these people truly understand the drivers of their risks, or are they just copying and pasting regulatory labels? They can tell almost instantly whether your capital calculations are going to be defensible or if your governance is a mess just by looking at this structure. So if the structure is so critical, where do banks typically go wrong? Well, most failures, and I mean most of them, fall into one of two predictable and frankly easily spotted extremes. Let's take a look at these red flags.
On one side, you have over-aggregation. This is where you see things like operational risk just thrown into one giant meaningless bucket, or a massive other risks category that's just a black hole. This approach hides vulnerabilities and basically screams to a supervisor,
that you haven't done the hard work. Then, on the other side, you've got the exact opposite problem, overfragmentation. We're talking dozens of tiny micro-risk categories with no clear logic for how they all roll up. This just creates noise, it overwhelms your governance, and it makes it totally impossible to see what actually matters.
I really have to hammer this point home because it is arguably the single most common and most damaging error that we see in ICAAP submissions. Operational risk is not a monolith. You simply cannot treat it as one. If you collapse it into a single category, meaningful modeling, stress testing, and management become completely impossible.
So what does the defensible breakdown actually look like? Well, something like this. You have to distinguish between these different drivers because they all have different loss profiles, they behave completely differently under stress, and critically, you need different people with different skills to manage them. You can't manage cyber risk with the same tools you use for process risk. It just doesn't work. And a supervisor absolutely expects to see this level of granularity.
And here's another common failure point. So many ICAAPs either completely ignore strategic risk, or they just park it in some qualitative section with no real analysis. Let me tell you, regulators are getting really tired of this. They see silence or vagueness on strategic risk not as a sign that you don't have any, but as a sign that you are actively avoiding a difficult conversation about your business model's viability.
All right, enough about the problems. We've seen where things go wrong. Let's pivot to the solution. How do we build a taxonomy that avoids these pitfalls and can actually stand up to intense scrutiny? Well, it all comes down to 5 core principles of defensibility.
This slide here lays out the 5 principles that really act as a checklist for a defensible taxonomy. Let's just walk through them. First, mutual exclusivity. Do your risk categories materially overlap? If they do, that's a problem. Second, collective exhaustiveness. Have you covered all your material risks? Are there any gaps? Third, causal clarity. Are the underlying drivers of loss truly distinct? And then finally, the two that tie it all together, governance alignment and capital traceability. Can you clearly point to who owns each risk, and can you trace that risk all the way to its capital charge? If you fail on any one of these, you are inviting a very deep and very uncomfortable dive from your supervisor.
Now let's build on that 4th principle, governance alignment, because this is so important. A taxonomy is not some academic exercise you do in a back room. It has direct, real-world consequences for accountability inside your bank.
This is the crucial point right here. It's a simple but incredibly powerful truth. The way you define and categorize risk on paper directly determines who owns it in practice. You simply cannot separate the technical design of your taxonomy from the effectiveness of your governance model. One dictates the other.
And when those definitions are fuzzy or overlapping, well, this is the chaos that results. You get 2 executives arguing over who owns a risk, or even worse, both of them assuming the other person owns it so nobody does. Accountability becomes impossible to enforce. Escalation paths just break down. It is a direct line from a poorly drawn box on a taxonomy chart to a real governance failure. So I want you to just take a second and reflect on your own organization. If you showed your risk taxonomy to 2 different department heads, would they have the exact same understanding of who owns what, or would it create confusion and debate? The answer to that question tells you pretty much everything you need to know about the strength of your framework.
Okay, but what about change? There's a really delicate balance here. A taxonomy that is constantly in flux, changing every year, signals a lack of stable conceptual thinking. It just looks reactionary. But a taxonomy that hasn't changed in 5 years? That signals something just as dangerous, that you're not paying attention to new and emerging risks like cyber or climate risk. A strong taxonomy is stable, yes, but it has a documented, deliberate process for evolution. And remember, context always matters. While these principles are universal, different regulators have different hot buttons. For example, in India, the RBI is highly focused on a clear separation of fraud, conduct, and outsourcing risk, and they will absolutely challenge a taxonomy that looks like it was just copied from a global parent. Meanwhile, in Europe and the UK, The focus is often on consistency with stress testing and getting really specific granularity on things like model risk.
So, to bring this all together, I want you to think of it this way. Your risk taxonomy is not just one chapter in your ICAAP document. It is the foundation upon which the entire structure is built. And if that foundation is weak, the rest of the building will be unstable. It's that simple.
A clear and logical taxonomy is what makes all the next steps even possible. You simply cannot properly assess materiality, you can't quantify risk defensively, and you definitely can't design a coherent stress test if you don't have a solid, well-structured classification system to begin with. Everything flows from here. And that is exactly where we're headed next. We're going to take the principles we've learned today and apply them to the very first, and you could argue the most important structural split in any taxonomy. I will see you in Chapter 13 as we explore the great divide between financial and non-financial risks.
Welcome back. You know, in the entire world of ICA, there is one single conceptual error that I see trip up even the most seasoned teams. It seems incredibly simple, but getting it wrong is probably one of the fastest ways to lose all credibility with regulators and just completely undermine your entire capital plan. Today, we are going to fix that error for good. All right, before we really dive in, let's just quickly get our bearings. We are in Chapter 13 of our 100-chapter master program. This is a key part of Part 2, which is all about defining the risk universe and materiality. And let me be clear. What we're covering today, this critical distinction between financial and non-financial risks, is the absolute bedrock for everything that comes next. Get this right, and everything else makes sense.
So let's get straight to it. We're starting with a question that, seems pretty simple on the surface. But make no mistake about it. This is one of the clearest signals supervisors use to judge whether your bank truly, deeply understands how catastrophic losses actually happen. So, why is this so critical? Well, this isn't just about putting risks into the right buckets for a tidy report. No, getting this classification wrong has severe direct consequences. It leads you to undercapitalize key risks and, honestly, what's more dangerous? It means you completely miss the crucial failure triggers that actually bring banks to their knees. Okay, this slide right here, this exposes the common but deeply flawed thinking that's so prevalent. The mistake is to think, oh, financial risks cause financial loss and non-financial risks cause operational headaches. But the reality? Any risk that is material, by its very definition, is going to cause financial loss. The true distinction lies somewhere much, much deeper. So, what is the correct way to think about this? Let's break down the true conceptual divide that regulators don't just hope you understand, they expect you to embed within the very DNA of your ICAAP. And here it is, the light bulb moment. It is not about the outcome of the loss. It's all about the origin of the risk. So ask yourself this. Is the risk generated by the assets and liabilities you hold on your balance sheet or the market you operate in? If so, that's a financial risk. But is it generated by your decisions, your culture, your systems, your processes? That's a non-financial risk. It's all about the source. And once you grasp that distinction in origin, you can see how it leads to these profound differences. Financial risks, well, they often come with rich data, established models. You can almost see the shape of them. But non-financial risks, they are messy. They're driven by human behavior, they have spotty data at best, and they exhibit fat-tailed behavior, meaning those extreme once-in-a-lifetime events are way more likely than you think. This changes everything about how you measure and manage them. And look, this isn't just some academic theory we're talking about. This is a lesson written in the ashes of every major banking failure we've ever seen. This quote, "This is the lesson that supervisors never ever forget, and it sits right at the heart of modern ICAAP. The huge credit or market losses we see erupt in a crisis are almost never the true cause. They are the symptom, the effect of a much deeper non-financial breakdown that happened first." You see, the chain reaction is almost always the same. It starts with a trigger, a non-financial failure. Think poor governance, a massive control failure, a conduct scandal. That's the spark. Then you see the symptom, the fire, as financial losses start to mount with terrifying speed. And finally, you get the result, a total collapse in confidence that leads to systemic, widespread stress. Spark, fire, explosion.
Right, so understanding this history helps us decode the supervisory mindset. It explains exactly why they zoom in so heavily on this particular topic in every single SREP review. Now, regulators know there is an inherent institutional bias here. Financial risk feels professional, right? It's quantifiable, you can build elegant models. But non-financial risk, it feels messy. It's subjective, and frankly, it's uncomfortable because it often points to behavioral issues right at the senior level. Supervisors know banks tend to undervalue this, so they actively look to compensate for it through the Pillar 2 review. And this isn't just a local issue, this is a global consensus. From the Reserve Bank of India focusing on fraud and IT resilience, to the ECB and PRA in Europe directly linking conduct risk and governance failures to capital add-ons, regulators everywhere are zeroed in on the dangers of poorly managed non-financial risks.
And this brings us to what I call the supervisory mental model. This is how they think. You can see it right here. It's a sequence. It starts with a non-financial failure, which sparks a loss of confidence. That creates immediate liquidity stress. This then forces the bank to sell good assets at fire sale prices, which leads to forced financial losses. And that, ultimately, is what erodes your capital. If your ICAAP doesn't reflect this chain of events, its credibility with them is zero. So, with that supervisory mindset crystal clear, how do we translate all of this into a practical, defensible ICAAP document? One that's actually going to stand up to that intense scrutiny? Okay, this is absolutely crucial. You must apply different assessment philosophies. It's not one size fits all. For your financial risks, sure, lean on your models, seek that data-driven precision. But for non-financial risks, you need a completely different toolkit. We're talking scenarios, expert judgment overlays, and deliberately conservative capital buffers. Trying to force a non-financial risk into a standard financial model is a fundamental ICAAP error. And this is exactly why operational risk is so central to Pillar 2, and really to this entire course. It's the critical link. It's the bridge. It originates from those messy, non-financial process failures, but it produces hard, quantifiable financial impacts on the balance sheet. It connects these two worlds. You know, a really strong ICAAP doesn't try to hide the uncertainty in non-financial risk. It embraces it. It explicitly calls out the difference between the categories, it uses different techniques, and it accepts the need for greater conservatism. A mature ICAAP document actually explains why the precision for these risks is lower, and therefore why the capital held against them must be higher. This kind of asymmetry isn't penalized by regulators. It's expected. So, if you take only one thing away from this chapter, let it be this. Understanding and clearly articulating this divide isn't just about better risk management. It's about defending your capital plan. Ignoring this is, without a doubt, one of the fastest and most certain ways to get hit with a significant supervisory capital add-on. So, now that we've established this critical foundation, we're ready to build on it. We can now tackle the next, even trickier challenge. How in the world do we identify, assess, and capitalize the risks that haven't even happened yet? That is exactly what we'll cover in Chapter 14, Emerging and Intangible Risks.
Welcome back to our regulator-grade master program on ICAAP and operational risk modeling. Remember, this is a cumulative learning path. Each chapter builds on the last, giving you the skills to design, own, defend, and approve a top-tier ICAAP from end to end. We're currently deep in Part 2, which is all about defining the risk universe and materiality.
All right, let's jump into Chapter 14, Emerging and Intangible Risks. Now, I really want you to lean in for this one, because frankly,
This is the area where ICAAP submissions get the most heat from regulators. It's where the most weaknesses are found, and it's all about a really tough question. How do you capitalize risks that haven't even fully happened yet? So here's our game plan for today. We're going to break this down into 5 logical parts. First, we'll talk about why this is such an uncomfortable topic for banks. Then, we're going to put on our supervisor's hat to see it from their point of view. After that, we'll get specific about the risks they're zeroing in on. Then, we'll build a very practical playbook you can actually use. And finally, we'll connect the dots to the very real capital consequences if you get this wrong.
So, let's start by just acknowledging the elephant in the room. Why does this topic make so many skilled risk professionals so uncomfortable? Well, it's because it pushes us out of our comfort zone of hard data and clean models and throws us right into the deep end of ambiguity and judgment.
This quote just nails it, doesn't it? Our entire ICAAP machinery, all the models, all the data, it's all built on looking in the rearview mirror. But emerging risks, they shatter that mirror. They force us to look forward into a fog of uncertainty. And for a culture that's built on data-driven decisions, that is a fundamentally uncomfortable place to be. And this slide really breaks down the why into 4 key reasons these risks are so often swept under the rug in ICAAPs, and why regulators penalize that so heavily. First, there's just no data to model. Second, it's not always clear how the risk will actually cause a financial loss. Third, these things change way faster than our committee structures can keep up with. And finally, let's be honest, they often challenge the positive story that senior management wants to tell.
Okay, so to build a truly defensible ICAPA, you have to stop thinking like a banker for a moment. You have to learn to think like a regulator. So let's shift gears and look at this entire problem through their eyes.
Now, this is a crucial definition. A risk can be emerging, even if it's been around for decades. Take climate risk. It's not new. What's new, what's emerging, is its growing relevance and its potential to absolutely hammer your capital. It's that changing impact profile that makes it an emerging risk for a supervisor.
And then you have the intangibles. You can think of them as the ghosts in the machine. A strategic blunder, a toxic sales culture, a ruined reputation. Now, supervisors are realistic. They know you can't measure these with the same precision as a credit model. But what they will absolutely not tolerate is silence. They will not accept you just pretending these risks don't exist in your ICAAP.
This slide gets right to the heart of the regulatory mindset. You see, Pillar 1 risks are the known knowns. The real danger, the thing that keeps supervisors up at night, is the risk that was ignored because it was too hard to measure. They are paid to remember financial history, and history teaches us that big crises almost always start with an unacknowledged emerging risk, not a miscalculated known one.
This is a translation you absolutely have to understand. It's a trap so many banks fall into. When your ICAAP says a risk is too uncertain to assess, what the supervisor hears is the bank is too uncomfortable to confront this problem. From where they sit, uncertainty is a reason for more conservatism, for more governance, not a hall pass to avoid the issue.
Okay, so we've got the regulator's mindset down. Now let's get practical. Where does this theory meet the reality of your day-to-day work? Let's look at the specific risks that they are scrutinizing with a microscope right now.
The journey of climate risk is the perfect case study. I mean, think about it. Just a few years back, this was a footnote in the Corporate Social Responsibility Report, a reputational thing. Now, it's seen as a direct, strategic threat to entire business models, and it's a driver of credit risk, operational risk, you name it. Your ICAAP has to show that your thinking has evolved right along with it. Think of this list as a starting point. Your supervisor expects to see your bank's specific, tailored thinking on every single one of these. Let me be clear. A generic, copy-pasted paragraph on cyber risk is a huge red flag. They want to know how your strategy and your vulnerabilities are affected by these big global shifts.
And it's important to remember that while the principles are global, the flavor is definitely local.
As you can see here, in India, the regulator is intensely focused on risks coming from rapid digitization and vendor risk. Over in the EU and UK, they're really hammering on the quality of forward-looking scenarios. You have to know your audience and tailor your ICAAP to their specific hot-button issues.
Okay, enough about the problem. We've defined it clearly. Now, let's build the solution. How do we take all this understanding and turn it into a practical, defensible playbook for your ICAAP? Let's walk through the exact do's and don'ts. If you remember just one sentence from this entire chapter, please let it be this one. This is the absolute golden rule of the game. Supervisors do not expect you to have a 99.9% VaR model for geopolitical risk. What they do expect, what they demand, is that you acknowledge it, assess it thoughtfully, and explain how you're managing it. So what does that acknowledgement look like in a real ICAAP document? Well, it looks like these things. It's having a dedicated narrative section that discusses the risk. It's showing how that risk impacts your stress test scenarios. Maybe it's setting aside a conservative capital buffer or overlay. It's all about making the risk visible and showing that it's part of your capital adequacy thinking. And on the flip side, these are the big red flags. These are the common failures that scream avoidance to a supervisor. Acknowledging a risk only to dismiss it 2 sentences later. Claiming it's immaterial without any proof. Using generic language you pulled from a regulatory paper. Failing to link it to your capital plan. This doesn't look like professional judgment. It looks like you're hiding. And that is a critical mistake.
Because these risks are so hard to model in the traditional sense, something else has to become your primary control. And that thing is governance. The strength of your board's awareness, your process for regular review, your triggers for escalation. That governance framework is what a supervisor will examine as proof that you're taking the risk seriously.
All right, let's bring this all home and talk about the ultimate so what. What are the actual tangible consequences of getting this wrong? I want to show you exactly how a weakness in your qualitative assessment flows directly into a painful quantitative hit to your bank's capital. It's a predictable and unavoidable chain reaction. Look, it goes like this. Step 1. You dismiss an emerging risk in your ICAAP. Step 2. The supervisor flags this as a weak governance finding during their SREP review. Step 3. This makes them nervous and question your overall risk management, so they apply a layer of supervisory conservatism. And the end result? Step 4. A Pillar 2 capital add-on. It's that simple. They will use their capital requirements to compensate for your uncertainty.
And this is the key takeaway for this whole section. A supervisor probably won't write, "We are adding $50 million to your capital requirement because your climate risk section was weak." It's more subtle than that. But make no mistake, that qualitative weakness in your ICAAP narrative will have a very real, very quantitative impact on your final capital number. It's a direct input into their overall judgment.
So, to wrap up Chapter 14, what have we learned? We've seen that tackling emerging and intangible risks isn't really about building some magic new model. It's about demonstrating robust governance, thoughtful assessment, and a forward-looking perspective that gives your supervisor confidence that you can manage through uncertainty.
This really sets us up perfectly for our next chapter. Acknowledging these risks is step 1, but that assumes we've actually found them all in the first place. So how do we do that? In Chapter 15, we're going to build a practical framework for risk identification techniques, the tools you need to systematically scan the horizon and make sure nothing critical gets missed. I'll see you there.
Welcome back to our 100-chapter deep dive into ICAAP and operational risk. We are squarely in Part 2, which is all about the risk universe and materiality. And today, we're tackling Chapter 15, a really crucial one, risk identification techniques.
So this chapter is absolutely foundational. We're going to get into the nuts and bolts of how banks actually discover the risks they're facing
And as you'll see, this is one of the most critical, most scrutinized parts of the entire ICAAP framework. This isn't just about ticking boxes and making a list. It's about building a process that you can actually defend.
And this quote, it just hits the nail on the head. We have to start with this core truth. Think about it for a second. Your models can't identify risks for you. Your fancy frameworks can't either. It's the structured thinking, it's the institutional memory, and it's those honest, sometimes difficult, conversations between people that unearth what can truly go wrong. It is the most human, and because of that, it's also the most fragile link in the entire chain. This right here is the central question for our entire session today. Everything we're about to discuss, every single technique, every red flag, it's all framed around helping you answer this one question for your regulator. It's not about what looks good on paper. It's about what stands up to serious scrutiny and proves you have a robust, living process.
Okay, so to answer that question well, we first need to get inside the supervisor's head, right? Let's try to understand their perspective before we even get into the specific techniques. This is what they're really testing. They're not just looking at your final list of risks. What they're assessing is your process, your foresight, your organization's capability to systematically find threats before they materialize. It's a test of the quality of your process, not just the labels you put on your methodologies.
A really common weakness we see is trying to run risk identification from some kind of ivory tower. If it's owned only by the central risk function or by outside consultants, the whole thing becomes abstract and you miss the real-world insights. Supervisors they demand a distributed, bottom-up process. The people who are closest to the risks, the ones in the business lines, in tech, in operations, they're the ones with the most valuable perspective. Central coordination is vital, for sure, but central discovery is a major red flag.
So, with that supervisory perspective in mind, let's walk through the 7 core techniques you can use. And I want you to think of each one not just as a task you have to do, but as a piece of evidence you're building, evidence to demonstrate the credibility of your process to the regulator.
The most powerful and regulator-favored technique is also the most logical one. Start with your business. A weak approach, which you see on the left, begins with a generic list of risk categories. But the strong approach, that starts by asking fundamental questions. How do we actually make money? What has to hold true for a strategy to actually work? This method connects risks directly to economic reality and helps you uncover really critical things like concentration risk or strategy execution risk that a simple taxonomy will almost always miss.
Your own history is an invaluable teacher, right? Supervisors fully expect you to analyze your own internal losses, your near misses, and your audit findings. The crucial bit here is to ask not just what failed, but why it failed. And even more importantly, could this happen again, but on a much, much larger scale? Relying only on historical data is a mistake, of course, but ignoring it completely, well, that's seen as organizational amnesia.
Of course, many of the most material risks are the ones that have never happened before. And to surface these, you've got to move beyond history and start asking some uncomfortable, forward-looking questions. This is exactly where structured, cross-functional scenario workshops come in. What would seriously threaten our survival? What assumptions are we making that could fail all at once?
And here's where the focus really shifts to governance. An unstructured brainstorming session carries almost zero weight with a regulator. What they value, what they're looking for, is evidence of a rigorous process. They want to see detailed minutes, they want to see senior management ownership, and they want proof of genuine debate and challenge. They want to know you didn't just walk into the room with a pre-cooked outcome.
These next 3 techniques are all about making sure your view isn't purely internal. You absolutely must look at peer bank failures and ask the tough question, could that happen here? You have to treat repeated audit findings not as isolated little issues, but as potential signals of a deeper structural weakness. And in today's world, it's non-negotiable. You have to map your critical technology and vendor dependencies to really understand the risk of cascading failures. And finally, never, ever underestimate the value of senior leadership's intuition, that pattern recognition and crisis memory that's built up over decades. It's vital. But, and this is a big but, supervisors have a non-negotiable rule here. If that judgment isn't documented, if it isn't challenged, and if it isn't made explicit, it is treated as if it doesn't exist. Unrecorded intuition simply does not count in an ICAAP submission.
Okay, so knowing the right techniques is half the battle. Now let's focus on the common mistakes, the anti-patterns that can completely undermine the credibility of all your hard work.
Every single one of these is a major red flag for a supervisor. Copying a risk list from a policy document, identifying risks only after you've already run the models, showing no evidence that the list was ever challenged or updated, all of these things signal a superficial check-the-box exercise rather than a living, breathing risk management process.
This slide really gets to the heart of the supervisory mindset. They are not impressed by fancy labels. Calling your process advanced expert elicitation means absolutely nothing without the evidence to back it up. They want to see who was in the room, they want to know what was debated, they want to know what actually changed as a result of the discussion. A transparent audit trail is infinitely more valuable than a sophisticated-sounding label.
Remember, risk identification is not a one-time annual event. The world changes, your business changes, and so your risks change. A supervisor expects to see a dynamic process, one that gets formally reassessed, sure, but is also triggered by major events and allows for ongoing escalation as conditions on the ground evolve. A static risk universe? That just signals organizational inertia.
So we've covered the techniques and the red flags. Now let's connect it all to the bottom line, understanding how this entire process directly translates into your final capital adequacy.
It really comes down to this simple, powerful logic that regulators apply. If they perceive your identification process as weak, it creates uncertainty in their minds about what you might be missing, and that uncertainty will almost always lead them to apply a higher degree of conservatism, which results in higher capital requirements or overlays. It's as simple as that.
Conversely, the payoff for getting this right is immense. Investing in a robust, well-documented, and defensible identification process leads directly to tangible benefits. You'll face fewer capital add-ons, you'll experience smoother SREP reviews, and maybe most importantly, you will build that invaluable currency of supervisory trust over the long term. This brings us to the logical next step in our ICAAP up journey. We've used all these techniques to create a comprehensive inventory of potential risks. But of course, not all risks are created equal. The very next challenge is to systematically figure out which ones are truly material enough to hold capital against.
And that is exactly where we're headed next. Join us for the next chapter as we dive deep into materiality scoring frameworks, where we'll explore how to build a structured, defensible system for deciding what truly matters for your capital plan. Thanks for joining me. All right. Welcome back to our master program on ICAAP and operational risk. Just as a reminder, this is our full regulator-grade 100-chapter program. Each chapter builds on the last, giving you everything you need to design, own, defend, and even approve an ICAAP from start to finish.
So right now, we're deep in part 2, which is all about the risk universe and materiality. And today, in Chapter 16, we are hitting a really critical topic, materiality scoring frameworks. This is where the rubber meets the road. It's about how you decide which risks actually matter enough to hold capital against. Okay, let's dive right in.
So for today, here's what we've got on the agenda. We're going to start with what I call the accountability gap, why this whole materiality thing is so important in the first place. Then we'll look at it from a supervisor's point of view. We'll cover the common mistakes people make, and then, of course, how to build a framework that actually holds up to scrutiny. We'll also talk about the board's role in all of this, and then wrap up with the key takeaways. Okay, first up, the accountability gap. This is really about where ICAAP gets real. It's where all the theory of risk management smacks right into the hard reality of capital.
You know, supervisors see this all the time. Banks are great at making long lists of risks, but the moment you ask them, okay, which of these are material, suddenly everyone gets a little hesitant. And that hesitation, that's the whole problem right there. Because saying a risk is material isn't just ticking a box. It has real, immediate consequences for your capital, for your governance, and even for your reputation. And that brings us to a really key distinction. Materiality is the bridge that takes you from just being aware of a risk to being fully accountable for it. It's that exact moment when you say, yep, this one is big enough. We need to hold capital against it. We need to manage it like crazy. So the million-dollar question becomes, how do we define big enough?
So to answer that question, we need to get inside the head of a supervisor. Let's look at what material really means from their perspective. And spoiler alert, it's probably not what your internal models are telling you.
So let me ask you a question. Is a risk material only if it's already happened? You know, if it's caused a loss in the past, or if you can plug it neatly into a spreadsheet. A lot of frameworks are built exactly on that assumption. But honestly, that's a really dangerous trap to fall into.
In this slide really lays out the two different worlds. On the one hand, you have the common misconception. It's only material if we have loss data, if we can quantify it, if it's likely to happen. That's looking in the rearview mirror. But the supervisor's reality, totally different. For them, a risk is material if it threatens the viability of the bank. End of story. It can be qualitative, and here's the kicker, severity. How bad it could be always trumps likelihood.
And because regulators have this forward-looking mindset, they've gotten really good at spotting weak frameworks from a mile away. Let's talk about the anti-patterns, the things they see that instantly set off alarm bells.
I'm talking about things like this. Everything is rated medium. Or even better, nothing is rated high. Or maybe the whole thing is just a big, complicated scoring formula with no real judgment. Even worse, it looks like you've conveniently left some risks out just to make your capital numbers look good. Any of these are massive red flags. It tells the regulator that your process is just for show, and it completely torpedoes the credibility of your entire ICAAP.
These problems really boil down to three root causes. The first is false precision, hiding behind a complex spreadsheet to avoid making a tough call. The second is backward-looking bias, being obsessed with what's happened in the past instead of what could happen. And the third, let's be honest, is capital avoidance. That's the quiet little voice in the back of your head that doesn't want to declare a risk material because, well, that would mean holding more capital.
So how do we fix this? How do we build a framework that's actually defensible? Well, the key is to stop thinking about formulas and start thinking about judgment, structured across two simple core dimensions.
A really robust framework evaluates risks along two independent lines, impact and plausibility. Now notice what I didn't say. I didn't say likelihood or probability. Starting there is one of the biggest mistakes you can make.
So first up is impact or severity. This is pretty straightforward. It just answers the question, if this thing actually happens, how bad is the damage? And we're not just talking about the dollar amount, we're talking about how fast it hits, the domino effect it creates, and the pressure it puts on both our capital and our liquidity.
The second dimension is plausibility, or you could call it credibility. This is a bit more nuanced than just probability. It asks a different question. Is this scenario believable? Even if it's never happened before, could it? What would have to go wrong for this to become a reality? And how would our controls really hold up under that kind of extreme pressure?
And this brings us right back to that supervisor's mindset. In ICAAP, a risk with an absolutely extreme impact and a super low probability can, and often should, still be material. Why? Because severity dominates. Think about a massive cyber attack that takes down the whole bank, or a huge conduct scandal. You can't just wave it away because it's unlikely. The potential damage is so catastrophic that it has to be considered material. All right, last piece of the puzzle.
You can have the best framework in the world, but if it's just some technical document buried in the risk department, it's totally useless. For this to work, you need real ownership from the very top. The board's role here is absolutely critical. A regulator expects the board to do more than just rubber stamp this. They need to understand which risks are being called material, and more importantly, they need to challenge the ones that aren't. They have to accept the capital hit that comes with it, and they have to be ready to sit across the table from a regulator and defend those decisions. This isn't a footnote, it's a core governance decision.
Okay, let's pull all this together into some key takeaways. This is your checklist for building a framework that's actually credible.
First, you've got to combine the numbers with real human judgment. Second, always prioritize severity over how often something might happen. Third, and this is a big one, you need to be able to explain it without pulling out a giant spreadsheet. Fourth, make sure senior management truly owns it. And finally, ensure the board doesn't just see it, they need to understand it and accept it. Get these 5 things right, and you'll build trust, not suspicion. And really, it all comes down to this simple quote: if materiality decisions cannot be defended verbally, they are not robust. That's the ultimate test, isn't it? Can your CEO and your board chair explain their decisions in plain English to a regulator? If they can't, your framework just isn't strong enough.
Getting this philosophy right, putting judgment before formulas, is the perfect setup for our next chapter. Now that we know how to think about materiality, we're ready to talk about the tools. So next up, in Chapter 17, we're going to dig into quantitative versus qualitative thresholds, basically where the numbers stop and the real judgment has to begin.
Welcome back to our deep dive into ICAAP and operational risk modeling. Just as a quick reminder, you're in our cumulative 100-chapter master program. Right now, we're navigating Part 2, which is all about the risk universe and materiality. Today, we hit Chapter 17, and it's a big one: quantitative versus qualitative thresholds. This is really about where the numbers have to stop and where smart human judgment has to take over. You know, getting this balance wrong is probably one of the fastest ways to lose credibility with any regulator. So let's get right into it.
I want to start with this quote because it just cuts right to the heart of the issue. Thresholds are meant to support judgment. In many ICAAPs, they are used to replace it. This single sentence, folks, perfectly sums up what we call the threshold trap, and it's a pitfall that regulators are literally trained to spot from a mile away.
So what is this threshold trap exactly? Well, look, the idea behind a threshold seems simple enough, right? It's supposed to bring some discipline, some consistency to how we decide which risks are material enough to hold capital against. But what supervisors see time and time again is that these thresholds get turned into these blunt mechanical instruments. They're used to automatically kick complex or frankly inconvenient risks out of the capital assessment. A simple tool, yes, but one that causes so much trouble.
Now, it is absolutely critical that we're all on the same page about what a threshold is from a supervisory point of view. It is not a hard and fast rule. Think of it more like a reference point, a signal. It's like a yellow light, not a red one. It's designed to make you pause, to think, and to inform your judgment. The second a bank starts treating it like a mechanical on-off switch, they've completely misunderstood its entire purpose within ICAAP.
So where does it all go wrong in the real world? Well, this slide basically lists the greatest hits of threshold failures. You see thresholds that are calibrated so tightly that, surprise, surprise, no risk ever actually breaches them, or they're based on average, business-as-usual conditions, not the severe stress scenarios ICAAP is supposed to be all about. And another classic, using the exact same logic for credit risk as you do for, say, reputational risk. Every single one of these is a massive red flag that screams capital optimization, not genuine risk discipline.
Okay, let's shift gears for a minute. I want you to put on your regulator hat. Let's look at this whole process through their eyes. These folks have reviewed thousands of ICAAPs. They've seen all the tricks, they know the patterns, and they are actively hunting for the specific red flags that tell them a framework is weak or worse, defensive. If you can understand their mindset, you're halfway to building something truly credible.
This is the question. This is the one you have to be ready for. Why is this threshold appropriate for this specific risk? And let me tell you, if your answer is just, well, because that's what our policy says, you have immediately lost the argument. You've lost all credibility. The justification has to be tailored to the risk, not just a cut and paste from a generic policy document.
And of all the feedback and criticism a bank can get on this one is by far the most common. A bank using thresholds that are based on average losses, on normal operating conditions, to make decisions about how much capital they need in a severe crisis. There's a total logical breakdown here. ICAAP is a stress test of your capital plan, so your thresholds have to reflect that stress. It's that simple.
This kind of disconnect often leads to a practice that supervisors have a very specific and not very flattering name for. They call it threshold engineering. And trust me, the moment a regulator even gets a whiff that this might be happening, your entire ICAAP submission is suddenly viewed with a whole lot more skepticism. They're going to start digging and digging deep.
So, what are they actually looking for? This slide is pretty much the supervisor's internal checklist. They're looking for thresholds that just so happen to get tweaked every year to keep certain risks from ever becoming material. They're looking for justifications that were clearly bolted on after the fact. Oh, and complex formulas that seem designed to confuse everyone rather than provide clarity. And my personal favorite, risks that consistently, magically fall just below the line. It's too convenient. And crucially, they look for a lack of internal debate. If nobody in your organization has ever questioned or challenged a threshold, it's not a credible process.
This brings us to a really fundamental concept: the difference between numbers and narratives. A mature, sophisticated ICAAP understands that not all risks can be neatly squeezed into a single number. And this is especially true when you think about the asymmetry between your financial risks and your non-financial risks.
And this right here, this is one of the most dangerous assumptions in all of risk management. The idea that if a risk is qualitative, it must somehow be immaterial. Regulators reject this completely. We have to remember, some of the biggest bank failures in history were caused by purely qualitative issues. Things like terrible corporate conduct, massive reputational damage, or just plain flawed governance.
So what does a good ICAAP do? It shows a smart asymmetry in its approach. For your classic financial risks, credit risk, market risk, it makes sense for quantitative thresholds to be in the driver's seat, with some qualitative judgment as an overlay. But for non-financial risks like operational, strategic, or conduct risk, that logic completely flips. Here, your qualitative thresholds, your narratives, have to dominate, maybe supported by some very conservative quantitative anchors. If you try to apply one uniform logic across everything, you've got a major structural weakness.
Okay, we've spent a lot of time talking about the problems and the pitfalls, so let's pivot. Let's focus on the solution. How do we actually build a threshold framework that is credible, that's robust, and that can stand up confidently to a tough supervisory challenge?
First off, it's really important to get that this is a global expectation. This isn't just one regulator's pet project. Whether you're talking to the RBI in India, who are focused on avoiding that mechanical exclusion, or you're dealing with regulators in Europe and the UK who demand explicit governance and sensitivity testing, the core message is exactly the same. Human judgment must always win out over the mechanical application of a number.
These 5 steps right here. This is your foundation for a credible framework. It absolutely has to be based on stress scenarios. It needs to combine different types of triggers, and it has to be tailored to the specific risk you're looking at. Now, point 4 is so important. Escalation needs to be proactive. It should happen as risks get close to a threshold, not just after they've already crossed it. And my personal asset test is number 5. If you can't stand up and explain your framework clearly without opening a massive, complicated spreadsheet, it's too complex. It's not defensible. And let me be clear, none of this works without really strong governance. This cannot be some technical exercise that you delegate to a junior team in a back room somewhere. Supervisors expect and need to see that senior management truly owns these thresholds. They need to know the board understands the underlying logic and that there's a formal, documented process for reviewing and recalibrating everything. Governance isn't just a nice-to-have, it's the bedrock of trust.
So, let's pull all of this together for our final takeaway. Being successful here isn't about finding some perfect number or a magic formula. It's about a fundamental shift in mindset. It's about moving away from a compliance-focused, box-ticking exercise and toward an act of genuine, thoughtful risk diligence.
Look, if you only remember one slide from this entire chapter, make it this one. These are the key principles. Thresholds are aids. They're not the final decision makers. Quantitative thresholds have to be stress-based. Qualitative judgment is absolutely non-negotiable for non-financial risks. And this is a big one. Just because a risk isn't breaching its threshold doesn't mean it's immaterial. You have to look at the whole picture, not just one number on a dashboard.
So I'm going to leave you with this one provocative question. I want you to take this back to your own organization. Take a fresh look at your ICAAP framework and ask yourself honestly, are your thresholds a genuine tool that you use to improve risk diligence, or have they slowly become a shield to justify capital optimization? The answer to that question will tell you everything you need to know about the credibility of your ICAAP.
This whole discussion about the limits of quantitative tools and numbers provides the perfect bridge to our next session. In Chapter 18, we're going to go even deeper into the role of management judgment, and we'll explore exactly why ICAAP can never and should never be a fully automated process. Thank you so much for your attention today, and I really look forward to seeing you in the next chapter.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to our deep dive into ICAAP and operational risk. We're continuing our journey through this comprehensive regulator-grade training program, breaking down these really complex topics into clear, actionable steps. Today, we are getting into a subject that's so often misunderstood, but is, without a doubt, absolutely critical for a defensible ICAAP. So let's get right into it. So, just to quickly remind everyone where we are on the map, we're currently deep in Part 2, which is all about the risk universe and materiality. We've laid the groundwork on risk identification and taxonomy. Now we're moving on to something that really underpins that entire process, the role of management judgment. So, let's dive into Chapter 18, and we're tackling a big one here, a question I see firms wrestling with all the time. Can ICAAP ever be fully automated? Well, as you're about to see, the answer is a very, very firm no. And there are some really powerful reasons why. I want to start with this statement because it just perfectly sets the stage. It might sound a little provocative, but trust me, this is exactly how seasoned regulators think. It's not just some clever turn of phrase. It tells you that judgment is always there. The only question is it out in the open, documented and defensible, or is it hidden and, well, a huge liability? This brings us to what I like to call the automation myth. It's this siren song in the industry, this idea that we can build a perfect model-driven ICAAP and engineer away all subjectivity. But, that really misses the entire point of a Pillar 2 assessment. Pillar 2 is about the bank's own thoughtful evaluation of its risks, going way beyond what any standardized Pillar 1 model can tell you. And this slide right here, this just nails the disconnect. Inside many banks, judgment is seen as a weakness, right? It's a liability we need to minimize or even hide. But supervisors, they see it from the complete opposite perspective. For them, well-applied, well-documented judgment is a core control. It's a sign of a mature, thinking risk function. A framework that claims to have no judgment isn't objective to a regulator. It's a framework built on a foundation of what they call false certainty. Which, of course, leads us to the critical question, how do we draw the line? What's the real difference between defensible, sound judgment and just plain dangerous bias?
It's a subtle line for sure, but getting it wrong can have massive consequences for your capital and your relationship with regulators. So, what's the secret? How do you tell them apart? It all comes down to the process. Think of it this way. Defensible judgment is like a well-lit room. It's explicit, it's documented, it's been challenged from every angle. Bias, on the other hand, is like a dark, dusty corner. It's implicit, it's opaque, and no one's really challenged it. And let me tell you, regulators have a sixth sense for finding those dark corners.
The bottom line here is really simple. Judgment is an inseparable part of ICAAP. You cannot avoid it. Trying to remove it is like trying to build a house without any nails or screws. It's not just some optional extra. It's the essential component that gives the entire structure its integrity and strength.
So where does this judgment actually show up? Well, whether you admit it or not, it's everywhere. Think about it. How do you define your risk universe in the first place? That's a judgment call. How do you assess materiality? Judgment. Selecting a modeling approach. Calibrating stress severity. Setting capital buffers. Every single one of these critical steps relies on human expertise and a defensible judgment call. Okay, so that's the theory. We've established why judgment is so important. Now let's make it real. Let's look at a couple of practical examples where models, for all their sophistication, just can't do the job on their own. Operational risk and scenario design. Operational risk is the classic case study. Why? Because your internal loss data is almost always sparse. It's incomplete, it's biased towards your past control environment, and it is totally unrepresentative of the future extreme black swan events you actually need to hold capital for. A model can crunch the numbers you give it, sure, but only expert judgment can look at the output, apply conservative overlays, and ask the most important question. What is this data not telling us? Then you have scenario analysis. This is where judgment really takes center stage. You can think of it like a fire drill for your bank. The regulator isn't asking, what's the probability of a fire starting tomorrow? They're asking, have you thought about all the different ways a fire could start? And do you have a credible plan to deal with it? It is fundamentally a test of your risk imagination, not just your statistical prowess. Okay, so by now I hope you're convinced. Judgments is essential. But here's the million-dollar question. How do you actually demonstrate and defend it in a way that will satisfy your supervisors? That's what we're going to cover next, with a really practical 4-step framework. Here it is, a simple 4-step playbook to make your judgment documentation regulator-proof. Number 1, explain the necessity. Why did you even need to use judgment here? Was it a model weakness, a gap in your data? Spell it out. 2, show your alternatives. What other paths did you consider? And just as important, why did you reject them? 3, record the challenge. This one is absolutely non-negotiable. You have to document the debate, the pushback from independent functions like risk or model validation. And finally, number 4, demonstrate conservatism. Show how, when faced with uncertainty, you leaned towards a prudent, conservative decision. If you only take one single thing away from this chapter, let it be this simple rule. Judgment without rigorous, independent challenge is, from a supervisor's point of view, just bias. That's it. The challenge process is the alchemy that turns a subjective opinion into a defensible corporate position. And this chart just says it all, doesn't it? If you walk into a regulatory meeting and your argument is, the model says this is sufficient, your credibility is going to be about a 2 out of 10. But if you walk in and say, our model provides a baseline, but because of these specific uncertainties we've identified, we've added a conservative buffer, now you're speaking their language, you're showing proactive risk management, and your credibility shoots up to a 9. And a quick word of warning here, an anti-pattern to avoid. Please, do not hide behind policy or vague phrases like industry practice. I once saw a bank get challenged on an assumption, and their response was, well, we did it that way because it's industry practice. The regulator's reply was immediate and sharp. I don't regulate the industry, I regulate your bank. Justify it for your specific risks. The lesson is clear. You have to own your judgments.
Ultimately, you need to understand that the way your firm uses and defends judgment sends a powerful signal about your underlying risk culture. A consistent pattern of conservative judgment, that signals a risk-aware culture. Is it always defensive and opaque? That looks like a compliance-driven, check-the-box culture. And if it's consistently optimistic, that might signal a culture that's biased towards growth, maybe at the expense of prudence. And believe me, supervisors are experts at reading these signals.
So let's bring this all home. What's the final takeaway? It's this. Don't be afraid to use judgment. Be afraid of using it and not being able to defend it with a rigorous process and a clear audit trail. Because at the end of the day, supervisors don't penalize documented judgment. They penalize undocumented judgment. So we've covered the why and the how of management judgment, but what happens when these decisions and justifications make their way up to the very highest level, to the board? In our next chapter, we're going to put everything we've just discussed into practice by looking at board-level challenge on materiality. It's where the rubber really meets the road. You won't want to miss it.
Welcome, everyone, to our ongoing master program. Today, we're taking a step back from the heavy-duty models and walking right into the boardroom. We're going to tackle a really crucial question. What is it that makes an ICAAP truly defensible in the eyes of a regulator? And the answer might surprise you. It has a lot less to do with the mouth and a whole lot more to do with the mindset of your board. Just a quick reminder of where we are. This is a massive 100-chapter master program. We worked our way through Part 1 on regulatory foundations, and now we are deep into Part 2, which is all about the risk universe and materiality. Today's session, Chapter 19, is laser-focused on board engagement. Honestly, this is so often the make or break factor in any regulatory review, so let's jump right in. So here's what we're going to cover. We'll start by trying to get inside the mind of a supervisor. What are they really looking for? Then we'll break down the difference between just reviewing something versus a genuine challenge. We'll even give you a playbook for how the board should be challenging this stuff. And of course, how to create the evidence to prove it. And finally, we'll connect all those dots right back to the bottom line, your bank's capital. Okay, so what's the very first thing a supervisor looks for when they pick up your ICAAP? It's not your models, it's your board. Their core assumption is actually pretty simple. If the board is genuinely engaged, if they are really challenging the ICAAP, then it's probably credible. But if they're not, well, then even the most sophisticated, brilliant models in the world are not going to save it. This is literally the first and most important hurdle you have to clear. This quote just nails it. It gets right to the heart of what the board's role is supposed to be. It is not about getting lost in the weeds of risk analysis. It's about acting as the guardians of the institution's survivability. That means asking the tough, strategic questions that ensure the bank is going to be around for the long haul. It's a really crucial shift in mindset. Look, supervisors are crystal clear on what they don't want from a board. They are not looking for a room full of data scientists. In fact, a board that gets bogged down in all this technical minutia is a huge red flag. It signals that they are completely missing the forest for the trees. So what do they expect? Well, they want a board that challenges the big picture. Are we being truly honest about our biggest vulnerabilities? Are we actually pushing back on the decision to exclude certain risks? Are our stress tests genuinely stressful, or are they just, manageable? The board's role is to challenge, not to just passively accept. And this brings us to a really critical distinction that supervisors take very, very seriously. And that is the difference between simply reviewing an ICAAP and truly challenging it. It might sound subtle, but it's a huge difference. And frankly, it's where a lot of boards fall short. This table really lays out the behavioral differences perfectly. A passive review, that's usually slide-driven, very focused on just ticking the compliance box. But a genuine challenge is inquisitive. It's focused on the assumptions, and it asks a much, much more powerful question. Under what circumstances would this capital actually be inadequate?
Okay, so how can your board effectively challenge the ICAAP? Well, it all comes down to asking the right questions. Let's go through the exact types of questions that supervisors see as solid evidence of a robust and truly engaged board. This one is critical. Questions about what's been left out of the ICAAP. A board that doesn't challenge the list of so-called immaterial risks is sending a very clear signal of weak oversight. Supervisors want to see a healthy debate about what's not on the table, just as much as what is. I love this question. Asking about assumptions shows a deep strategic understanding of where the ICAAP's weaknesses might be. It shows the board is thinking critically about second-order effects and not just taking management's assurances at face value. It's really about proactively identifying the pressure points in your entire analysis. This is the gut check question, right? The bottom line is this. A stress test that doesn't make the board at least a little bit uncomfortable is probably not going to satisfy a supervisor. The real question is, are you designing a test that you already know you can pass, or one that genuinely probes the absolute limits of your institution's resilience? So asking the right questions is fantastic, but it's only half the battle. You have to be able to prove that the challenge actually happened. And this is where your documentation, specifically the board minutes, becomes absolutely critical. From a supervisor's point of view, if it's not in the minutes, it never happened. Period. This quote is a direct warning shot from supervisors. Vague minutes that just say something like, the ICAAP was discussed and approved, well, that's seen as clear evidence of a passive rubber stamping process. And that's a huge failure in governance. Your board minutes need to tell a story, the story of a rigorous, challenging debate. They need to be the silent witness that captures the specific questions that were asked, the concerns that were raised, and the real substance of the discussion, not just the final decision. This also includes any follow-up actions that were agreed upon. And it's really important to remember, these expectations are universal, even if the supervisory approach is a little different from place to place. In India, for example, the RBI might actually question board members directly. In the UK and Europe, the focus is much more on that formal documentation, where a weak challenge can directly hit your SREP score and lead to higher capital. But the underlying principle is exactly the same. The board has to be actively engaged. You know, supervisors consistently see the same patterns of failure over and over again. Boards get lost in the technical details, they focus on compliance instead of survival, they totally neglect to challenge emerging risks like cyber, and they place way too much reliance on management. These are the common tropes that your board needs to actively work to avoid. Okay, now let's talk about the bottom line. Let's talk about the direct and pretty significant impact that all of this board engagement has on your bank's capital requirements. This is where the rubber really meets the road. The connection here could not be more direct or unambiguous. A strong, well-documented board challenge that builds supervisory confidence, and it can lead to much more favorable capital outcomes. But on the other hand, a weak challenge increases perceived risk, which almost always results in regulatory conservatism and higher capital add-ons. And this brings us to such a crucial point. When a board signs off on the ICAAP, it is not just a procedural step. It is a personal declaration of accountability. They are, in effect, putting their names on the line and saying, yes, we understand this bank's vulnerabilities and we are confident in its ability to survive with the capital we've proposed. So, to sum it all up, the quality of your board's questions is far, far more important than their technical expertise. A robust, well-documented challenge that's focused on materiality, on assumptions, and on stress testing, that is the absolute foundation of a truly defensible ICAAP. The principles we've talked about today give you a really solid foundation for that final approval process. But, you know, it all hangs on one critical question. How can the board be sure that the list of risks they're challenging is even complete and accurate to begin with? Well, that is exactly what we are going to cover in our next session.
Chapter 20, Final Risk Universe Sign-Off. We'll explore how to make sure the entire parameter of your ICAAP is locked down and totally regulator-ready. Thank you.
Welcome back. In any bank's ICAAP process, there is a moment that's a real point of no return, a point where all the talk and debate stops and where true accountability really begins. Today, we are diving deep into that critical milestone, the final sign-off of the risk universe.
Okay, so let's get our bearings. As you know, this is our big 100-chapter master program. We've already worked through all of Part 1 on regulatory foundations, and today we're in Chapter 20, which is the final capstone chapter of Part 2, Risk Universe and Materiality. We've laid all the groundwork, and now we're at a moment that is truly decisive. And let's be absolutely clear, this is not just another step in the process. It is a genuine turning point. This is the moment where the entire exercise shifts from a world of theory, of exploration and debate, into the high-stakes reality of execution and, well, of accountability. So let's break down what that really means. So here's what we're going to cover. We'll start by looking at why this sign-off is such a strategic turning point. Then we'll get into what it means for accountability and for the regulators. We'll also analyze the really tough judgments you have to make, and we'll finish up by looking at the long-term consequences for your entire ICAAP. So what is it about one signature that makes it so pivotal? Let's get right to the heart of it. I want you to think of everything before this moment as being purely exploratory, right? You're out there identifying risks, you're debating materiality, you're challenging every assumption. Ambiguity isn't just okay, it's actually part of the process. But the second that sign-off happens, boom, the gate slams shut, the perimeter is locked, and from that point on, every single model, every stress test, every capital plan has to live within that fixed, unambiguous boundary you've just set. And that locked perimeter leads us directly to our next big idea, accountability. You see, signing off isn't just a formality. It's a profound commitment. Let's take a look at exactly what you're committing to. Okay, this definition right here is everything. Just look at the key phrases. It's a formal, accountable statement, and it's for a specific ICAAP cycle. What you're doing is going on the record, declaring which threats you truly believe could challenge your bank's survival, and which ones you're prepared to put capital against. Now, it's just as important to understand what this statement is not. It's not some permanent vow that your risks are set in stone forever. Think of it more like drawing a line in the sand for this cycle only. But here's the catch. Once that line is drawn, it demands absolute consistency. If a risk is inside the line, it better show up in your models. If it's outside the line, its absence has to be justified everywhere, every time. And I love this slide because it shows so clearly that accountability is layered. Supervisors absolutely expect to see this cascade of responsibility. They want proof that senior management has applied its judgment, that the risk team stands behind the methodology, and that the board actually understands and accepts the perimeter they're signing off on. It shows that capital adequacy is a shared responsibility, not just some task you delegate to the risk team. Okay, now let's switch chairs for a minute and look at this from the perspective that, let's be honest, matters most in this whole process: the regulators. For them, this signed document isn't just another milestone. It's the anchor for their entire review. You see, for a supervisor, the signed-off universe is their fixed point of reference. It's their North Star. Without it, your ICAAP could seem arbitrary, or worse, opportunistic. This single document gives them the power to ask very pointed, very difficult questions, and to expect a consistent answer every single time. And you can be 100% sure that these are the exact questions they will ask. They will relentlessly test the logic of your entire ICAAP against this one document. And here's the really crucial part. Any inconsistency they find isn't just seen as a simple mistake. No, it gets flagged as a potential failure of your internal controls and your governance.
Now, this might sound a little counterintuitive, but a sign-off process that looks too easy, too clean, that's often viewed with deep suspicion. Supervisors expect to see evidence of a robust debate, of real challenge, especially around the risks you decided to exclude. A process that looks too perfect can actually suggest a lack of genuine engagement from the business. And that brings us right to the two core judgments you are cementing at sign-off: what's in and what's out. And believe me, these two decisions carry very, very different weights in the eyes of a regulator.
Including a risk is like walking through a one-way door. Once a risk is in, it has to be modeled, it has to be stressed, and it must be reflected in your capital calculations, the whole shebang. Regulators will very rarely challenge you for including too much. They just see that as being prudent. But excluding a risk? Whoa. That is a totally different story. This is the decision that will attract the highest level of scrutiny. If you don't have a very strong, well-documented justification, supervisors don't see this as prudence. They see it as potential avoidance.
Now, what's so interesting about this is the incredibly high bar for evidence. Simple throwaway lines like not applicable or covered elsewhere. I mean, come on, that's just not going to cut it. You need a defensible story, a narrative explaining your rationale, detailing the specific controls that reduce the risk, and openly acknowledging any uncertainty that might still be left over.
And what about those tricky risks you just can't put a number on? You can't just ignore them. They have to be explicitly named, their potential impact has to be discussed, and the governance around them needs to be documented. If a qualitative risk is mentioned before sign-off, but then just vanishes from all the later analysis, regulators will simply assume you haven't truly acknowledged it at all. Okay, finally, let's connect this single moment of sign-off to everything else that comes next in what is, after all, a months-long ICAAP journey. You see, the signed-off universe creates this logical thread that runs through the entire ICAAP. Your modeling choices, the severity of your stress scenarios, your capital buffers, absolutely everything has to be consistent with this foundational document. And you can bet that regulators are going to pull on that thread throughout their review to check for consistency and credibility.
Ultimately, this is the question they are trying to answer when they review your whole submission. They look at your final capital number, and they trace it all the way back to the risks you signed off on. If that final outcome doesn't feel like a logical, almost inevitable conclusion based on your own stated risks, the credibility of the entire ICAAP can just collapse. So these are the traps you have to avoid at all costs. Treating sign-off like a rubber stamping exercise, having no evidence of real challenge, making exclusions that just so happen to lower your capital, or having a board that can't explain the decisions. Each one of these signals weak discipline and is a direct path to getting potential capital add-ons from your supervisor.
And with that, as we close out part 2 of the program, you now have the foundational skills to build, defend, and most importantly, lock in a credible and defensible risk universe. And everything that follows is built on the assumption that this foundation is rock solid. This solid foundation is absolutely critical for what comes next, because now that we have formally acknowledged the risks we face, we have to quantify the resources needed to withstand them. So, in our next session, we will enter part 3, Capital Fundamentals, and we'll begin that critical work of building the capital stack required to defend the perimeter we have just locked. Welcome back to our regulator-grade master program on ICAAP and operational risk. All right, in this chapter, we are diving into something that is absolutely fundamental to a defensible ICAAP, the components of regulatory capital, and more importantly, how supervisors really see them. Just as a quick reminder, we're working our way through this comprehensive 100-chapter program. Remember, we're building your capability end-to-end, one piece at a time.
And that brings us right here. We are officially kicking off the crucial third part of our program, Capital Fundamentals, starting with Chapter 21. Our entire focus is going to be on breaking down the building blocks of capital, but always from that critical supervisory perspective.
Let's start with what is probably the single most important idea in this entire discussion. For any regulator, the quality and the reliability of your capital matter infinitely more than whatever headline ratio you report. This is the lens, the filter through which they will view your entire ICAAP submission. So here's our game plan for the next few minutes. We'll cover these 5 key areas. We're going to start with what capital's true purpose is, then we'll break down the hierarchy from best to worst, and then, and this is key, we'll put on a supervisor's hat to see how they form their final verdict on your capital structure. Okay, let's dive right in. To really get inside the regulatory mindset, we have to start by reframing a very common and, frankly, a pretty dangerous misconception about what capital is actually for. You know, so many people see capital as just a passive cushion, some static number that just sits there on the balance sheet. That view is completely wrong. Supervisors see capital as an active shock absorber. It's a dynamic tool that is expected to perform specific, demanding jobs when a crisis hits. Now, here's the kicker. These 4 functions are absolutely non-negotiable. If any part of your capital structure can't reliably perform these jobs under severe stress, regulators will mentally and often officially discount its value. It doesn't matter what your accounts say. All right, so that brings us to the capital hierarchy. It's so important to understand why not all capital is created equal. Regulators split capital into these different layers for a very good reason. Experience has taught them that different instruments behave very, very differently when things get tough. Let's start at the top with the best of the best. Regulators organize capital into these 3 distinct layers. And the whole classification system really boils down to one key factor. It's proven reliability in absorbing losses when it truly matters most. As you can see, CET1 is right there at the top for a reason. CET1 is, without a doubt, the gold standard. If capital is a shock absorber, think of CET1 as the main heavy-duty spring right in the middle. It's made up of the most basic, purest forms of equity, the stuff that provides the most certain protection. So here's the crucial point. Supervisors anchor their entire assessment of your ICAAP to the strength and quality of your CET1. Why? Because it's permanent, it has no servicing costs that you can't cancel, and it absorbs losses the very second they happen. And because it's the absolute hardest to raise in a crisis, having enough of it beforehand is everything. Okay, so now let's move down the capital stack a little bit. These other components are important for sure, but they come with significant conditions and a lot of fine print that supervisors are literally trained to pick apart. Additional Tier 1, or AT1 capital. On paper, this stuff looks fantastic. These are hybrid instruments. You've probably heard them called contingent convertibles, or COCOs. The whole idea is that they provide a buffer before the bank actually becomes insolvent by converting into equity or getting written down when some trigger is hit. However, and this is a huge however, from a supervisory perspective, this reliance on triggers and legal mechanisms introduces a critical question. It's a question your ICAAP has to be able to answer convincingly. Will it actually work as designed in a real chaotic crisis? And this slide right here, this perfectly illustrates the regulator's inherent skepticism. Your ICAAP can't just list these instruments and their value. It has to defend them. How do you prove your triggers are robust? How have you modeled for panicked investors who might legally challenge a conversion? Supervisors expect you to have really solid answers. This brings us to a foundational distinction your ICAAP must absolutely respect. Going concern capital, which is mainly your CET1, is there to help the bank survive a crisis. Gone concern capital, which is primarily your Tier 2, is mainly there to protect depositors and clean up the mess after the bank has already failed.
And since ICAAP is a going concern exercise, Tier 2 is far less relevant to a supervisor's core assessment. Okay, let's pull all of this together. We're now going to look through the regulator's lens to see exactly how they form their final judgment on your capital adequacy, moving way beyond just the simple numbers.
First things first, and this is completely non-negotiable. The equity figure you see on your accounting balance sheet is not the capital figure they care about. It is just the starting point. They apply what you can think of as a regulatory X-ray. They systematically strip out any assets that might not actually be there to absorb losses in a real crisis. Things like goodwill, deferred tax assets that depend on future profits, and certain unrealized gains. What's left is a much more conservative, much more real view of your capital base.
And what about your capital buffers? While supervisors don't see these as excess capital you can just freely use for your business, not at all. They view them as an essential, non-discretionary layer of protection. The only capital that gives you true strategic flexibility is what you hold above and beyond all of these required buffers.
And this intense focus on quality isn't a local thing, it's global. Whether it's the RBI in India focusing on CET1 dominance, or European and UK regulators scrutinizing the mechanics of AT1 triggers, the message is exactly the same. The fine print of your capital instruments will be examined very, very closely.
So, what does this all really mean for your bank's strategy? And, most importantly, for your ICAAP defense? Let's distill it down to the most critical takeaways. Ultimately, your entire ICAAP submission, all those hundreds of pages, must convincingly answer this one single question. This is the mental adjustment every supervisor makes when they're reading your document. They are going to discount complex, conditional capital and focus only on what is certain. Your ICAAP has to anticipate this and address it head-on.
Now that we've established the what and the why of regulatory capital from that crucial supervisor's point of view, our next chapter is going to dive even deeper. We'll explore the specific mechanics of how these instruments work, or, maybe more importantly, how they can fail under real-world stress.
Welcome back to our Regulator-Ready program on ICAAP and operational risk. In this session, we're really getting into the heart of capital adequacy, especially when things go wrong. We're covering Chapter 22, CET1, AT1, and Tier 2 Explained.
And just as a quick reminder of where we are in our overall journey, we're deep in Part 3, Capital Fundamentals. In the last chapter, we laid out the basic building blocks. Now we're going to see how those blocks actually perform under pressure.
So let's get right into it. We're going way beyond the simple textbook definitions here. This chapter is all about understanding how capital truly behaves when a crisis hits. It's about how it survives, or, more importantly, how it fails.
Okay, I want you to really think about this quote for a second. This isn't just some hypothetical question I came up with. This is the question that every single supervisor is asking when they pick up your ICAAP. Your entire framework, your entire defense, has to be built around answering this.
And here's the thing you absolutely have to get right in your ICAAP. Capital has two completely different personalities. In calm markets, everything is stable. It's predictable, you know? The triggers on those complex instruments feel like a distant problem. But in a crisis, poof, confidence vanishes. Those triggers are suddenly very real, and timing becomes absolutely everything.
So let's start with the bedrock, the foundation of it all. Common Equity Tier 1, or CET1. And I like to call it honest capital. And you'll see exactly why in a moment.
You know, what's so fascinating is why supervisors trust CET1. It's not because it's magic or indestructible. It's because its failure is so brutally honest. When a loss hits, bam, it directly hits your retained earnings. There's no complicated legal trigger to argue about, no investors to convince, it's just there. It absorbs the loss, it fails loudly and clearly, and that transparency is its greatest strength.
All right, next up is additional Tier 1 capital. Now on paper, AT1 is a really clever idea. It's designed to step in and help. But compared to the beautiful simplicity of CET1, it introduces a whole world of uncertainty. The whole problem with AT1 comes down to its trigger, and it's a massive dilemma. If you set the trigger to go off too early, you could actually start a panic. But if it goes off too late, well, it's completely useless. On top of that, you've got questions about whether it's even legally enforceable in a crisis, and this immense reputational pressure on management not to pull that trigger. It's a recipe for unreliability.
And this slide shows you the nightmare scenario, this dangerous feedback loop. See, the market doesn't wait for your official trigger. The second things look shaky, the price of these AT1 bonds just collapses. That investor panic then spills over, making it harder and more expensive to get funding. So the very thing that was supposed to build confidence can actually end up destroying it before it even gets a chance to help.
So, what's the bottom line for your ICAAP? It's this. Regulators see AT1 as supportive, sure, but they see it as fundamentally unreliable when the chips are really down. Let me be blunt, if your ICAAP just assumes that AT1 will convert smoothly and save the day in a severe stress scenario, you're almost asking for a regulatory challenge.
Okay, let's move on to Tier 2. This is really going to cement our understanding of the capital hierarchy. Because if AT1 is unreliable, Tier 2 is, well, it's playing a completely different sport. This slide makes the distinction crystal clear, and it's a point that so many people miss. CET1, and you could argue AT1, are going concern capital. Their job is to keep the bank alive. Tier 2, on the other hand, is gone concern capital. Its purpose isn't to save the bank, it's to clean up the mess and protect depositors after the bank has already failed.
It all comes down to timing. Tier 2 is designed to absorb losses after the fight for survival is already over and lost. It kicks in after the capital ratios are shot, after confidence is gone, after the regulators have already stepped in. So yeah, it's super valuable for resolution planning, but for survivability, which is the whole point of your ICAAP, it's pretty much irrelevant.
And this brings us to what I think is the most important, most critical takeaway of this entire chapter. We have to get inside the head of a supervisor and understand their mental model for how they see your capital, not in theory, but under real-world pressure.
I want you to forget the rulebook definitions for a minute. When a crisis hits, a regulator doesn't see three neat little buckets of capital. No. They see a spectrum, a hierarchy of reliability. They are mentally re-ranking your capital based on what they believe will actually be there when they need it.
And here it is. This is the re-ranking. CET1 goes from being called core capital to being the only thing that's fully reliable. It's the only one they'll bet the farm on. AT1 goes from loss-absorbing to partially reliable, something that might work depending on the scenario. And Tier 2? It goes from gone concern capital to being largely irrelevant for survival. Your ICAAP has to be grounded in this stress reality, not some calm market fantasy. Okay, so what's the upshot of all this? How do we take this insight and use it to build an ICAAP that's not just a document, but a defensible, credible argument that will stand up to intense scrutiny? Well, first we have to avoid the common traps, the wishful thinking that supervisors see all the time. Things like, oh, our AT1 will convert perfectly, or Tier 2 gives us a nice cushion. No. Your ICAAP has to show that you understand that in a crisis, things get messy, and instruments don't always behave the way the prospectus says they will. So a really credible ICAAP looks like this. The whole argument for adequacy is anchored on CET1, period. It applies conservative, well-argued haircuts to how useful AT1 will be under stress. It treats Tier 2 as a tool for resolution, not survival, and critically, it talks about these dynamics openly. Believe me, regulators always reward realism. And that's the final question I want to leave you with. I want you to take a hard, honest look at your own ICAAP and ask, is this document just a box-ticking exercise that follows the rulebook?
Or is it a truly realistic, crisis-aware assessment of how our capital will perform when we need it most?
Really understanding how these different types of capital can fail is the absolute perfect foundation for what's coming next. Because now that we know what capital we can truly count on, we can move to Chapter 23 and tackle the even tougher question: how do we decide exactly how much of it is enough?
Welcome back to our 100-chapter master program on ICAAP and operational risk modeling. We are now deep into Part 3, which is all about capital fundamentals. And today, in Chapter 23, we're going to tackle a really critical and, frankly, often misunderstood topic: the relationship between economic capital and real capital adequacy. Getting this right is the absolute foundation for a defensible ICAAP. So let's get into it. So yes, as you can see, we're in Chapter 23, Economic Capital Concepts. Now, I want to be clear, this isn't just another technical chapter filled with jargon. This is about the very heart of your firm's risk philosophy. And trust me, it's something supervisors look at very, very closely. All right, here's our game plan. First, we're going to unpack why economic capital is such a powerful yet dangerous idea. Then we'll look at it through two different lenses: economic capital as the optimizer versus ICAAP as the survivor. We'll pinpoint exactly where the models tend to break down under stress, and then, most importantly, I'll show you how to build a defensible bridge between these two worlds. Okay, let's dive right in with that central tension. You've got to understand the duality of economic capital from the get-go. This quote it nails it, doesn't it? It's powerful because it gives everyone, from the trading desk to the boardroom, a common language for risk. It's fantastic for that. But it's dangerous because that one single elegant number can create this false sense of precision, this illusion of control that hides the deep, messy uncertainty that really governs risk. And this is the point you have to get right. Regulators are not against the tool itself. Not at all. They see its value for internal management. What they absolutely reject, and what they will challenge you on every single time, is the mistake of equating a management tool with a true measure of the capital you need to survive a crisis. They are two different things. To really get this distinction, we've got to look at where economic capital came from. It was never, ever designed as a regulatory tool for survival. It was built with a totally different goal in mind. You see, economic capital was created to help management answer business questions. Questions like, how do we measure risk-adjusted returns? Where should we put our scarce capital to get the best bang for our buck? How do we price our loans and products to reflect the risk we're taking on? And the ultimate goal of all this? To maximize shareholder value and run a more efficient business. This is the exact question it was built to answer. And I want you to pay close attention to the wording here: allocate internally. This is all about internal management, internal efficiency. It is a fundamentally different question than the one ICAAP asks, which is, how much capital do we need to survive a brutal, once-in-a-generation crisis? Now, let's talk about the psychology here, because it's fascinating. For a board or a C-suite executive, getting a single, precise number spit out by a complex model feels incredibly reassuring. It's comforting. It gives you this feeling of control over the chaos of risk. But regulators, who have seen this movie before, know that this comfort can be a very, very dangerous solution. And that illusion leads us directly to ICAAP. You can think of ICAAP as the supervisory response to the failure of that illusion. It is the lesson learned written in the scars of watching seemingly well-capitalized banks just disappear overnight. I mean, just think back to the last major financial crisis. So many of the institutions that failed looked fantastic on paper. Their own internal models showed they had strong economic capital coverage, amazing risk-adjusted returns. Their portfolios looked beautifully diversified. And yet, when real stress hit the system, they crumbled. This was the critical paradox that regulators had to solve. So the solution was to draw a very sharp line in the sand. And if you remember one thing from this entire chapter, please let it be this. Economic capital is a fantastic tool for understanding and managing risk in normal, business as usual conditions. ICAAP is a framework to ensure the bank can survive abnormal, severe crisis conditions. Normal versus abnormal. That's the core distinction. This table just lays it out perfectly. Two completely opposing mindsets. On one side, you have economic capital. It's all about optimization. It's model-driven, it's aiming for precision, and it's looking through a shareholder's lens to drive efficiency. On the other side, you have ICAAP. It's about survival. It's driven by judgment, it's oriented towards conservatism, and it looks through a supervisor's lens to encourage resilience. Trying to mash these two together weakens both. So let's get into the nitty-gritty. Why do these elegant, mathematically beautiful models fail when we need them the most? And this isn't a knock on having bad models. It's about recognizing that there are structural limits to trying to quantify deep, radical uncertainty. This is the multi-trillion-dollar question, isn't it? It's the one that keeps regulators up at night. The models were sophisticated, the data was clean, the people running them more brilliant. So what went wrong? Well, a huge part of the problem is this trap of false equivalence. It sounds so impressive to say your economic capital is calculated at a 99.9% confidence level. It implies you're protected against a 1-in-1,000-year event. But that's a statistical concept, not a real-world guarantee. It totally ignores things like conduct risk, a sudden collapse in market confidence, and the simple fact that our models are terrible at predicting the actual shape of those extreme catastrophic tail events. And then there's the other killer, diversification. In normal times, sure, your credit book, your market positions, and your operational risks might seem to move independently. And your EC models will reward you for this with a diversification benefit, which lowers your overall capital requirement. But in a real crisis, everything correlates. Correlations spike towards one. Asset classes all fall together, liquidity evaporates everywhere at once, and that beautiful diversification benefit, it vanishes, precisely when you need it most. And please, don't think for a second this is just some academic debate. Regulators around the globe, from the RBI in India to the PRA in the UK and the ECB in Europe, are actively looking for this. They will penalize you for just mechanically setting your ICAP equal to your economic capital. They expect a thoughtful narrative explaining what they call reasoned divergence. You have to explain why the numbers are different. Okay, so how do we do this right? The goal is not to throw your economic capital models in the bin. The goal is to build a strong, defensible bridge between your model and your ICAAP, where the model is a critical input, not the final conclusion. This right here, this is what maturity looks like in practice. A mature firm uses its EC model as one very important piece of the puzzle. It's a reference point, it's a valuable sense check. But the final ICPA capital number, that is a product of senior management judgment, which is informed by the model, but not dictated by it. And please be so careful with this line of reasoning. It's a trap so many firms fall into, and supervisors see right through it. Simply saying your ICAPF is higher than your EC means absolutely nothing. The immediate follow-up questions from the regulator will be, okay, why is it higher? Which specific risks or judgments that are not in your model are driving that difference? And how did you quantify them? So here you go. This is your playbook for building a strong, defensible ICAP. Number 1, be explicit about what your EC model is for. 2, acknowledge its limitations right up front. 3, systematically identify the risks it doesn't capture, like strategic risk or reputational risk. 4, apply clear conservative overlays for those gaps. And number 5, the most critical of all, document everything. The debates, the challenges, and the final management judgment. You see, at the end of the day, how you manage this relationship sends a powerful signal about your firm's risk culture. Forcing the two numbers to be the same suggests you're biased towards capital optimization over safety. Having a huge unexplained gap suggests you don't really understand either number. A mature firm, however, has a transparent, well-reasoned explanation for the difference. The story you tell matters far more than the final number itself. Mastering this distinction, the optimizer versus the survivor, is the absolute essential foundation for our next explainer. We're going to take this concept and build directly on it in Chapter 24, where we'll explore the critical difference between going concern and gone concern capital. We'll get into when capital is there to save the bank and when it's really there to protect the entire financial system. I look forward to seeing you there. All right, welcome back to our ICAAP and Operational Risk Master Program. Now, just as a quick reminder, this is our comprehensive 100-chapter journey, and remember, each chapter builds directly on the last, giving you that truly regulator-grade capability to build, own, and confidently defend your entire ICAAP process. So here we are, deep in Part 3, which is all about capital fundamentals. And today, we are tackling a concept that, frankly, regulators are completely obsessed with. It's the one thing that separates a credible, rock-solid ICAAP from one that's fragile. We're talking about the critical distinction between going concern and gone concern capital. Getting this right isn't just important, it's foundational. So here's what we've got on tap. We're going to start by unpacking a really common and dangerous misunderstanding. Then we'll get our core concepts, going versus gone concern, nailed down. We'll dissect the capital stack through the eyes of a supervisor, which is key. And finally, we'll pull it all together to show you how to build an ICAAP narrative that will stand up to any challenge. Okay, let's jump right in. We're going to start by addressing a critical mistake in capital planning. It's this mistake that can make a bank look perfectly healthy on paper, while in reality, it's standing on a trapdoor. You know, this is the very question that haunted regulators after the 2008 financial crisis. And the answer, as it turned out, wasn't really about the amount of capital. It was about a fundamental misunderstanding of what that capital is actually for. So here it is, the crucial point. Supervisors draw a big, thick, non-negotiable line in the sand. On one side, you have capital for survival. On the other, you have capital for an orderly wind down. And your ICAAP, well, it has to live and breathe entirely on the survival side of that line. And that brings us to the two states of being for a bank, at least in a regulator's mind. And believe me, they are fixated on this. Understanding these two states is absolutely non-negotiable if you're working in capital management. Now, what's so fascinating here is the timing. Just look at the words, immediately versus after. ICAAP is a survival document. Its entire universe is on the left side of this slide, making sure the bank remains a viable, going concern. It's a survival plan, not a funeral plan. The financial crisis was the ultimate painful lesson, wasn't it? It showed that these big, flashy headline capital ratios, which mashed all sorts of capital together, were a recipe for disaster. When confidence vanished, that so-called strong capital just didn't work. So afterwards, regulators said never again, and they created the strict frameworks we have today. Okay, so let's get practical. How does this distinction apply to the actual capital instruments you deal with every single day? We need to break down the capital stack, not like an accountant, but through the lens of a very skeptical supervisor. This table says it all, really. From a supervisor's point of view, this is not a layer cake of equal parts. There's only one true survival instrument, your Common Equity Tier 1 capital. That's it. Everything else is either fragile, uncertain, or in the case of Tier 2, simply arrives too late to the party. And that's why Tier 2 capital is functionally useless for your ICAAP. I know that sounds harsh, but it's true. Why? Because it's designed to work after the very event, failure, that your ICAAP is designed to prevent. It's there to protect the system, not to save your institution. And then there's AT1 capital, the gray zone. In theory, it's supposed to help you survive. But in practice, the very act of triggering it can cause the market to panic, which can actually accelerate the crisis you're trying to solve. And this is precisely why supervisors see it as fragile, and why your ICAAP must be brutally honest about that fragility. Okay, for these next few slides, I want you to put on your supervisor's hat. Let's look at a bank's capital report not for what it says on the tin, but for what it really means for survival. This is their mental process. They see your total capital ratio, fine. Then they just mentally cross out all your Tier 2. It's gone, irrelevant. Next, they look at your AT1, and they discount it heavily. Then they zero in on what's left, your core CET1. And that's when they ask the million-dollar question, is this enough to survive a real storm? And because that's their mindset, these are the exact red flags they're hunting for in your ICAAP. Every one of these signals to a regulator that the bank might not fully grasp the purpose of its capital and that it could have a dangerous, false sense of security. So how do we get this right? How do you write your ICAAP in a way that shows you are completely aligned with this supervisory thinking from the very first page? It is all about the narrative you build. A sentence like this right up front is incredibly powerful. It immediately tells the regulator, we get it, we speak your language. It builds instant credibility. Now, this might sound like you're admitting weakness, but it's the exact opposite. This is a sign of realism and sophistication. It shows you've thought critically about how your capital will actually behave under pressure, and that's exactly what they want to see. And with this, you prove you respect that hard line between going and gone concern. You're explicitly stating that you are not counting resolution capital as part of your survival toolkit. This is crystal clear. And really, this captures the entire essence of what we've discussed. That multi-hundred-page document, all the complex models, all the governance meetings, it all boils down to this one single objective. So let's quickly recap the key takeaways. First, ICAAP is a going concern assessment, period. It's about survival. For that survival, CET1 is your primary tool. You have to treat AT1 as fragile and know that Tier 2 is only for resolution. And your entire narrative has to be written through the eyes of a supervisor. And this, of course, is the next logical question, isn't it? We've established the type of capital that really matters. So the next step has to be figuring out the quantity. How much do you actually need to withstand a severe storm? If you remember just one thing from our time today, please let it be this. This isn't just a catchy phrase. It's the absolute bedrock of a credible, defensible capital adequacy assessment process. With this critical foundation now firmly in place, we're ready to explore why simply meeting the regulatory minimum is never enough to satisfy supervisors. We're going to dive into how you think about building robust capital buffers. We'll see you in the next chapter.
All right, welcome back. Let's get right into a question that's really at the core of bank safety. If regulators set a minimum capital level, why isn't that enough? Today, we're diving deep into the world of capital buffers and overlays. But first, let's just quickly ground ourselves in where we are on this journey to mastering the internal capital adequacy assessment process, or ICAAP.
And just as a quick reminder, what we're building here is a comprehensive regulator-grade program. Each chapter is a building block designed to give you the skills not just to understand ICAAP, but to design it, to own it, and to confidently defend your framework from end to end.
And that brings us to where we are right now. We are deep inside Part 3, Capital Fundamentals. This is really the foundation for how we think about, how we quantify, and how we hold capital, which leads us directly into today's absolutely crucial topic.
All right, so today we're jumping into Chapter 25, and this is a biggie. It gets right to the heart of supervisory judgment and really the entire philosophy of Pillar 2, capital buffers and overlays.
Okay, let's kick things off with what is, without a doubt, the single most important idea in this entire chapter. Seriously, if you get this one sentence, you get the entire philosophy behind Pillar 2. It explains everything. Pillar 1 minimums, that's just the floor. ICAAP is all about building the fortress on top of that floor.
So here's how we're going to break it down. We're going to look at this through the eyes of a supervisor, starting with that core idea and then getting into the tools they use, the tests they apply, and what it all means strategically.
Okay, let's dive right in. Why aren't the minimums enough? I mean, regulators set these very specific, very clear minimums, right? So, what's the gap? What are we actually capitalizing here that Pillar 1 just doesn't cover?
And this is the absolute key distinction you need to grasp. Think of it this way. Supervisors see those minimums as being for a sunny day, for normal, everyday business variability. But ICAAP and the buffers that come out of it, that's your storm shelter. That's your defense against the really nasty stuff, the severe, unexpected events and uncertainties that can genuinely threaten a bank's survival.
Yeah, and this slide really nails the point. These buffers are functional capital. They're not just for show. They've been deliberately put aside for one reason: to soak up stress and keep the market confident in you long before anyone starts whispering words like recovery or resolution. And what they are not is just as important. They're not a rainy day fund for dividends or some spare cash for growth projects.
Okay, so now that we know why we need them, let's look at the actual toolkit. And this is so important to understand. Not all buffers are the same. A supervisor looks at them through very, very different lenses.
You can basically put them into two buckets. Over on the left, you've got your mandatory, rule-based stuff. Think capital conservation buffer. It's the same for everyone, a one-size-fits-all approach. But on the right, that's where the magic happens. Those are the judgment-driven ICA EPAP buffers. That's where you tell your bank's unique story. And believe me, that's where the supervisors are laser-focused.
So why the intense focus there? Simple. Because your specific ICAAP buffers are like a window into your bank's soul for a supervisor. They tell them if you actually get it, if you truly understand your own unique risk profile, your model weaknesses, your specific vulnerabilities. A generic buffer says absolutely nothing. A specific, well-defended one, it says everything. And that brings us to the main event, really, the supervisory gauntlet. This is how they figure out if all that hard work you did calculating your buffers is actually credible or just numbers on a page. Now, listen up, because this is probably the most important takeaway. It's almost never about the final number itself. You'll rarely have a supervisor say, your buffer should be 100 million, not 90. Nope. It's all about the story, the logic, the rationale, the evidence you have to back up that number. They're going to poke and prod your thinking with some really tough, unforgiving questions.
And just look at how practical these questions are. What specific risk does it cover? Why this size, not bigger or smaller? Why did it change from last year? And the killer question, would you actually be comfortable using it when things go wrong? I'm telling you, if you don't have a crisp, clear, evidence-backed answer for every single one of these, your buffer is basically worthless in their eyes. It's a simple but absolutely brutal credibility test.
You know, here's a classic mistake that supervisors see all the time. Banks try to trade real, hard capital for a pinky promise. They'll say things like, oh, things get bad, we'll just cut costs, or we'll sell this business unit, but look at this table. Supervisors will take pre-positioned capital that exists today over a promise of an action that might get blocked or fail tomorrow every single time. Certainty always wins.
And that brings us to the absolute classic anti-pattern. This is the single most damaging thing you can say in an ICAAP review. It's this compliance-first mindset that just completely misses the entire point of the exercise.
You can just imagine the supervisor's internal monologue when they hear that. They're thinking, okay, so if just meeting the minimums is enough, then why are we even here? Why does ICAAP even exist? It immediately signals to them that you see this as a chore,
a box-ticking exercise, and not as the critical survival tool it's meant to be.
Okay, so if we agree that minimums aren't enough and that just saying we're compliant is the wrong answer, how do you actively show that you're mature, that you get it? Well, this is where a really powerful tool comes into play: overlays. So what is an overlay? Think of it as a specific targeted buffer. It's basically you raising your hand and saying, look, we know our models are incomplete here, or our data is a bit thin there, or this assumption is fragile. It's an explicit, honest admission about the known limits of your calculations.
And this is the part that feels a bit backwards, but it's so important. Admitting your model has a weakness and then holding capital against that weakness, that's not seen as a failure. It's seen as a huge sign of strength and risk maturity. It shows you're not blindly trusting your models. You understand their limitations.
In fact, it goes further than that. In many places like India, the UK, and across Europe, supervisors expect to see overlays for these kinds of things. So if your ICAAP says you have major gaps in your op risk data, but there's no capital overlay, that's a massive red flag. The absence of an overlay in these situations is actually what's suspicious.
All right, let's bring this all together and look at it from a strategic level. Because let's be honest, holding all this extra capital isn't free. It has a real cost to the business. So what's the strategic payoff here?
And look, supervisors get it. They know you're in a constant balancing act between managing risk and delivering shareholder returns. But when you present a really well-argued, robust buffer framework, it sends a powerful signal. It says you have a mature risk culture that's thinking about the long-term health of the bank, and that builds trust. And when you have trust, you tend to get better supervisory outcomes.
So we've laid it all out. Buffers are that critical bridge connecting your risk assessment to your actual plan for survival. And that leads us perfectly into our next chapter, where we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of a huge debate. Absorbing losses with capital that you already have versus hoping you can use future profits to save you. It's a distinction that can mean everything when a crisis hits.
Hello and welcome back. We're now diving into Chapter 26 of our ICAAP and Operational Risk Master Program. Today, we're tackling something absolutely critical, a distinction that honestly trips up so many banks. It's this whole idea of absorbing a loss with the capital you already have versus hoping to absorb it with earnings you might make in the future. Now, from a supervisor's point of view, getting this right isn't just some academic exercise. It is the fundamental difference between a bank that's seen as resilient and one that's seen as vulnerable. So, let's get right into it.
Right, so as you can see, we're here in Chapter 26. We're building on that foundation of capital fundamentals from our last few sessions. And this topic, it really addresses one of the most common, and I mean most common, weaknesses that regulators find in ICAAP submissions, this over-reliance on future profitability. Let me be clear, getting this right is completely non-negotiable if you want to create a capital plan that can actually be defended.
I am almost certain you've heard this phrase, or something very much like it, in boardrooms, in capital planning meetings. It sounds so logical, right? Our strong earnings profile offsets capital pressure. But you have to understand, to a supervisor, that statement is a massive red flag. So in this chapter, we're going to pull apart exactly why this seemingly reasonable argument is actually deeply flawed from a regulatory perspective.
So, what is the fundamental problem here? Well, as the slide says, it all boils down to one word: timing. You see, losses are immediate. They hit your balance sheet the very moment they're recognized. Earnings, on the other hand, well, they accrue over time. They're a future hope. The whole entire purpose of the ICAAP is to make sure a bank can survive that immediate shock. Your survival depends on the resources you have right now, not the profits you're hoping to make down the road.
And this brings us right to the core of the regulatory mindset. You know, supervisors really operate on a simple but incredibly powerful principle. They value what is certain, and they discount what is speculative. Let's take a closer look at how this plays out when we compare capital and earnings.
This slide frames the two concepts perfectly. Think of it this way. Capital is the shield you're holding in your hand right now. It's real, it's tangible, and it blocks an attack the second it happens. Earnings, on the other hand, are like reinforcements that you've been promised might arrive later. They might be delayed, they might get lost, or if the battle is going really badly, they might not show up at all. One is a certain defense, the other is, at best, a conditional hope.
And that really just brilliantly illustrates the philosophical difference. When you submit your ICAAP, supervisors are looking for that certain defense. They want to see, black and white, that you can withstand the storm with the resources you have on hand today. Presenting future earnings as your primary line of defense is basically telling them you're just hoping the storm won't be too bad. And trust me, that is a conversation that is not going to end well for you.
Now, regulators draw an even sharper line here between two types of earnings. Retained earnings, the profits you've already made and kept, are fantastic. They're already baked into your Common Equity Tier 1 capital, your CET1, which is the highest quality, most loss-absorbing capital you have. That stuff is reliable. But projected earnings? Well, those are just assumptions. They aren't assets. They're a forecast. And let's be honest, they almost always carry a pretty significant optimism bias. A truly defensible ACOAP is built on the solid rock of retained earnings, not the shifting sands of projections.
Now here's the crucial point, and why relying on future earnings is doubly dangerous. The very stress event that triggers all these losses also systematically attacks your ability to generate those future profits in the first place. Let's take a look at how that great unraveling actually happens. You see, under stress, everything goes wrong at once. It's a perfect storm. Credit losses don't just happen in a vacuum. They happen because the economy is struggling. Well, that same struggle means your customers are doing less business, so your fee income plummets. Market volatility hammers your trading book. Your own funding costs go up as lenders get nervous about you. And operational risk events, they often accelerate during periods of chaos. Your earnings engine doesn't just slow down, it seizes up at the exact moment you need it the most.
And this is exactly what a regulator will be thinking as they review your submission. They are going to challenge you directly with these kinds of questions. What if your rosy earnings forecast is just plain wrong? What if the stress scenario drags on for 2 years instead of the one you planned for? What happens if you can't access funding markets at all? Your ICAAP needs to have convincing, conservative answers to these questions. And those answers have got to be rooted in your existing capital position. And please don't think this is some niche view from one particular regulator. As you can see on the slide, it is a global consensus. Whether you're dealing with the Reserve Bank of India, the European Banking Authority, or the PRA in the UK, the message is identical. They all expect you to demonstrate your capital adequacy without relying on future profits. The starting point must always be your current capital base. Period.
Okay, so we've spent some time defining the problem. Now let's talk about the solution. How do you actually build an ICAAP narrative that acknowledges this reality and, while speaks the regulator's language? It's really all about framing your position correctly. Here are 4 key steps to get to a supervisor-ready narrative. First, you explicitly state that your capital and your buffers are the primary defense. That's job 1. Second, you prove that those buffers are large enough to handle the stress on their own. Third, and this is a big one, you position any future earnings not as your shield, but as a potential upside, a way to maybe rebuild faster after the storm has passed. And finally, you demonstrate that you have clear, unambiguous policies to cut things like dividends and bonuses under stress to preserve every last bit of capital. This is so important to understand. Your assumptions about future earnings aren't just a number in a spreadsheet. To a supervisor, they are a window directly into your bank's risk culture. A heavy reliance on optimistic projections signals an aggressive, maybe growth-at-all-costs culture that might be underestimating risk. A conservative stance, on the other hand, signals prudence and a robust risk management framework. They read a lot into this. So, if you only remember one thing from this entire chapter, I want it to be this next distinction. I really think it's the single most important concept for defending your ICAAP to a regulator.
This statement just sums it all up, doesn't it? Capital-based resilience is observable. Earnings-based resilience is speculative. Your capital is a hard fact on today's balance sheet. Your future earnings are just a forecast. A credible ICAAP is built on those observable facts. It really is about showing the strength you have today, not just hoping for strength to arrive tomorrow.
Mastering this distinction really is the foundation for our next topic. Now that we understand why the timing of loss absorption is so incredibly critical, we can move on to Chapter 27. And in that chapter, we're going to tackle the very complex and often heated debate around diversification benefits. We'll explore why different risks so often fail to offset each other precisely when you need them to most. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you in the next chapter.
Welcome back to our 100-chapter master program on ICAAP and operational risk modeling. Just as a quick reminder, we're on a cumulative regulator-grade learning path here. We are now deep in Part 3, Capital Fundamentals, and we're tackling Chapter 27. Now, this session dives into one of the absolute hottest topics you will ever face: the intense debate over including diversification benefits in your ICAAP. Okay, so let's just jump right in and frame the core conflict. On one side, you have the bank's view, which is, completely rational. You have different businesses, different cycles, so of course portfolio effects should lower your overall risk. But then, on the other side, you have the supervisors. And they're looking at this with a ton of scar tissue from past crises, and their view is simple. Diversification is a fair-weather friend. It just vanishes the second you actually need it. And this fundamental disagreement, right here, is where all the friction comes from. So here's our game plan for today. We're going to break this down into 6 clear parts. We'll start by really digging into the disagreement, then we'll look at why it fails under stress, and from there, we'll move into building a practical, regulator-ready solution. And finally, we'll talk about the real cost of getting this wrong.
All right, so let's start by getting our definitions straight. It's super important that we're all on the same page about what we mean by diversification in capital terms and why it gets treated so differently in ICAAP compared to other frameworks.
So at its heart, diversification is a pretty simple and powerful idea, right? It's the notion that because not all of your risks are going to blow up at the exact same moment, the total capital you need should be less than just adding up all the individual parts. It's that classic don't put all your eggs in one basket idea, just applied to a bank's capital.
Now, this is where it gets really interesting. Supervisors don't usually argue with the math of your correlation model. They don't get into the weeds on the technicals. Instead, they shift the entire debate by asking this one single critical question. They're not worried about how your model works on a normal Tuesday. They want to know if its core assumption will hold up on the absolute worst day of the year.
So why are regulators so skeptical? Let's break down the structural reasons learned the hard way through painful experience, why those carefully calculated diversification benefits just seem to evaporate into thin air, right when you need them the most.
Supervisors have seen this exact 4-step pattern play out over and over again. First, risks you thought had nothing to do with each other suddenly start moving in perfect, terrifying lockstep. Then everything, and I mean everything, boils down to just 2 things: liquidity and confidence. These become the common drivers that just overwhelm everything else. Then everyone, your clients, the markets, your counterparties, they all start doing the same thing at the same time, creating a stampede. And finally, management actions, like a fire sale of assets, actually make the whole situation worse.
And this timeline just perfectly illustrates the historical lesson that shapes all modern supervision. You look before any major crisis, and the bank's models are all showing these fantastic, stable diversification benefits. But then the crisis hits, and suddenly all the risks, credit, market, op risk, they all converge. The diversification benefit just vanishes, and capital gets wiped out way faster than anyone thought possible.
Okay, let's keep building on this. we're going to look a little closer at why the idea of diversification, especially across different types of risk, is often just a false comfort when a bank is really under pressure. You have to understand that ICAAP and the older economic capital frameworks come from two totally different philosophical places. Economic capital is often built to optimize, to rely on historical data. But ICAAP is designed to be a survival tool. It is built to question history, to be conservative, and to focus on those brutal tail-end scenarios where past correlations mean absolutely nothing.
And this is exactly why cross-risk diversification is so incredibly fragile. A bank might assume an offset between, say, market risk and credit risk, but in a real crisis, they're linked in this vicious chain reaction. A big operational failure triggers market losses. That spooks your funding providers, causing liquidity stress. That forces you to sell assets, which then crystallizes huge credit losses. See? They don't offset each other, they amplify each other.
So here's the bottom line. If there is one risk category that just completely shatters the traditional logic of diversification, it's operational risk. It is the unpredictable, non-linear wildcard that can kick off that entire chain reaction we just talked about. Supervisors expect to see very, very little diversification benefit claimed against op risk.
Okay, so we've diagnosed the problem pretty thoroughly. Let's pivot now to the solution. How do you actually build a diversification approach for your ICAAP that is credible, that's defensible, and that can actually meet the incredibly high bar set by your supervisors? And look, it doesn't matter if you're operating in Europe, the UK, or India. The message from supervisors is remarkably consistent. They expect you to be conservative. They expect you to explicitly justify every single offset. They expect you to validate your assumptions under severe stress. And they will absolutely penalize you for any unexplained optimism. This has become a global standard.
So supervisors don't completely forbid diversification, but they demand that it meets these 4 tests. It's got to be conservative, meaning it's either capped or only partially recognized. It has to be transparent, it has to be stress tested, and it has to be stable. A benefit that only shows up in a complex model but disappears under a simple stress test, well, that's just not credible.
In fact, you'll find that in many situations, the most prudent and strategically sound choice you can make is to simply assume zero diversification. It's an incredibly easy position to defend, it clearly demonstrates conservatism, and it helps you avoid a long, painful argument with your regulator that you are probably not going to win.
Now, this is absolutely crucial. This is not just some technical modeling problem for your quants to solve in a back room. The final assumption on diversification is a high-stakes governance decision. It must be explicitly understood, challenged, and owned at the very highest levels of your organization.
When supervisors come in and review your ICAAP, they're going to be looking for the fingerprints of the board and senior management. They want to see the evidence in the board minutes, in the signed approvals, that your leadership team didn't just rubber stamp a model output. They need to see that they actively challenged the assumptions and truly understood the potential consequences.
And finally, let's be crystal clear about the price of getting this wrong, because overly optimistic assumptions about diversification don't just lead to some difficult conversations. They lead to direct and often very costly regulatory action.
So what's the practical outcome? What actually happens when your elegant diversification model and all its justifications just fail to convince a skeptical supervisor?
Well, the response is usually pretty blunt and direct. They will simply reduce or completely eliminate the benefits you've claimed. They'll apply their own conservative overlays, and most painfully, they will increase your capital requirements through Pillar 2 add-ons, which has a direct impact on your bank's bottom line and its capital efficiency.
If you remember one single thing from our entire session today, let it be this. Supervisors do not penalize banks for being prudent. They penalize banks for being optimistic without hard, stress-tested evidence to back it up.
Therefore, a strong, defensible ICAAP follows this very practical 4-step approach.
You start with the sum of the parts. Then you apply only conservative capped benefits. You have to build a compelling story for why those benefits would actually survive a crisis, and you have to be willing to accept higher capital where the uncertainty is just too great. This is how you build trust and reduce regulatory intervention.
Really understanding the fragility of diversification gives us the perfect foundation for our next session. Now that we've really dug into how to determine the total capital required, we're ready to move on to Chapter 28. There, we're going to explore the logic of capital allocation and how you can make sure your capital numbers tell a clear and compelling story to both your board and your regulators.
Welcome back to our comprehensive 100-chapter master program on ICAAP and operational risk. We are systematically building the skills you need to design, own, defend, and ultimately approve your ICAAP from start to finish.
All right, let's jump in. Today we are in Part 3, which is all about capital fundamentals. We're zeroing in on Chapter 28, Capital Allocation Logic. Now, this is the topic that really separates the good from the great in the world of ICAAP. We're going to see why the story behind your capital numbers is often way more important to regulators than the numbers themselves. And this quote right here, it just hits the nail on the head. We need a shift in mindset. This isn't just about filling out a spreadsheet to take a box. No way. It's about building a solid, defensible narrative that connects your capital directly to your risks, your strategy, and your vulnerabilities. This is the bridge from abstract models to real-world tough decisions. So, here's how we're going to break it down today. We'll start by seeing this through a supervisor's eyes. Then we'll clear up some key concepts. We'll look at how your logic is actually judged, tackle some of the trickiest allocation challenges, review common mistakes, and finally, we'll see how to use allocation as a powerful tool for governance.
Okay, so let's kick things off. I want you to put on a supervisor's hat for a moment and look at your own allocation report from their perspective.
You see, they're not just checking if your total capital number adds up. They're using your allocation logic as a diagnostic tool. It's literally like an X-ray that lets them see the underlying health of your risk management framework. A flawed story, a weak logic, well, that can suggest a weak risk culture, even if your total capital number looks perfectly fine on the surface. Now, this brings us to a really crucial distinction. It's something that gets misunderstood all the time, but it is absolutely vital for a credible icing IP. Think of it like this. On one side of the coin, you've got capital adequacy. That's the big, ultimate ICAAP question. Do we have enough total capital to survive a severe stress? But on the other side, you have capital allocation, which asks a different question. Why does this specific business unit consume this much of our total capital? Your ICAAP document is all about proving adequacy, sure, but supervisors use your allocation logic to test whether that adequacy number is built on a foundation that actually makes sense. So, if a supervisor is using your allocation as an X-ray, what are they actually looking for? What separates a framework that gets a nod of approval from one that immediately raises red flags?
Well, here's the number one mistake, and it's so common. Allocating capital based on organizational convenience. It's easy, right? Just follow the org chart, the reporting lines, the budget buckets. But what does that tell a supervisor about how you understand risk? Absolutely nothing. It suggests your capital framework is driven by your accounting department, not by your risk managers.
A credible framework does the complete opposite. It makes sure that capital follows the actual risk. The questions you need to answer are things like, what's really driving the risk here? What does the loss profile look like under extreme stress? Does this one small desk contribute a huge amount of tail risk? How fast could the losses from this business hit us? That is the language of a risk-based allocation. And this is the simple, informal thought experiment that supervisors are running in their heads while they read your submission. Can you explain the capital number for a single business unit in a way that stands on its own, completely independent of the rest of the bank? If your logic just falls apart under this simple test, your entire framework loses credibility fast.
So the crucial point is this. You have to build from the ground up. You must be able to articulate the capital required for each risk, for each business unit, on a standalone basis first, before you even think about telling a story about diversification benefits or aggregation. Skipping this step is a massive structural error, and trust me, supervisors will spot it a mile away.
Okay, now let's see how this logic holds up when we get to the really tricky areas, the places where frameworks are most severely tested, and frankly, where many of them start to crumble. Diversification benefits and capital buffers are perfect examples. Just mechanically spreading a diversification benefit pro rata across the business, that's a huge red flag. Supervisors expect a conservative allocation, one that clearly explains why certain units get more benefit than others. And it's the same with buffers. A generic top-of-the-house buffer is just seen as you avoiding the hard questions. You have to attribute that buffer to the specific risks it's meant to cover. Operational risk. This is arguably the toughest nut to crack because responsibility is so often spread out. Supervisors know this. They don't expect perfection, but they will reject arbitrariness. An equal spread allocation is never credible. What they expect to see is a structured approach, like this one, something that links capital to process ownership, to control weaknesses, and to actual historical loss patterns.
And what about strategic risk? You can't model it with the same precision as market risk, obviously, but just ignoring it in your allocation is a huge mistake. It suggests you're unwilling to confront the capital consequences of your own strategy. Supervisors expect to see you acknowledge where your big strategic bets are concentrated and what that means for your capital.
So this brings us to the really practical part. Let's compare the language of a weak allocation framework with the language of a credible, defensible one, from red flags to green lights.
This table just illustrates the difference so perfectly. Look at the left column. These are the anti-patterns, the red flags. We allocate by revenue. It's just an unexplained buffer. These kinds of answers completely destroy confidence. Now look to the right. This desk consumes more capital because its losses are fast. Diversification is limited because the stress drivers converge. See the difference? This is the language that connects capital to the messy reality of risk. It builds trust and it demonstrates genuine understanding. Okay, let's wrap up by elevating this whole conversation. A strong allocation framework isn't just about keeping regulators happy. It should be one of the most powerful governance tools that you have.
And here's the bottom line. When your allocation logic is robust, your ICAAP transforms from a simple compliance document into a strategic one. It allows your board to have real, meaningful debates about risk-adjusted returns. It lets you put credible limits on growth in high-risk areas. It helps you make disciplined exit decisions. Really, it's the ultimate proof that your management team truly understands the risks it's running. So, we've established that a credible story has to underpin everything. But even a great story needs the right numbers to back it up. In our next session, Chapter 29, we're going to dive into the key capital adequacy metrics that supervisors use to see if your narrative can really withstand quantitative scrutiny. I'll see you there.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are diving into Chapter 29 of our 100-chapter master program on ICAAP and operational risk modeling. Now, this chapter, Capital Adequacy Metrics, is absolutely critical. It's part of our deep dive into capital fundamentals, and today, we're going to do something really important. We're going to completely shift our perspective and learn to see capital exactly how a supervisor does. We're unpacking what they are really looking for when they open up your ICAAP.
You know, this entire program is regulator grade for a reason. It's designed to help you build, own, and actually defend your ICAAP. We're in Part 3 now, and this chapter is all about getting inside the regulator's head. It's about understanding the real concerns, not just the ones written on the 10.
Let's just start here with this quote, because honestly, this captures the entire supervisory philosophy in one sentence. It is not about checking a box.
It's not about being a few basis points above a minimum. It's all about fragility and resilience. It's about what happens when things go wrong. This is the absolute core of their playbook.
So here's our game plan. First, we are going to completely debunk the myth of relying on a single ratio. Then we'll open up the supervisor's core toolkit to see what they're actually using. After that, we'll learn to read between the lines on things like buffers and RWAs. Then we'll get to the main event, seeing how capital behaves under pressure. And finally, we'll pull it all together and talk about how to craft a truly defensible story. Okay, let's dive in.
First things first, let's tackle the most common and, frankly, the most dangerous misconception about capital adequacy. This is where so many ICAPA submissions start to go wrong before the supervisor even gets past the executive summary. So often, banks will find their best-looking number, their hero ratio, and put it front and center, hoping it carries the whole story. For a supervisor, that's an immediate red flag. Look at the difference in thinking here. The bank sees a ratio as a conclusion, an endpoint. The supervisor? They see it as a signal, a starting point for questions. They aren't looking at a static number. They're looking for clues about the bank's fragility when it's put under stress. You see, their mental model is dynamic. It's multifaceted. They are far less concerned with where your capital ratio is today and infinitely more concerned with where it's going. How fast can it disappear? How much breathing room do you have before you hit a trigger? That's what they care about. So, if it's not just one number, what are they actually looking at? Let's open up their core toolkit and see how they build a more complete and, let's be honest, a more truthful picture of your firm's health.
The anchor, the bedrock of their entire toolkit, is the Common Equity Tier 1 ratio, or CET1. This is the gold standard. It's the highest quality, most loss-absorbing capital you have. But a supervisor doesn't just glance at the number. They immediately start digging. How volatile is it? How sensitive is it to stress? A high CET1 ratio that's built on shaky assumptions will be treated with extreme skepticism. Next up is the total capital ratio. Think of this as a secondary signal. It's useful, for sure. It helps them understand your overall capital structure and how much you're relying on lower quality stuff like Tier 2 capital. But it is never, ever the main story. And you absolutely cannot hide a weak CET1 position behind a strong total capital ratio. They will see right through it. And finally, we have the leverage ratio. This is the ultimate reality check. Why? Because it's a simple, non-risk-based measure. It just strips away all of your complex models, all your risk-weight optimizations, and gives a clear, unvarnished view of the balance sheet. It's the great equalizer. And this brings us to this key concept of triangulation. No single metric is ever trusted on its own. Supervisors use them together to cross-check the story. For example, if your risk-weighted CET1 ratio looks fantastic, but your leverage ratio is weak, that is an immediate, major red flag. It tells them you might be playing games with your risk-weighted asset model.
Now let's go a level deeper. We need to look beyond the headline ratios at the numbers behind the numbers. This is where a sharp supervisor separates a well-managed firm from one that just looks good on the surface. So listen, this is a crucial point. It's not just about being above your minimum. It's about how much room you have before you hit a trigger point, like your capital conservation buffer. A bank that is constantly running just a few basis points above its buffers is seen as incredibly vulnerable and operationally fragile. That gap is what matters. They also put your risk-weighted assets under an intense microscope. They're looking for stability, for logic, for clear connection to your business strategy. And I'll tell you right now, any sudden, sharp drop in your RWA density that doesn't have a very obvious business reason, like you sold a massive portfolio, that will immediately trigger some very tough questions about your models.
Okay, this brings us to the most critical part of the entire assessment. This is the heart of it all. How does your capital actually behave when things go wrong? This is the core of the ICAAP stress test review.
They are absolutely obsessed with speed and trajectory. How fast does your capital fall in that first year of stress? Which specific risk is the one that pushes you over the edge? You know, the time to breach can be far more revealing to a supervisor than what the ultimate low point is in a 3-year scenario. It's all about the speed of the decline.
This is the story they're looking for. A clear narrative arc. You start at year 0, looking healthy. Then year 1, bam, the shock hits, and you see that sharp depletion. By year 2, you hit the trough, the lowest point. And critically, by year 3, they need to see a clear, credible plan for how you start to recover and rebuild.
Okay, let's bring it all together. Because at the end of the day, all of these numbers, all these metrics, they are completely meaningless if you can't weave them into a credible and coherent story.
Supervisors see these same mistakes over and over again. These are the credibility killers. Putting your best ratio on page 1 while hiding the weaker ones in the back, burying your scary stress test results in some deep appendix. Every single one of these actively weakens the credibility of your entire submission. You have to avoid them.
So instead, you build your presentation around this structure. You lead with CET1. You are transparent about your distance of buffers. You show the leverage ratio as a real binding constraint. And you put your stress test results front and center. This is the playbook. You're anticipating and answering the supervisor's real questions before they even have to ask them.
And make no mistake, the consequences are very, very real. A lack of confidence doesn't lead to a long academic debate about your models. It leads to direct conservative capital add-ons. They won't argue with your math. They will simply increase your Pillar 2 capital requirement. It's that simple.
So as you build your ICAAP, I want to leave you with this final thought. Your entire metrics package, your entire narrative, it should all be designed to answer this one fundamental question. It's the difference between an ICAAP that just passes and one that truly impresses.
Mastering this supervisory perspective is the key. It moves you away from just playing games to cosmetically optimize your ratios on paper and towards building an ICAAP that is genuinely robust, coherent, and most importantly, defensible in a real conversation with your regulator.
In our next chapter, Chapter 30, we're going to build directly on this foundation. We'll take these principles and we're going to move from theory to practice as we construct the full ICAAP capital stack. We're going to translate all these risk metrics and supervisory expectations into a final, defensible capital number. I'll see you then.
All right, welcome back. So this is where we roll up our sleeves. We're moving from all that theory into some real hard practice. We're going to build the ICAAP capital stack from the ground up. This right here is where the numbers meet the story and where we create a final capital figure that isn't just about the math, but one you can actually defend when the pressure is on. Okay, just a quick reminder of where we are in the grand scheme of things. We're heading Chapter 30, which is really the grand finale of Part 3, Capital Fundamentals. You know, everything we've talked about so far, capital components, buffers, how to spot risks, it all comes together right here, right now. This is the big one for this section. So let's just dive right in. And I want you to really let this quote sink in for a second. The capital stack, it's not just some schedule you fill out in a document. No way. It's the moment of truth. Think about it. A supervisor isn't looking for a small number. They're looking for a defensible one. In this process, this is where you either build that credibility or you lose it. Okay, so here's our game plan for today. We're going to follow a really clear step-by-step blueprint. We'll cover the moment of truth, the bottom-up imperative, then we'll build the stack with its foundations and defenses, get to that final number, and wrap up with ownership and the story behind it. Simple as that. All right, first up, the moment of truth. Let's get really clear on what supervisors are actually expecting from your capital stack. Okay, here's the thing you have to get right from the start. The capital stack is not a fill-in-the-blanks template. Think of it more like your bank's survival story, but told with numbers. It has to answer 3 key questions. What are the risks that could actually hurt us? How much capital do we need to survive them? And which specific capital instruments are going to take the hit? And really, it all boils down to this one question.
Every single piece of your capital stack, every number, every assumption, every buffer you add, it has to be aimed at giving a rock-solid answer to this question. Why is this amount of capital enough for this bank? If you stumble on that answer, you're not ready. It's that simple. Okay, moving on to section 2, the bottom-up imperative. And the subtitle says it all, really. This is the only approach regulators accept. Look, there is a right way to do this and a very, very wrong way. And getting the starting point wrong, that's a fatal error in the eyes of a supervisor. Now, this slide is absolutely crucial. There's no gray area here. The top-down approach, where you start with some target ratio or what your peers are doing, and then work backwards to justify a number, that is an immediate red flag for supervisors. They see it as anchoring bias, and they will reject it out of hand. The only credible way is bottom-up. You start with your bank-specific risks, and you build up from there. Period. All right, section 3. Now we're building the stack, starting with the foundations. And I love the subtitle here, laying the groundwork of your fortress. That's exactly what we're doing. A fortress needs an unshakable foundation. And for us, that means building on our actual, specific risks, not some number we wish we had. So these first 3 steps, they're completely non-negotiable. This is the bedrock of your entire stack. Step 1. Figure out the capital you need for each material risk on its own. Credit, market, op risk, you name it. Step 2. Take those abstract risks and turn them into cold, hard potential losses under a really bad but plausible stress scenario. And step 3, add them all up, but do it conservatively. You have to be super clear here, because if you're fuzzy on any of this, it poisons everything else you build on top. And hey, a really important pro tip on that third step, the aggregation part, when you start talking about diversification benefits, just remember the supervisor's mantra, less is more. Seriously, they'd much rather see you claim a small, easily defended benefit, or even none at all, than some super aggressive, complex diversification argument that's hard to prove. Being conservative here is a huge credibility booster. Okay, section 4, building the stack, defenses. Our foundation is solid. Now it's time to build the walls of our fortress. These are the layers of resilience that take you from just meeting the requirements to showing a truly mature, thoughtful approach to capital. Right. These next 4 steps are what make your capital stack truly battle-ready. First, you've got to add overlays. That's extra capital for things like model risk, data gaps, and emerging threats. Then you calibrate your buffers. Super important, these sit on top of your risk capital, acting as a real shock absorber. Next, you map losses to your capital instruments with a laser focus on CET1, because that's the good stuff. And finally, you have to ask the tough question, is all this capital actually usable when things go sideways? Because if it's not, it's just a number on a page. Let me be perfectly clear about this. Supervisors expect you to put your money where your mouth is when it comes to uncertainty. Talking about model risk or data gaps in your narrative is not enough. You have to capitalize for it. An ICAAP that shows up with 0 overlays for these kinds of uncertainties, it's not going to be seen as credible. Full stop. Okay, so we've laid the foundation, we've built the defenses, and now in section 5, we arrive at the final defensible number. But don't pop the champagne just yet. Getting the number is one thing, being able to defend it is the real endgame. So here it is, the final number. And here's a secret. If this number feels perfectly comfortable, efficient, or optimal to your internal teams, you might have a problem. A truly defensible, resilient capital number, it should feel a little uncomfortable, a bit high. And you know what? That discomfort is a feature, not a bug. It means you're taking resilience seriously. And this right here, this is the acid test. I call it the SREP elevator pitch test. Your board has to be able to say yes to all of these. Can you explain the number in simple terms, no formulas? Can your senior managers defend it on their feet? Can the board clearly articulate why it's enough? And does it all still make sense under stress? If you get even one no here,
your number and your credibility is going to have a very tough time surviving the SREP.
Which brings us perfectly to our last section, ownership and the narrative. Because as we just saw, this isn't just about a number spit out by a model. It's about who owns that number and the story you tell around it. Now, let's look at the Hall of Shame. Supervisors see these same mistakes over and over again. Stacks that are just anchored to a target ratio. No overlays for uncertainty. Wild assumptions about diversification. Relying too much on we'll figure it out later management actions. Every single one of these just chips away at your credibility and basically invites the regulator to come in with a bigger capital number of their own. So, what does a strong narrative sound like? It sounds like this. It's a story about survival, not about optimization. It's about absorbing losses before the market loses faith. It's about being honest about where your models have weaknesses and adding buffers to compensate. When a supervisor hears this kind of language, their ears perk up. It screams ownership, it screams maturity. And that brings us to maybe the single most important point of the entire chapter. The capital stack is not owned by the quants and the modelers. They provide the engine, but they don't drive the car. Ownership belongs with senior management, the risk committee, and ultimately the board of directors. It's a governance document. If the people at the top aren't willing to own this number and defend it themselves, it's dead on arrival, period. And there you have it. That brings us to the end of part 3 on capital fundamentals. You now have the complete blueprint. You know how to build a capital stack from the risks up, how to make it resilient, and how to tell a story about it that will actually stand up to tough questions. So with our capital stack built, we're ready for our next deep dive. And it's a big one. We're going to get into one of the trickiest parts of this whole process, operational risk. So join me for part 4, where we'll kick things off by looking at how operational risk has evolved over time. I'll see you there.
Welcome back. This session is part of our comprehensive 100-chapter master program on ICAAP and operational risk. It's a regulator-ready curriculum really designed to help you build, own, and defend this absolutely critical process from end to end. Today, we're tackling a foundational piece of that puzzle.
So we are in part 4 of the program, which is all about the foundations of operational risk. And today we're jumping into chapter 31, which looks at the evolution of op risk. Now, you might think this is just a history lesson, but it is so much more than that. Understanding this journey is absolutely essential because it explains exactly why regulators focus so intensely on this particular risk in your ICAAP today.
So here's the big question, right? How did something that was once just dismissed as a minor back-office error morph into a systemic threat that could literally bring down an entire bank? Well, today we're going to trace that exact journey, from what was seen as a simple cost of doing business to what is now, and rightly so, a primary threat to a bank's survival.
Okay, so to really grasp where we are now, we have to start by looking back. For decades, operational risk was just viewed through a completely different lens. It was basically seen as an unavoidable and, frankly, uninteresting cost of doing business. Something you manage, sure, but certainly nothing to lose sleep over.
And wow, this slide just lays it all out, doesn't it? The old view treated operational risk as just manageable noise, frequent small impact errors that were simply absorbed by the P&L. It was a back office problem. But the new reality, it's a completely different beast. We now see it as a primary threat. These are unpredictable, fast-moving events that can absolutely destroy confidence and now demand board-level attention as a core concern under Pillar 2, which, as you know, is all about the bank's own assessment of its risk.
So what happened? What flipped the switch so dramatically? Well, the crucial point here is that this wasn't initially driven by a new regulation. It was driven by the fact that the banking industry itself was fundamentally rewired from the inside out. The game just completely changed.
And I mean, this wasn't just a minor update. This was a full-blown industrial revolution for banking. The shift to digital processes, the explosion in real-time transaction volumes, our deep reliance on third parties and complex platforms, every single one of these factors multiplied the scale, the speed, and the potential impact of one single failure.
So in this new, hyper-connected world, an operational risk event isn't some isolated incident anymore. It's what regulators now call a risk amplifier. It's like a single spark that can trigger a devastating cascade, a forest fire, right across the entire firm.
I mean, just think about that for a second. A single system outage or a data breach isn't a localized problem in one department anymore. No way. It can impact millions of customers all at once, bring the entire institution to a standstill, and just obliterate trust overnight. This is exactly why operational risk is now considered systemic within the firm itself. It almost never acts alone.
Let's walk through a classic example of this domino effect. It starts with a cyber event. That's your operational risk. But it never, ever ends there. That immediately triggers reputational damage. That damage, in turn, can lead to serious funding stress as customers and counterparties get nervous and pull back. And where does that all lead? Ultimately, to a significant capital loss. That initial operational event has dragged all these other, more traditional risks right into the tail with.
Now, after watching banks that seemed perfectly well capitalized on paper fail again and again due to these operational breakdowns, supervisors had to face a new and pretty uncomfortable reality. Their existing models for things like credit and market risk just weren't cutting it anymore. They weren't enough to guarantee a bank would survive. And that realization led to this landmark quote from the Basel Committee. This marks a fundamental shift in regulatory philosophy. This wasn't just them writing a new rule. This was a complete change in their entire mindset. Operational risk was officially promoted from the back office right into the boardroom as a primary threat.
You know, the first big attempt to model this was something called the Advanced Measurement Approach, or AMA, under Basel II. It was a noble effort for sure, but in practice it really struggled. And why? Well, the data histories for these big, rare events were just too short. The models were often completely dominated by a few huge scenarios, which made the resulting capital numbers unstable, unreliable, and just not a great anchor for capital adequacy.
And the failure of that pure, complex modeling approach leads us directly to the ICAAP framework we have today. The entire expectation for how we assess operational risk capital under Pillar 2 has changed. The new mandate is crystal clear. Judgment now overtakes pure modeling.
The official switch from the complex AMA models to the much simpler Standardized Measurement Approach, or SMA, under Basel III was a huge signal. Regulators basically threw up their hands and admitted that model-driven precision for this type of risk was, well, an illusion. I mean, just look at the shift on this slide. The goal is no longer precision, it's conservative judgment. The focus isn't on elegant models, it's on prudence. And the key tool has moved from fancy loss distribution models to robust scenario analysis and qualitative overlays. The whole game has shifted from finding a single perfect number to building a defensible case for your capital adequacy in your ICAAP.
So what's the bottom line for you? It's this. Your ICAAP is where you prove you get this new reality. It has to go beyond that baseline Pillar 1 number. It has to show a mature, forward-looking assessment of your specific operational risks using robust scenarios. And it must explicitly hold capital against the inherent uncertainty that no model can ever fully capture. Okay, finally, let's talk about the cultural signal you're sending. Because how your bank discusses, debates, and ultimately capitalizes operational risk, it reveals your core mindset. And believe me, regulators are watching this very, very closely.
Let's be honest with each other. Setting capital for operational risk is uncomfortable. It doesn't lend itself to precise calculation, and it directly challenges the story we like to tell ourselves about having perfect controls. But here's the secret. Supervisors know this. In fact, they see that discomfort and the conservative capital that results from it as a sign of honesty and realism.
not weakness.
So a bank that comes in with a low op-risk capital number and super high confidence, leaning heavily on its models, that signals optimism bias. It signals an illusion of control. On the other hand, a bank that uses conservative overlays and explicitly acknowledges the uncertainty in its narrative, that signals maturity. That signals realism. And supervisors are experts at reading these signals.
And really, this is the key question I want to leave you with from this session. When you present your ICAAP, what signal are you sending to your board and to your regulators? Is it one of mature, defensible realism, or is it one of a dangerous and, frankly, complacent illusion of control?
Now, we're going to build directly on this discussion in our next chapter. We'll get into the specific mechanics of that shift from the AMA to the SMA and really unpack what that transition means for your ICAAP methodology day to day. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to our ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. Just as a quick reminder, we're on a 100-chapter journey together. Right now, we're in Part 4, laying down the operational risk foundations. Today, we're hitting a really big one, Chapter 32, the massive shift from the old Basel II Advanced Measurement Approach, or AMA, to the new Basel III Standardized Measurement Approach, the SMA. Now look, this is way more than just a new formula. It's a total change in how regulators think. This is basically the moment they threw up their hands and said, okay, banks can't reliably model their own worst-case operational risks. Getting your head around this shift is, without a doubt, the key to building an ICAAP that can actually stand up to scrutiny today.
So let's kick things off with a question that I get asked all the time. The new SMA formula is, well, a whole lot simpler than the crazy complex models we had before. So that means our ICAAP job gets easier, doesn't it? I mean, it seems logical. But let me tell you, that assumption is not just wrong, it's actually pretty dangerous.
Because the reality, supervisors see this in a completely different light. For them, making Pillar 1 simpler was a deliberate trade-off. They gave up on precise, custom models to get consistency across all banks. And they fully expect you to fill in all the gaps that simplicity creates. Where? In your Pillar 2 assessment, your ICAAP. And that is the core tension we're going to unpack right now.
Okay, so let's get into it. To really grasp why the new rules are what they are and why supervisors are thinking the way they are, we have to do a bit of an autopsy on the old approach. We need to understand exactly why the Advanced Measurement Approach, AMA, completely failed.
You know, the original idea behind AMA was actually beautiful. It was this grand bargain for the big, sophisticated banks. Regulators said, hey, use your fancy internal models, your own data, your own scenarios, and in return, you'll get a capital number that perfectly reflects your specific risk profile. The promise was so compelling. Better models mean better risk sensitivity, which means a smarter, more accurate capital number. What's not to love?
Well, in the real world, that beautiful promise just completely fell apart. Regulators started seeing the same problems over and over at bank after bank. First, there just wasn't enough data for those super rare black swan events. Second, the models were just not stable. You could change one tiny assumption and boom, your capital number would swing by hundreds of millions of dollars. This created a huge mess of incomparability. You'd have two almost identical banks with completely different capital requirements. And of course, there was this constant temptation to, let's say, optimize the models to get a lower number. But the real nail in the coffin, the thing that truly terrified supervisors, was the governance gap. You had boards signing off on these incredibly complex black box models that, let's be honest, they didn't understand at all.
So after years of seeing this dysfunction, the supervisors came to a very blunt, very powerful conclusion, and this changed absolutely everything. They declared that the tale of operational risk, those catastrophic once-in-a-lifetime events, simply cannot be reliably modeled by banks on their own. This wasn't a suggestion for improvement, it was the final verdict that led directly to the death of AMA.
And that verdict is what brings us to the SMA. It is so important that you don't see this as just the next version, like an upgrade from AMA. It's not. It's a total reset. It's a conscious, deliberate rejection of that whole quest for perfect modeling precision. Regulators were looking for something else entirely.
So what is this new thing? Well, at its heart, the SMA is just a simple formula. It throws out all that complex modeling and uses just two main parts. First, you've got something called the business indicator, or BI. Think of it as a simple measure of the bank's size and complexity, based on things like its income. Second, there's a loss component. This is basically a multiplier that looks at your bank's actual historical losses and adjusts your capital up or down. And that's pretty much it. Simple, standard for everyone, and totally formula-driven.
Just look at the difference in the fundamental question being asked here. AMA was all about, how can we build the perfect model for our unique tail risk? It was a search for precision. SMA couldn't be more different. It just asks, okay, how big is this bank, and how much has it lost in the past? It's a massive shift away from chasing precision and towards simple pragmatism.
This means we need to be crystal clear about what SMA is not built to do. It's not trying to give you a perfect 99.9% value at risk number. It's not designed to spot emerging risks like a major cyber threat on the horizon, and it won't automatically lower your capital just because you improved a bunch of controls last month. Now, the regulators knew all of this. These aren't bugs, they're features. They accepted these limitations on purpose to get consistency, and in doing so, they created a huge analytical hole, a hole they now expect your ICAAP to fill.
And that right there brings us to the single most important idea in this entire chapter. That analytical hole I just mentioned, guess who has to fill it? You do. The simplification of Pillar 1 directly transfers a massive burden of proof onto Pillar 2. If you remember one thing today, let it be this. A simpler Pillar 1 absolutely demands a much, much stronger Pillar 2.
Now here's the trap that so many banks fall right into. It's a flawed line of thinking. They look at the new rules and they say, okay, Pillar 1 is simpler now, which must mean we can do less work on our Pillar 2 operational risk assessment. It kind of makes sense on the surface, right? But it's the complete opposite of how your regulator is thinking. Because here's the supervisor's reality. They look at the exact same rules and they think, okay, this new SMA formula deliberately lacks risk sensitivity. It doesn't look forward. So, the bank's Pillar 2 ICAAP must be where they make up for all those weaknesses. Your ICAAP is now the stage where you have to prove that you understand and are holding capital for all the stuff the SMA formula ignores. Things like new cyber threats, weaknesses in your controls, and the potential for a really severe tail event.
So if you could write down just one thing from today, make it this. SMA is a floor, not a defense. It is the absolute bare minimum. It's the starting point of the conversation with your regulator. It is not your final answer. If you treat your SMA number as the finish line, I can promise you, you're going to have a very difficult regulatory review. Okay, theory's over. Let's get practical. How do we actually build an ICAAP that regulators will accept in this new world? Let's contrast what a weak, indefensible position looks like versus a strong one. This is what supervisors see all the time, and it's an immediate red flag. The bank just calculates their SMA number and copy-pastes it into the ICAAP. There's almost no extra analysis. The scenarios are just vague stories with no numbers attached, and there's no mention of adding extra capital for the big things everyone knows we should be worried about. Let me be very direct. Handing in an ICAAP that looks like this isn't a defense. It's an open invitation for your supervisor to slap on a capital add-on because you clearly haven't done the work yourself.
Now just listen to the difference in the language here. It's night and day. The weak ICAAP just presents the SMA number as a fact. The strong one says, SMA is our regulatory baseline, and here's the extra analysis we've done on top. The weak one has generic stories. The strong one says, we've added specific capital overlays for cyber and fraud. The weak one is silent. The strong one is honest and says, look, we know our past losses probably don't capture how bad things could get in the future. This is what a credible narrative sounds like.
You know, even though AMA is dead and gone, its ghost still has a few things to teach us. First, good, clean loss data is still absolutely essential, both for the SMA calculation and for building believable scenarios. Second, forward-looking scenarios are now king. They are the main driver of your Pillar 2 capital. Third, governance trumps everything. Proving to your board and your regulators that you truly understand your risks is way more important than having a fancy model. And finally, you have to avoid the trap of false precision. Be honest about uncertainty and use smart, conservative judgment.
So let's pull it all together. We've established this new reality where the burden of proof isn't on a complex model anymore. It's on your ICAAP, on your forward-looking analysis, and your governance. And the bedrock of any good analysis is having a really deep understanding of your losses, what they are, and where they actually come from.
And that provides the perfect segue into our next session. Because before we can build a robust analysis, we all need to be speaking the same language, a common language for failure. So in Chapter 33, we're going to get tactical and dive straight into the official Basel operational risk event types. We will break down every single category, from internal fraud all the way to systems failures, because these are the essential building blocks for any credible work you'll do with loss data or scenarios. I look forward to seeing you there.
All right, welcome back to our ICAAP and Operational Risk Master Program. It's great to have you with us as we continue building out our deep, regulatory-grade understanding of capital adequacy. So, just to quickly recap where we are on our journey, we're right in the middle of Part 4, laying down the critical foundations for operational risk. And today's session, Chapter 33, is all about operational risk event types. Now I know what you might be thinking, terminology, but let me be clear. This isn't just about jargon. This is the very language that determines whether your entire operational risk capital framework is seen as credible by a supervisor or if it gets dismissed as just guesswork. Let's kick things off with a really important insight, and it comes straight from the supervisors themselves. This quote, it reveals a fundamental truth. Operational risk capital models don't blow up because the math is wrong. No, they fail because banks fundamentally misunderstand, and because of that, misclassify how and why they actually lose money. If you get the language wrong from the start, all the complex numbers that follow are built on sand. So here's our game plan for today. First, we're going to dig into why op risk capital fails, to really get inside a regulator's head. Then we'll define the language of risk they expect you and your team to be fluent in. After that, we'll do a deep dive into the 7 core failure modes. Think of these as the essential building blocks of that language. Then we'll cover the big red flags that regulators spot immediately, so you know exactly what to avoid. And finally, we'll pull it all together and show you how to use this to build an ICAAP that you can actually defend. So let's unpack that opening idea. Why is this seen as a failure of language and not just a bunch of numbers? Well, it's because the words you use to classify your risks directly control where you look for them, how you measure them, and ultimately how you put capital aside for them. You see, when that language is weak or all over the place, it creates this really dangerous domino effect. It all starts with misclassifying your loss data. That bad data then leads you to build scenarios that are completely misdirected, focusing on the wrong threats. And of course, that means your capital gets allocated to the wrong places, leaving your bank wide open where it's actually vulnerable. Before you know it, your entire governance framework is unreliable because nobody has a clear, honest picture of the real risk profile. And that brings us straight to the solution. We need to adopt a common, precise language of risk. It's all about understanding why we classify event types in the first place, not just from a compliance perspective, but from a real control and capital perspective. Now, what's really fascinating here is how these steps all lock together. It's a logical chain. You start by structuring your loss data consistently. That consistency is what allows you to make sure you have complete risk coverage, no dangerous blind spots. Once you have that full picture, you can then design scenarios that are actually realistic and targeted at the right things. And all of that comes together to support strong governance, because now you can have crystal clear accountability. You know, for a supervisor, this isn't a checklist, it's a logic test. If there's a break anywhere in this chain, it signals a major weakness in your bank's basic risk awareness.
Okay, so let's get into the specifics of this language. We're going to do a deep dive into the 7 core failure modes, right from the Basel framework. Think of these as the essential grammar of operational risk. You have to know them.
First up, internal fraud, the classic insider threat. This is everything from a rogue trader to someone just stealing assets. Now, here's the critical part from a supervisory view. Your scenarios have to assume a complete control failure. We're not talking about a control that was just a bit weak. We're talking about a control that was deliberately bypassed. That suggests a deep breakdown in supervision and culture, which for a regulator is a huge governance red flag. Next, we have external fraud. Think about cybercrime, massive payment fraud schemes, and those super sophisticated phishing attacks. The key challenge that regulators see here isn't just how big the loss could be, it's what they call loss velocity. The incredible speed at which these losses can grow. An attack can drain millions in hours, not days, completely overwhelming any manual controls. That speed turns a manageable problem into something that could threaten the whole firm. Your capital has to reflect that risk of rapid escalation. Number 3 is employment practices and workplace safety. Now, this one is often seen as a lower priority, lower severity risk. But it's a major red flag for supervisors when banks just dismiss it as immaterial or assume, oh, insurance will cover it. They challenge that assumption because a pattern of small claims, whether for discrimination or safety issues, can signal a toxic culture. And that can lead to huge legal battles and reputational damage that absolutely can add up to a very material capital hit over time. Category 4, clients, products, and business practices, is historically one of the absolute giants. This is where you find massive losses from things like product mis-selling and sanctions violations. Regulators see these as slow-burning problems that are deeply rooted in a firm's culture and governance. So the crucial point for your ICAAP is this. Your scenarios can't assume you can just fix this quietly inside the bank. You have to assume it's going to become public, leading to massive fines, client payouts, and years of reputational damage. When it comes to damage to physical assets, the supervisory focus isn't really on the initial event, like a fire or a flood. That's often insured. What they're laser focused on is the residual risk. What does the insurance policy not cover? What's the secondary impact from business interruption on your revenue, on your client relationships? Your capital number has to reflect what's left over after the insurance check comes in. And that brings us to what I'd call the modern fault line of operational risk: business disruption and system failures. This covers things like your core banking platform going down or critical third-party vendor failing. Regulators are getting really skeptical of claims like we have 99.9% uptime. They want to see proof of tough, realistic, tested recovery plans. And the key takeaway for your ICAAP, a long outage is no longer an extreme event. It has to be treated as a plausible scenario. And finally, we have the accumulator: execution, delivery, and process management. These are the thousands of small, everyday processing errors and settlement fails. Here, supervisors aren't looking at any single loss. They're looking at the pattern. A high frequency of these tiny losses is a huge indicator of systemic control weakness. It's like death by 1,000 cuts, and it signals a real structural fragility in your operations. Okay, so now we've learned the language, we know the 7 categories. Now let's flip it around and look at the common mistakes that supervisors immediately flag as problems. These are the things that will undermine your ICAAP's credibility from page 1. The single biggest mistake, and honestly the easiest one for a supervisor to spot, is over-aggregation. Just look at this comparison. On the left, you have a defensible, granular approach, using the proper Basel categories. On the right, you have the red flags, collapsing everything into these vague, useless buckets like fraud or IT risk, and the worst offender of all is other. Using these lazy terms tells a supervisor one of two things. Either you don't really understand the root cause of your losses, or you can't assign clear accountability for fixing them. Either way, it's bad. It's also absolutely critical to understand the hot buttons for your specific region, because this shows you're paying attention. In India, for example, the RBI is highly focused on fraud and tech failures, which makes sense given the rapid digitization there. Meanwhile, in Europe and the UK, there's a much heavier focus on conduct and business practices, stemming from past scandals. And they have a huge emphasis on seeing a clear, auditable trail from these event types straight to your final Pillar 2 capital number. And these right here, these are the specific failures that supervisors find over and over again, classifying the same type of loss differently from one year to the next, shoving things into that other category to hide them, designing these big dramatic scenarios that aren't actually tied to a specific event type. And the ultimate failure? No clear, demonstrable audit trail from the event types through the data to the final capital number you're asking them to approve. Every one of these just erodes confidence. So, how do we avoid all these traps? How do we build an ICAAP that's actually defensible? Well, the key is to shift your mindset. This can't be about compliance. It has to be about genuine control and discipline. Look, a truly defensible position is built on a few core non-negotiable principles. First, use those 7 Basel event types as the stable, consistent backbone for everything. Second, create an unbreakable link. All of your loss data, every single one of your scenarios, has to be explicitly tied to one of those types. Third, make sure there is clear, named ownership within the business for each category. Someone's name has to be next to it. And finally, you have to treat the act of classification itself as a rigorous control discipline, something that gets reviewed and challenged, not just a paperwork exercise for a junior analyst. And ultimately, that's the mindset shift we're talking about. Event type classification is not about ticking a box to keep the regulator happy. It's about creating a lens that allows you and your board to see your own risk with absolute clarity, to understand exactly how and where your firm can actually lose money. And that leaves us with one final thought to really let sink in. If your classification system is weak and inconsistent, what is your capital number really based on? From a supervisor's point of view, the answer is not much. And that uncertainty leads directly to them taking a more conservative view, which almost always means a higher capital add-on for you. So now that we have a firm grasp on the language of risk, the next logical step is to explore how we structure the data that this language is meant to describe. Because remember, without clear event types, all your loss data just becomes noise. Join me in Chapter 34, where we'll dive right into loss data architecture.
All right, let's get right into it. We're going to talk about the one thing that can make or break your entire operational risk framework in the eyes of a regulator: your loss data. Welcome to Chapter 34, all about loss data architecture. Look, if you get this wrong, nothing else in your operational risk ICAAP really matters. But if you get it right, you've built the absolute bedrock of a defensible program. Just as a quick reminder of where we are in our journey, we're deep in Part 4, laying down the critical foundations of operational risk. Honestly, mastering this part is completely non-negotiable because it feeds directly into the more advanced stuff, like the modeling and scenario analysis we're going to tackle later on.
Okay, let's frame our whole discussion today around this one powerful idea. This is not just some catchy phrase, This is the exact lens through which supervisors are going to view your entire operational risk program. They believe your loss data is a direct, unfiltered window into your true risk discipline and your culture.
So, first things first, we need a major mindset shift. We are not talking about databases or software here. This is not an IT topic. We're talking about building your risk truth infrastructure. It's the very foundation of your credibility. It's the system that proves you have an honest, accurate and truthful handle on your own risks.
So, if it's not just an IT system, what is this architecture that regulators are actually looking for? Let's break down what they really mean, because I can tell you it's a much broader concept than most firms initially realize.
What they're looking for is this complete end-to-end life cycle. It covers every single touch point. I mean, from the very second a loss event is identified somewhere out in the business, all the way through how it's analyzed and how it's ultimately used in your capital models and your board reports. The whole thing.
And let's be crystal clear. This is so much more than technology. It's this interconnected web, right? It's the policies that set the rules of the game. It's the processes that people actually follow day to day. It's the governance that provides oversight, the controls that enforce the rules, and, this is a big one, even the human incentives that can either encourage people to report things transparently or drive those losses underground.
Which brings us to a critical, almost a litmus test for supervisors. A spreadsheet is not an architecture. I'll say it again. A spreadsheet is not an architecture. Why? Because it fundamentally lacks the controls, the governance, the audit trail, everything that regulators demand from a core piece of risk infrastructure. Full stop.
Okay, so how do you actually build this thing? What does the system that earns that regulatory trust really look like in practice? Well, it all comes down to 7 absolutely non-negotiable pillars. Now, what's really important to understand is how regulators see this list. They expect you to have robust, documented evidence for all 7 pillars. A weakness in just one of these can bring the whole house down in their eyes. You can't be great at 6 and weak on 1. They will find that weak link.
So let's zoom in on a few of these pillars, where frankly, banks fail the test most often. These are the common regulatory red flags. And we'll start with one of the most contentious areas, defining your capture thresholds. You're basically walking a tightrope here. If you set your thresholds too high, you miss that rich stream of small, frequent losses that are often the canary in the coal mine, the best early warning sign that a control is failing. But if you set them too low, your risk team just drowns in irrelevant noise, and frankly, data quality plummets. A supervisor is going to challenge you to justify exactly why your threshold is right for managing risk and not just set for convenience.
Here's another key stress test for your process: classification discipline. If you are constantly going back and changing how past losses are categorized, maybe to fit a new story you're trying to tell, that is a massive red flag. It signals to a regulator that your whole process is unstable. On the flip side, consistency shows discipline. It shows you have a mature, well-understood risk taxonomy.
And this one is huge. Every single loss must have a clear owner. An unowned loss? I mean, you might as well be waving a giant red flag in a supervisor's face that says, our accountability is broken. It signals a culture of avoidance and tells them your governance process has failed.
You have to burn this next point into your brain. It's a core assumption for any supervisor. Without clear, documented proof of independent challenge and validation from your second line, from internal audit, your data is simply not considered credible. To them, self-reported, unchallenged data is biased data. End of story.
So you see, all of these individual technical components, they start to add up. They build a much larger picture for the regulator. They're like a detective, assembling these pieces of evidence to form a view on something far more important: your bank's actual lived-in risk culture.
And while these core principles are global, you have to know your local regulator's hot buttons. For example, in India, the RBI has a laser focus on fraud capture and timely escalation. In Europe and the UK, they'll do deep dives on governance and get very suspicious of data that looks too clean or never changes, because it suggests reporting is probably being suppressed.
The big takeaway here is this: supervisors read your data's behavior to understand your true culture. Is your reporting transparent and focused on learning? Or is it defensive, maybe designed to minimize your capital number? Because the data tells a story they will trust far more than any corporate mission statement you have hanging on the wall.
Okay, let's wrap this up by connecting all the dots. Why is getting this foundational architecture so incredibly important for everything else in your ICAPS submission? What's the real-world ripple effect?
It's because a weak architecture creates this toxic chain reaction. It's a domino effect. It starts with bad data. That means your scenarios aren't anchored in your own reality. That leads to a fragile, indefensible capital number, which inevitably ends with regulators losing trust and hitting you with a painful capital add-on.
Think about all the critical components coming up later in this program. The integrity of the architecture we've talked about today isn't just a nice to have. It's the direct foundation for almost all of them. Our data analysis, our modeling, our scenario work, right through to the final governance assessment. None of it works without this.
This is the key takeaway for this entire chapter. It's really that simple. If this foundation is flawed, the entire ICAAP structure you build on top of it is at risk of collapsing under regulatory challenge. It's the poison in the well. Bad data contaminates everything.
So I'm going to leave you with a provocative question to take back to your own organization. I want you to be really honest with yourself. Is your loss data architecture a fortress built with discipline and ready to withstand any scrutiny? Or is it a facade, a house of cards just waiting for a regulator to come and blow on it?
And as you're thinking about that, be ruthlessly honest. Because as you can see here, supervisors know exactly where to push to see if it's a facade. They find the same cracks over and over again across the industry. Inconsistent thresholds, using the other category as a dumping ground, and the late capture of big legal losses. These are the telltale signs of a weak architecture.
Okay, so now that we've established what a strong architecture, a fortress, looks like, our next chapter is going to get into the really tough practical challenges of the data inside that fortress. We're going to build on this foundation and dive into tricky concepts like data bias, scarcity, and survivorship. It's going to be a good one. I'll see you there.
All right, let's talk about internal loss data. On the surface, it seems like the most solid, factual input you could possibly have for your risk models. But what if it's actually an illusion? Today, we're going to explore exactly why this fundamental data is so often deeply flawed, and more importantly, how you can handle it in a credible, defensible way. Welcome to Chapter 35 of our 100-part ICAAP Master Program. As you know, this is a cumulative learning path, and we're now deep into Part 4, Operational Risk Foundations. Today, we are tackling a cornerstone of any capital assessment, internal loss data. Getting this right is frankly non-negotiable for anyone in risk, capital management, or even for those on the regulatory side. Let's break down why. I love this quote because it perfectly captures the problem we're dealing with. Internal loss data is the most intuitive input and also the most misleading. This is the paradox we're going to unpack. The data feels so tangible, so real, but it's often built on a foundation of hidden, systematic biases. So here's our game plan. First, we'll tackle the data double edge, why it's both essential and dangerous. Then, we're going to expose the 5 key data blind spots that distort what you see. We'll confront the fundamental problem of scarcity, and then we'll put on a regulator's hat to see how they view all this. Finally, and this is the key part, we'll show you how to turn these flaws into foresight and write a truly defensible story for your ICAAP. Okay, first up, the data double edge. You know, supervisors will insist that you use your internal loss data, but in the very next breath, they'll challenge it. So what gives? It's because they know that while it's the only data that reflects your specific controls and culture, it is never the complete picture. This really gets to the heart of the supervisory view. They start from the assumption that your data is incomplete, biased, and backward-looking, but you still have to use it. Your job isn't to pretend your data is perfect. A mature, credible ICAAP acknowledges these flaws right up front and then shows exactly how you've accounted for them.
So let's pull back the curtain and deconstruct this illusion. We're going to do that by walking through 5 systematic blind spots that exist in pretty much every internal loss data set I've ever seen. I like to think of these as the 5 horsemen of data bias. You've got underreporting, thresholds, survivorship, what I called the control illusion, and finally, recency and memory effects. Let's break each one down, because understanding these is the absolute first step to building a risk framework that holds up under scrutiny. Now, the most important thing to get about underreporting is that it's often a completely rational behavior. People are afraid of reputational damage. Reporting a loss creates a permanent failure record on their team. And sometimes the incentive to just fix a problem quietly is way stronger than the incentive to report it officially. A supervisor will always assume your observed losses are just the tip of a much larger iceberg. Next up is threshold bias. This one structurally warps your entire data set. Think about it. If you only collect losses above, say, $10,000, you are systematically undercounting how often things go wrong. At the very same time, because you're only seeing the bigger events, your average loss severity gets artificially pumped up. Any model you build on this raw, distorted data is fundamentally flawed from the get-go. This brings us to survivorship bias, and it's captured by this simple, powerful truth. The worst event has not yet happened. Your internal data is nothing more than a historical record of the storms your bank has managed to survive. It tells you absolutely nothing about the one storm that could have been fatal, but maybe through sheer luck, you missed. A credible ICAAP has to account for what could happen, not just what already has. And that flows right into the control environment illusion. This is so common. A bank says, we have no losses in this area, so our controls must be great. A regulator hears that and immediately pounces with questions like these. Have those controls ever actually been tested under real stress? Has the business or the tech changed since they were put in place? And what about the external threat? Has it evolved? You see, an absence of losses is not evidence of low risk. More often than not, it's just evidence of calm weather. All right, now we get to a problem that you simply cannot fix. You can only manage it, and that's the fundamental scarcity of data, especially for those severe, tail-end events that ICAAP is specifically supposed to prepare you for. This slide lays out a really critical distinction. Your internal data, it's great for spotting patterns, things like recurring control weaknesses or behavioral issues. But what is it terrible at? It is structurally incapable of predicting rare, high-impact tail risk events. And this is precisely why regulators insist that your capital for tail risk can never be based on internal data alone. It demands forward-looking scenarios and serious expert judgment. So, with all these known flaws, what does a regulator actually expect you to do? Well, this is where we pivot. We go from identifying problems to demonstrating mature judgment. It's not about having perfect data. It's all about how you handle its very obvious imperfections. This slide shows the exact mental shift regulators are looking for. The naive view is low losses mean low risk. Simple. The mature view asks, do our low losses just mean our controls haven't been tested yet? It's the difference between treating data as the absolute truth versus seeing it as an incomplete signal. Here's the key takeaway. Your past is not a prediction. It is the lowest possible boundary for what the future could hold. And these expectations can get very specific depending on where you operate. In India, for example, the regulator will assume you are underreporting unless you prove you're not. A clean loss history is actually a red flag that invites more questions. In the UK and the EU, they're big on consistency. If your loss data tells a completely different story from your control assessments, or if it looks way different from your peers, you can expect some very pointed questions. So how do we actually turn this flawed data into a credible, useful input for our ICAAP?
This part is all about application. It's about turning a known weakness in your data into a demonstrated strength of your risk management framework. You know, one of the best ways to learn what to do is to look at what not to do. And believe me, supervisors see these same failures over and over again. Using raw data without any adjustments, citing a low loss history as a reason to feel comfortable, ignoring thresholds in the models, and maybe the biggest sin of all, having loss data that's completely disconnected from the scenario analysis. If your data isn't directly informing your scenarios, you're missing the entire point. And that brings us to the payoff. At the end of the day, it all comes down to the story you tell, in your documents and in your meetings. So let's look at the specific language that signals maturity and credibility to a regulator. This right here gets to the heart of it all. A weak narrative defends the past. It says things like, our losses were small, so our capital can be lower. A strong narrative prepares for the future. It says, we acknowledge that our internal loss data understates tail risk. Or, we have explicitly adjusted our analysis for threshold and survivorship bias. The most mature firms say this, our loss data informs the direction of our analysis, but our forward-looking scenarios determine the magnitude of our capital. That is the language of credibility. So I'll leave you with this question to think about. Is your ICAAP story about lost data a defense of a past that was probably just lucky, or is it a robust preparation for a future that is guaranteed to be uncertain? Your answer really determines your credibility with your board and your supervisor. So let's wrap it up. Internal loss data is absolutely essential, but it is riddled with bias. The key is to acknowledge its limitations and explicitly adjust for them. And remember, it should inform your scenarios, not define your capital.
Now that we've really picked apart the flaws in our own data, the next logical step is to look outside our own four walls. So, in Chapter 36, we're going to explore how to use external loss data, how to learn from the failures of others without just blindly copying their risks. I'll see you there.
Welcome. We are diving into Chapter 36, and today we're going to tackle a topic that, believe me, consistently gets firms into hot water with supervisors, and that is the proper use of external loss data. It is, without a doubt, one of the most misunderstood parts of the ICAAP, and our mission today is to fix that for good. But before we jump right in, let's just get our bearings. We are deep inside Part 4. Building those critical foundations of operational risk. And what we cover today, well, it's not just a standalone topic. It's an absolutely essential piece of the puzzle that feeds directly into the advanced modeling and scenario analysis we'll be tackling later in the program. All right, I want to talk about a phrase. It's a phrase I hear constantly. A massive operational loss hits a competitor. We're talking a huge fraud, a catastrophic systems failure, a crippling regulatory fine. And what's the first reaction you hear internally? It's almost always this. Wow, but that could never happen here. Now, you have to understand, to a supervisor, that sentence is one of the biggest red flags you could possibly wave. It signals a fundamental lack of imagination and, frankly, a dangerous level of comfort. So today, our job is to completely dismantle that way of thinking and replace it with a robust, defensible framework.
Okay, so here's our game plan. First, we're going to unpack that psychological never happen here trap. Then we're going to get inside the head of a regulator to really understand why they insist on this. And finally, and most importantly, we're going to translate all of that into a practical, defensible process you can use in your ICAAP. Let's get started.
So let's start with that initial reaction, that gut feeling. Why do these massive external events so often feel, well, alien? Why do they seem so irrelevant to our own bank? Well, it's pretty simple, really. It's because these events exist completely outside of our direct experience. Our internal controls feel robust, right? But that's because they haven't been tested by a multi-billion-dollar crisis. Our organizational culture feels strong. The specific sequence of failures that happened over there, it just seems so unique to that firm. But here's the key point, and please let this sink in. History is absolutely littered with catastrophic losses that were considered completely implausible by the people inside the bank, right up until the moment they happened. And this is precisely why regulators are so insistent on using this data. You see, their goal isn't what most people think it is. It's much more subtle. This is probably the single most important concept to grasp today. Regulators do not want you to just mechanically plug a competitor's loss into your model. That's not the point. What they want is for you to use these events to expand your imagination, to become aware of the sheer scale of what's possible way out in the tail of the distribution. They want you to stress test your own cozy assumptions. It's a tool for learning, not a tool for imitation. So, to do this correctly, you actually have to stop thinking like a risk modeler for just a moment, and you have to start thinking like a supervisor. And that begins by asking a completely different kind of question. This is the first question that almost every team asks. They look at the name of the bank that failed, its size, its geography, and they immediately start listing all the reasons why we're different. And this right here, this just brilliantly illustrates the flaw in that approach. Because the answer to that question is always no. Of course you're not identical. Asking that question is just a defensive reflex. It's designed to dismiss the event, and it completely misses the entire supervisory point. This is the question. This is the only question that truly matters. A supervisor doesn't care if the bank is in another country or has a slightly different business mix. What they care about is how it failed. What was the mechanism? You see, relevance isn't about that surface-level similarity. It's about the underlying plumbing of the bank. Do you have processes for, say, client onboarding or trade execution that could be exploited in a similar way? Do you rely on the same types of controls, manual checks, reconciliations, manager oversight, that could fail under extreme pressure? And what about your incentive structures? Could your bonus plans inadvertently drive the exact kind of risk-taking that led to that external event? That is where the real risk lives.
Okay, so let's say we've done that hard work, we've identified a relevant failure mechanism. Now what? How do we actually use it? Let's walk through the process of taking that external event and building it into a truly defensible scenario for our own ICAAP.
Okay, the number one mistake people make is they just copy and paste the loss amount from the other bank, or they just arbitrarily scale it down, saying, well, we're smaller. That's not defensible. A defensible approach builds a reasoned argument. It starts by establishing a range of possibilities, not a single number. It links the potential impact directly to your specific balance sheet and business volumes. And crucially, it considers the amplifiers, the fines, the legal fees, the reputational damage that almost always magnify the final loss. This is really the end goal of the whole exercise. You use the story, the narrative, of that external failure to craft a compelling scenario for your own bank. This forces the business owners to think beyond their own limited history. It prevents the creation of those safe, comfortable scenarios that don't actually test your capital adequacy. A scenario that isn't grounded in the harsh reality of what has happened to others is just too easy for a regulator to dismiss as an exercise in complacency. Ultimately, the way you document and discuss your use of external data in your ICAAP document, it's a direct signal of your firm's risk maturity. And honestly, it can be the difference between a smooth review and a very painful capital add-on. What's so interesting about this slide is how clearly it contrasts the language of an immature ICAAP with a mature one. On the left, you see defensive, dismissive language. It's all about filtering and ignoring. On the right, you see proactive, thoughtful language. A supervisor can spot this difference in about 5 minutes, and I promise you, it immediately frames their entire perception of your ICAAP. And remember, the value here goes way beyond just the modeling team. These real-world stories of failure, they are incredibly powerful tools to use in the boardroom. It is so much easier to get a board member's attention with the story of a competitor's collapse than with a slide full of complex statistics.
It grounds the entire discussion in reality and forces that crucial what-if conversation.
Okay, let's bring all of this together. I want to distill everything we've talked about into a final set of clear, simple rules to guide your work.
Keep this slide handy. Seriously, think of it as your cheat sheet. Use external data to challenge yourselves, to justify conservative assumptions, and to find the risks you aren't thinking about. Do not use it to try and precisely estimate frequency. It's terrible for that. Or as an excuse to minimize capital. And this is even more critical for Pillar 2 judgment now under the new standardized measurement approach, where this kind of qualitative assessment is absolutely paramount.
So by completing this chapter, you've now covered the essential components of loss data. And as you can see, this is not just some theoretical exercise. This data is the direct fuel for the loss distribution approach modeling we're going to be building. It's the foundation for our entire scenario analysis framework, and it's a cornerstone of successfully defending your ICAAP to supervisors when we get to Part 10. I'll leave you with that final question to reflect on, because the answer to that question reveals pretty much everything about the maturity of your capital adequacy process. In our next chapter, we're going to continue building our toolkit by exploring the early warning signals that so often get ignored, near misses and key risk indicators. Thank you.
Welcome back to our ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. For those of you just joining, this is a comprehensive 100-chapter journey, really designed for professionals who need to build, own, and defend a regulator-ready ICAAP from start to finish. We're structured across 10 parts, starting with regulatory foundations and taking you all the way to supervisory defense. Right now, we are deep into Part 4, Operational Risk Foundations. Today, we're jumping into Chapter 37, which is an absolutely critical piece of our Operational Risk Foundation. We're going to focus on the forward-looking tools that supervisors, frankly, value the most: near misses and key risk indicators, or KRIs. The core idea here is simple, but it's incredibly powerful. It's all about learning how to detect failure before it ever turns into a loss. So here's our game plan for today. We'll kick things off with a crucial mindset shift. Then, we'll decode what regulators actually mean when they say near miss. From there, we'll cover how to build KRIs that are truly actionable, how to integrate everything into a powerful early warning system, and, this is the big one, how to link these signals directly to your capital. And finally, we'll talk about how to build a proactive defense for your next supervisory review. Okay, let's get into it. First things first. To get any of this right, we have to understand the fundamental difference in how supervisors look at your risk indicators. It really requires a complete shift in perspective.
Think about it this way. Relying only on your historical loss data is like trying to drive a car by looking exclusively in the rearview mirror. Sure, it tells you exactly where you've been and what you've already hit. But supervisors expect you to be looking through the windshield, using leading indicators like near misses and KRIs to see the hazards that are coming up ahead.
And look, this distinction isn't just some academic theory. It fundamentally defines how regulators see your entire risk framework. It separates the reactive bank, the one they see as always playing catch-up, probably understating its risk, from the proactive bank they can actually trust, the one that has robust early warning governance baked into its DNA. Okay, so let's get super clear on what a near miss actually is, because getting this definition right is absolutely critical for your credibility with any regulator. Now, I want you to notice the precision in this definition. A near miss is not just a small loss. It's not a minor error. Critically, it's an event where you were one single control failure away from a material loss. That's the key.
So, for an event to really qualify as a true near miss, it has to have these three elements. First, there had to be a credible, plausible potential for a real loss. Second, at least one of your controls must have already failed. And third, the loss was only avoided due to pure luck, timing, or maybe some last-ditch manual intervention. If nothing really could have happened, then it doesn't count.
So here's the crucial takeaway. In the regulator's mind,
A near miss isn't a success story. It's a loss that just missed. They see it as hard evidence that you came one single step away from a major failure, and their immediate next questions will be why and what are you doing about it?
All right, let's move on to KRIs and see how this all builds, because a good key risk indicator is so much more than just another number on a management dashboard. It's a precise diagnostic tool.
And this table, it illustrates the hierarchy of these metrics perfectly. You've got your key performance indicators, your KPIs. They measure performance, which frankly is low value for ICAAP. Then you have risk appetite metrics. They define your boundaries. That's medium value. But KRIs provide that high-value, forward-looking early warning signal that supervisors are laser-focused on for a credible ICAAP.
The difference here is like night and day. Bad KPRs like system uptime or the number of complaints, they're lagging. They only measure outcomes after something has already gone wrong. Good KPRs are leading. They measure the strain on your controls before they break. They signal that a risk is building and moving toward failure.
Now, just having these tools, a near-miss register over here, a KRI dashboard over there, that's not enough. It's not going to cut it. Supervisors expect to see a cohesive, fully integrated early warning system where all of these dots connect.
A mature bank can demonstrate this logical, compelling flow. It all starts with your risk and control self-assessment scores. Deteriorating control ratings, those should show up in worsening KRI trends. Those trends, in turn, should predict the near misses, which are that final validation that your controls are under severe strain, right before they lead to actual losses.
This is a non-negotiable expectation. Let me be clear. Your KRIs must predict your near misses, and your near misses must validate your KRIs. If you're reporting a spike in reconciliation breaks as a key risk, but you have zero payment-related near misses to show for it, a supervisor will immediately and correctly challenge the validity of your data. The story has to be consistent. And that brings us to the ultimate payoff. This isn't just a risk management exercise. We have to answer the so what question for ICAAP. How does this proactive framework directly influence your capital assessment? Let's play out a scenario. Imagine a bank with very low historical op risk losses, but its registers are full of frequent near misses in one specific area. So, is its capital adequate? From a supervisor's point of view, the answer is almost always a hard no. Why? Because those near misses are clear, undeniable evidence of unmaterialized risk that absolutely requires capital. So the crucial point is that these signals have to have teeth. They can't just be for a dashboard. They have to feed directly into your capital calculation. They provide credible inputs for your scenario analysis. They justify capital overlays when your loss data is thin, and ignoring a cluster of them is a big red flag for undercapitalization.
Okay, finally. Let's talk about how you demonstrate this maturity. How do you build a proactive defense and present your case effectively when the supervisors come calling?
You need to be prepared because they will ask for this evidence directly. They're going to want to see the registers, the breach logs, and crucially, the audit trail. They'll ask for escalation records to senior management and proof that actions were taken. If you can't show that your near misses led to concrete changes, they're going to conclude that your risk signals are just being ignored.
This right here, this is the language of risk maturity. This is what good looks like. It's not about hiding your near misses like there's some embarrassing failure. It's about owning them, demonstrating proactive management, and showing exactly how these warnings made your ICAAP stronger.
So, to summarize Chapter 37, you have to treat near misses as valuable early warnings, not embarrassments. You need to design KRIs that detect control strain, not just past outcomes. And most importantly, you have to build a framework that links these signals directly to your scenarios and your capital. This is really the foundation of a defensible operational risk ICAAP.
Now that we've learned how to detect risk early through these powerful leading indicators, our next logical step is to understand how we systematically and formally assess the strength of our entire control environment. And that is the focus of our very next session, Chapter 38, Risk and Control Self-Assessment, Turning Judgment into Structure. I'll see you there.
All right, welcome back to our ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. As you know, this is our comprehensive 100-chapter journey to get you fully regulator-ready. We are deep into Part 4 now, which is all about operational risk foundations. Today, we're hitting a really critical topic, Chapter 38, which is all about the Risk and Control Self-Assessment, or as you know it, the RCSA. This is an area where, trust me, most banks get it wrong. So let's get right into it. The key here, and this is the big shift in mindset I want you to have, is that we're not going to look at the RCSA from the bank's point of view. No, we're going to put on a different hat and see it through the eyes of the one person who truly matters in this whole process, your supervisor. Because when they pick up your RCSA document, this is the one question that's running through their mind. Does this bank actually understand where its controls are going to fail before the losses start piling up? You see, it's not about ticking boxes or filling out some form. It's all about foresight. They want to know that you can anticipate failure, not just react to it. And this slide, well, it just perfectly captures that massive disconnect, doesn't it? On one side, you have the bank's view. For so many, the RCSA is just a chore. It's a compliance exercise, a qualitative checklist, a box-ticking ritual you have to do every year. But on the other side, the supervisor sees something completely different. To them, it's a forward-looking stress test of your controls. It's a test of management's honesty. And crucially, it's a direct input for deciding whether to slap you with a Pillar 2 capital overlay. The stakes are completely different. Now, you might be thinking, hang on, with the move to the standardized measurement approach, does the RCSA still matter that much? And the answer is, oh yeah, it matters more than ever. Why? Because Pillar 1 capital for op risk isn't based on your internal models anymore. That means the supervisors are putting way more weight on Pillar 2, which is all about their judgment, their assessment of your governance, and guess what the primary piece of evidence is for that judgment? Yep, your RCSA. So let's be crystal clear about this. A weak RCSA, one that looks like a copy-paste job from last year or is just full of wishful thinking, it doesn't just look bad. It completely undermines your entire operational risk framework. It basically hands the supervisor an open invitation to add more capital on top, a Pillar 2 add-on. It's a direct financial consequence. Okay, so how do they spot a weak RCSA? What are they looking for? Well, they have a kind of mental checklist, a set of red flags they are actively hunting for. Let's walk through that checklist right now so you know exactly what not to do. First up, and honestly, this is the most abused concept I see, the difference between inherent and residual risk. Supervisors need to see you've thought this through logically. Step 1. What's the inherent risk? You know, how bad could things get if you had zero controls in place? Just pure, raw risk. Step 2. How effective are your controls, really? How much of that risk do they actually knock down? And then Step 3. What's left over? That's your residual risk. If you can't separate these three things clearly, your whole assessment just falls apart. It's not credible. Now, let's talk about the effective controls trap. This is such a common failure. It's amazing, really, how one little word can get you into so much trouble. So many banks just love to sprinkle the word effective all over their RCSA. Everything is effective. To a supervisor, that's not a sign of a well-controlled bank. It's a massive red flag. Because the moment they see effective, their first question is going to be, okay, effective against what? Are we talking effective against a small everyday hiccup, or is it effective against a major once-in-a-decade kind of shock? Because there's a world of difference between the two, and effective on its own tells them nothing. And the next challenge follows right on its heels. Tested under what conditions? Was this control tested on a quiet Tuesday afternoon when everything was running smoothly? Or was it tested under real stress, when systems are overloaded and people are panicking? Because a control that only works when things are calm isn't really a control at all, is it? An untested control is basically an unproven one. And this might sound counterintuitive, but they're also going to ask, when did it fail? Seriously. They want to see failures. Why? Because a control that has never ever failed has probably never been properly stressed. From their point of view, showing that a control failed, that you found the breaking point, and that you learned from it, that's 1,000 times more credible than claiming everything is perfect. All of this leads to what is probably the supervisor's single biggest concern, something called control illusion. This is the really dangerous belief that just because you've written down a control in a document, it provides real-world protection. It's assuming that because nothing bad happened yesterday, nothing bad will happen tomorrow. So when they see an RCSA where every control is strong and all the residual risks are low, they don't think, wow, what a great bank. They think, this is totally unrealistic. This is a bank that isn't being honest with itself. Okay, so after the supervisor has gone through the RCSA document itself and spotted all these potential red flags, what's next? Well, now comes the moment of truth. They're going to test its credibility by putting it up against reality. And they do that by checking it against two other absolutely critical pieces of information. First, they do a simple two-way test. They take your RCSC findings and compare them to your actual loss data. It's a pure reality check. If your RCSA says the risk of, say, internal fraud is low, but they look at your data and see a bunch of small losses and near misses related to fraud, well, the conclusion is pretty simple. The data isn't lying. Your RCSA is. Its credibility is shot. Second, and this is just as important, they check to see if your RCSA actually feeds your scenario analysis. The connection has to be rock solid. Your highest residual risks from the RCSA, those should become your most severe capital driving scenarios. The areas where you identified weak controls, that should lead you to make more conservative, more pessimistic assumptions in your scenarios. It has to be a closed loop. And really, this is the supervisor's bottom line. It's so simple. If your scenarios do not reflect your RCSA findings, one of them is wrong. And 99% of the time, they're going to assume it's your RCSA. A disconnect like this is a massive governance red flag. It tells them your risk teams aren't talking to each other, and your whole framework is just a collection of disconnected parts. So, okay, we've spent a lot of time on how things go wrong. Let's flip this around. How do you build an RCSA that a supervisor will actually believe in, one that's defensible? It boils down to two things, really: genuine ownership and an honest, credible story. First, let's talk about ownership. This is non-negotiable for a supervisor. The RCSA has to be owned by the business, not by the risk function. The first line of defense, the people on the front lines who actually manage these risks day to day, they have to own this process. If it looks like the second line risk team just filled it out and sent it around for signatures, it's immediately dismissed as a tick-the-box exercise with no real value. So what does a credible narrative actually sound like? Well, here's an example. Residual risk remains high due to scale and complexity, even with our controls. See that? That's honesty. That's a mature organization acknowledging that, hey, our business is big and complicated, and even with great controls, some significant risk is just always going to be there. That's realism, and supervisors love realism. Here's another one. We escalated this risk despite no recent losses because of its inherent potential severity. Wow, this is music to a supervisor's ears. This shows you're not just driving by looking in the rearview mirror. You're not waiting for a big loss to happen before you get serious about a risk. You're thinking about what could happen, its potential. And that is the absolute hallmark of a proactive, forward-looking risk culture.
And that brings us to the common ICAAP failures that are directly tied to a poor RCSA. You have to avoid these. You can't have an RCSA that's totally disconnected from your capital numbers. You can't have a sea of green where every control is strong. You can't identify a high risk and then do nothing about it. And you certainly can't submit the same looking RCSA year after year. Any of these will take you straight down the path to a nasty regulatory finding.
So what are we aiming for? We're aiming for an ICAAP Grade R SCA. What is that? It's an assessment that's credible. It clearly separates inherent and residual risk. It challenges its own controls, especially under stress. It's not afraid to escalate uncomfortable truths. And critically, it directly feeds into your scenario analysis and your capital planning. The key takeaway here is that it's not about being right. It's about being honest, and being honest early. So if you remember just one thing from today, let it be this. Your RCSA is a forward-looking control stress test. It is not a retrospective checklist. If you treat it like a checklist, I guarantee your supervisor will spot it, and they will respond by applying their own conservative capital overlays. In short, they will substitute their judgment for yours, and you will not like the outcome. And that really leaves us with a provocative final thought, doesn't it? Without a strong RCSA, does your entire governance framework just collapse into a reactive process? Are you just waiting to respond to the last failure? We're going to dig into that question because that's the perfect lead-in to our next chapter, Chapter 39, where we'll explore how a truly credible RCSA becomes the absolute foundation for effective operational risk governance. I'll see you there.
Welcome back. We are about to tackle a really critical topic, operational risk governance. And let's be really clear right from the get-go. This is not about paperwork or ticking boxes. This is all about accountability, culture, and, you guessed it, the one thing that always gets senior management's attention, capital.
So just to remind you where we are, this is our 100-chapter master program. We're building you up to be an absolute expert in ICAAP and operational risk. We are deep in Part 4, Operational Risk Foundations. Specifically, we're at Chapter 39, which is really the capstone for this entire section. You know, everything we've talked about, data, assessments, KRIs, it has all been leading right to this point. Because what we cover today is exactly what you'll need to defend your capital models when a supervisor is sitting right across the table from you.
Okay, let's just jump right in with a scenario. Picture this. A major operational failure just happened. A system glitched, a key process completely broke down, and a huge loss just hit the books. The regulator is on the phone. Now, what do you think they ask? They're not immediately asking about the line of code that failed or the specific control that broke. No, their very first question is something far more fundamental.
So here's our game plan for today. First, we are going to redefine what governance actually is. It's probably not what you think. Then, we're going to put on a supervisor's hat to see the world through their eyes. We'll stress test the classic 3 lines model, and we'll see why escalation is the ultimate test of an organization's courage. And this is the most important part. We will connect all of this directly to your capital number. Finally, we'll wrap up with a really practical guide on how to spot weakness and build real strength.
All right, Section 1, Governance, the real control. This is all about why accountability is so much more important than any system you can build. The core idea here is a total paradigm shift. Think about it. Weak governance, not a weak control, is the root cause of almost every single major operational loss. The broken control is just the symptom. The government structure, or lack thereof, is the real underlying disease.
And there it is. That's the answer to our opening question. This is what regulators truly care about. It's not about what broke, it's about who. Who was ultimately accountable for this risk? Who was providing that independent, tough challenge to the business? And maybe most importantly, who had the guts and the right process to escalate the warning signs before everything went wrong? This line of questioning, right here, it reveals absolutely everything about an organization's true culture.
Okay, Section 2, through the supervisor's eyes. So how do we start thinking like a regulator? It's actually pretty simple. You need to ignore the org chart. Forget the fancy names of the committees. You have to look for the evidence, the proof of a living, breathing system of accountability.
A supervisor is going to judge your entire framework based on these 4 principles. First, is ownership crystal clear? Can they point to one single person, or does responsibility just get lost in a committee somewhere? Second, is your challenge function truly independent, or is it just a rubber stamp for the business? Third, does bad news travel up the chain fast, or does it get buried and softened along the way? And here's the ultimate test. When things inevitably go wrong, does someone actually take responsibility, or does everyone just run for cover?
Now for Section 3, 3 lines under pressure. This, of course, brings us to the famous 3 lines model. You know, almost every single bank has this on paper. But here's the secret. Supervisors don't trust it by default. Not at all. They're interested in only one thing. How does this model actually perform when the pressure is really on?
Let's use an analogy. Think of it like you're building a fortress. The first line, that's the business, they are responsible for building the walls, making them strong and high. Now, the second line, your risk function, they don't lay a single stone. Instead, their job is to stand outside the walls, poking and prodding, testing for weaknesses, and challenging the builder's assumptions. And finally, you have the third line, that's audit. They come in every so often to make sure both the builders and the testers are doing their jobs right. If any one of these lines fails, the entire fortress is at risk. It's that simple.
Let's really zero in on the second line, because this is where most organizations get it wrong. Their job is not to take over and fix the first line's problems. It is to challenge, to question, and to escalate. Supervisors get extremely nervous when they see a passive second line that seems to prioritize getting along over robust challenge. Let me tell you, if your second line isn't making the business a little bit uncomfortable from time to time, it's probably not doing its job. And the third line? They act as the organization's memory. They don't just go down a checklist on controls. No, they look for patterns. Are the same issues popping up year after year in their reports? Does management actually fix the root cause, or do they just slap a Band-Aid on the symptom? An audit finding that keeps recurring without any real consequence, that is a massive red flag for a systemic governance failure.
This brings us to Section 4, Escalation, the ultimate test. This is really where governance proves its worth. Forget all the process maps and flowcharts for a second. At its heart, escalation is about courage. It's about the willingness to deliver bad news upwards and to do it fast and unfiltered. It is the single clearest indicator you have of a healthy risk culture. Here's a classic question a supervisor will throw at you, especially for those messy risks that cut across multiple departments, like IT, compliance, and business operations. You know, shared ownership often means no ownership. A credible governance framework assigns a single, accountable executive, one person, even if the day-to-day work is shared. So when a supervisor asks this question, they're expecting a name, not a committee. This naturally leads us to another really common failure point, outsourcing. And let's be very clear on this. You cannot outsource accountability. Telling a supervisor, oh, it was a vendor issue, is not an explanation. It is an admission of your own governance failure. You are expected to manage third-party risk with the exact same rigor that you manage your own operations. And yes, that includes having a credible, realistic plan for when a key vendor fails. All right, Section 5. This is where it all comes together. Governance determines your capital. We're going to talk about the direct, unbreakable link between all these behaviors we've discussed and the actual amount of capital your bank is required to hold. Let's trace that connection right now.
So when a supervisor observes weak governance, things like a passive challenge function, delayed escalations, or fuzzy ownership, they don't just write a finding and move on. No, they make a logical inference, an assumption about the nature of risk inside your institution.
Here's what a supervisor sees when they see weak governance. They assume there are hidden risks you don't even know about. They assume that when an incident happens, your response is going to be slow and chaotic. And they assume that your assessment of your own worst-case scenarios is way too optimistic. In short, they completely lose faith in your ability to manage yourself in a crisis.
And here it is. This is the punchline of the whole chapter. If a supervisor cannot trust your bank's governance to manage its risks effectively, they will use the only tool they really have to compensate for that uncertainty: capital. They will impose more conservative scenarios on you, they'll demand higher capital overlays, and they will reduce or eliminate any diversification benefits you've claimed. Capital becomes the substitute for credible governance.
Okay, let's get really practical in our final section. We're going to contrast the common failure modes, what we call the anti-patterns, with what strong, effective governance actually looks like, day in and day out.
This is such a powerful idea, and it captures the supervisory view perfectly. The mere existence of a risk committee is meaningless. What matters is its output. Does that committee actually have the authority to kill a project, to fire a business head, to demand a fundamental change? If it only notes risks for the meeting minutes, it's not governance. It's just governance theater.
And this thinking goes all the way up to the board. A board that only ever hears about operational risk after a major loss has happened is seen as reactive and out of touch. That's a huge supervisory concern. On the other hand, a board that proactively engages with top risks, that challenges management's assumptions, and that links these discussions to capital planning, that's a board demonstrating strong governance. And that difference in engagement has a direct impact on supervisory confidence.
Okay, I want you to think of this slide as your personal diagnostic tool. Look at the left column. Be honest. Do you see any of these anti-patterns in your own organization? A risk function that ends up owning controls? A business that deflects blame? If you see any of that, you have a problem. Your goal, your mission, is to move everything to the right-hand column. Clear first-line ownership, an empowered second line, and a board that gets involved before a crisis hits. That right there is the gold standard.
So to wrap up Chapter 39, the most crucial takeaway is simple, but it's incredibly profound. When the first line fails to own its risk, when the second line fails to challenge, and when the third line fails to assure, the regulator will step in, and capital becomes the final, blunt instrument of governance. You know, this whole discussion on governance provides the absolute perfect foundation for our next chapter. We're going to explore exactly how operational risk, which is shaped by the strength or weakness of its governance, becomes a primary driver of Pillar 2 capital in your ICAAP. We'll connect these behavioral concepts directly to the numbers on the page. I'll see you there.
Welcome back. We are now at Chapter 40. And I've got to tell you, this might just be one of the most important chapters in our entire 100-chapter master program. This is where we pull back the curtain on why operational risk, or OR, so often becomes the make or break factor in your ICAAP. Get this right, and you're not just writing a document. You are learning to think exactly like a supervisor. So just to remind you where we are on our journey, this master program is broken into 10 parts, covering every single angle of ICAAP. We are just about to wrap up Part 4, Operational Risk Foundations. For the last 9 chapters, we've been laying all the essential groundwork, event types, governance, the works. Chapter 40 is the crucial bridge that connects all those foundations directly to the high-stakes world of ICAAP capital. Okay, this next quote, I really want you to let this one sink in. It comes straight from a senior supervisor, and it's the key to everything we're about to discuss. It might not seem obvious at first, but trust me, by the end of this session, you'll see this isn't just a clever saying. It is the fundamental philosophy driving Pillar 2 capital for operational risk. So let's dive right into the big question, the real puzzle here. Why is it that we see banks with rock-solid capital ratios, really conservative credit models, and great stress tests still get slapped with huge Pillar 2 capital add-ons? Well, more often than not, the answer is operational risk. This isn't some rare event. It's what I call the OR paradox. You look at the books, and everything seems fine. The numbers look safe, but supervisors are looking at something deeper. something that the standard financial metrics just don't capture. They see the potential for things to go wrong, and to go wrong fast and catastrophically. And they use operational risks capital as the safety net for that. This isn't an error. It's how modern supervision is designed to work. Okay, to really get this, we have to talk about the huge difference between Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And here's a massive mistake a lot of banks make. They assume that just calculating their Pillar 1 capital with that formulaic approach, the SMA, is enough. That thinking is a guaranteed way to get a serious challenge from your regulator. You have got to understand the difference here. Think of Pillar 1 as just the starting line. It's a simple formula, looking in the rearview mirror. It's the regulatory floor. But Pillar 2, your ICAAP, that's where the real grown-up conversation with your supervisor happens. It has to be forward-looking. It has to be driven by expert judgment. And its job is to capture the really nasty tail risks that the simple formula completely misses. Your credibility really depends on you proving you get this. And this brings us to the big reveal. This is the secret you need to understand. In your ICAAP, operational risk capital isn't just for covering operational losses. No, supervisors use it as a proxy, like a bucket to hold all the other scary stuff within the bank that you can't easily put a number on. Just look at this list. Weak controls, shoddy governance, a poor risk culture, the risk that comes from a massive new IT project. You can't just plug bad culture into a spreadsheet, right? So where does the capital for all that uncertainty live? Well, supervisors pack it all into the operational risk capital number. And that explains exactly why your OR capital figure can feel so disconnected from your actual loss history, because it's built to cover so much more. And then there's the speed. This is so important. A credit portfolio usually gets worse over months. A bad market position, you can often hedge it or get out of it. But a huge operational failure, like a massive cyber attack or a giant internal fraud, it happens in a flash. It can wipe out trust in a bank, not over months, but in a matter of hours. Supervisors know this, and that's exactly why they demand that capital is sitting there before the event ever happens. Okay, so how does this actually turn into a capital add-on? How do they come up with that number? It's definitely not a simple formula. It's a process of connecting the dots, of building a convincing story from a whole bunch of different data points, many of which aren't even numbers. Well, they have a kind of mental checklist. It's all about triangulation. First, they dig into your loss data. Second, they push back hard on your scenarios, asking, is this really as bad as it could get? And third, and this is the big one, they read all the signals from your governance, audit reports, control test results, you name it. When they see the same story of weakness across all three areas, they connect the dots. The capital add-on isn't a surprise at that point, it's the only logical conclusion. And this brings us to a really powerful idea I call the governance risk multiplier. Things like a sloppy risk assessment process or audit findings that never seem to get fixed. To a supervisor, those aren't minor issues. They actually multiply the underlying risk. Why? Because if your governance is weak, it tells the supervisor they can't trust your controls. So what do? They demand a much bigger capital buffer to feel safe. And look, this isn't just something that happens in one country. This is a global thing. In India, the RBI is laser-focused on IT risk and the problems that come with growing too fast. In the EU and the UK, operational risk problems are directly tied to your SREP scores and drive capital add-ons. The story is the same everywhere. Weak governance means you're going to hold more capital, period. So all of this, it means we have to completely change how we think about this problem. Most banks get really defensive, which is exactly the wrong way to go. You've got to stop being defensive and start being a detective. This is the question I hear constantly. And you know what it does? It sends a massive red flag to a supervisor. It immediately signals that you just don't get it. It sounds like you're just trying to argue about the number, not fix what's actually broken. Now, this is the question you should be asking. This changes the entire conversation. It shows that you understand the capital is just a symptom of a deeper problem, uncertainty. By asking this, you're telling your supervisor, our goal is to fix the underlying issue by making our controls stronger and our governance better. See the difference? The capital reduction becomes the happy result of doing the right thing, not the goal itself. Okay, that's the theory. But how do you actually do this? How do you write this up in your ICAAP document in a way that shows you understand these concepts on a deep level? You need to build a story, a narrative that speaks their language. A great ICAAP, one that a supervisor will actually respect, says things like this. You're getting out ahead of it. You're saying, yes, we know operational risk is a huge Pillar 2 driver for us. You're acknowledging that you can't just diversify it away. You're even admitting where you have weaknesses and stating that you're holding capital against them. That kind of honesty and self-awareness, it builds incredible credibility. Look, if there is one single thing you remember from this entire chapter, make it this. Banks always complain that the OR capital add-on feels unfair or too big. And a supervisor's answer is always the same. Your ICAAP isn't about being fair. It's about being safe, even when faced with complete uncertainty. Okay, so we've spent this whole chapter on the why. You now get the supervisor's mindset. You understand why operational risk gets so much attention and so much capital under Pillar 2. And with that crucial foundation locked in, you're totally ready to get into the how, the nitty-gritty of actually quantifying this risk. And that's a wrap on Part 4. Our very next chapter will kick off Part 5, a really deep dive into operational risk modeling. We're going to start with Chapter 41, which answers a super important question. With the new SMA formula for Pillar 1, why on earth do the best banks still spend so much time and effort modeling operational risk for their ICAAP? It's a great question, and we're going to tackle it head on. I'll see you in the next chapter.
Welcome. Let's jump right in and tackle a huge question that came up right after the Basel III reforms, one I hear all the time. If the regulator's new standardized formulas don't even use our internal models anymore, why on earth should we still be building them? Today, we're going to answer that question, and we're going to answer it decisively.
All right, so just to get us grounded, this is Chapter 41 of our 100-chapter ICAAP Master Program. And this is a big moment because we are now officially kicking off Part 5, where we're going to get really hands-on with operational risk modeling. But before we get into the how, we have to be absolutely crystal clear on the why. So let's get into it.
So, let's just address the elephant in the room, shall we? Basel III came along and introduced the Standardized Measurement Approach, or SMA. And what that did was effectively push internal models to the side for calculating that minimum Pillar 1 capital. And look, that led everyone, quite rightly, to ask this very fair question. If the regulators don't even trust our models for the official number, why are we still pouring all this time, money, and brainpower into building them?
The answer you'll get from any supervisor is completely unambiguous, and this is a point you have to be ready to defend. ICAAP was never ever meant to be just a box-ticking compliance exercise. Its real purpose, its primary function, is to force a bank to get a deep, honest understanding of its own unique weak spots. It's really all about answering one fundamental question: how could we specifically fail? And modeling, well, that's an absolutely critical tool for that discovery process.
This table here lays out the new division of labor perfectly. Take a look at the left column. You see, SMA was designed for one thing: simplicity and comparability. It's a standardized ruler that every bank can use to set a conservative floor. Now, here's the important part. Look at the right column. Notice everything it was not built to do. It cannot explain your specific tail risks. It is completely useless for any kind of dynamic stress testing. And it sure isn't going to help you make better management decisions. And all of that? That's the world of Pillar 2, and that is where your model now lives.
So this brings us to a really core principle that you need to internalize: the huge difference between measurement and understanding. Think of measurement as the job of Pillar 1. It's that simple, standardized ruler we just talked about. Understanding, that's for Pillar 2. That's for your ICAAP. It's the sophisticated engine you have to build to navigate your actual, messy, real-world risk landscape. So you see, your model hasn't been thrown out. It's just been promoted from a simple ruler to a critical part of that engine.
Okay, so this brings us to the model's new job description. You can see it's had a pretty big evolution. It's gone from being a simple calculator to something much more powerful, an engine.
Let me be absolutely clear. Your op risk model is no longer a calculator that you punch numbers into to get a single answer for your regulatory filing. That's old news. Its new job is to be a powerful stress testing engine, an engine that allows you to simulate all sorts of different scenarios and ask those really tough what-if questions.
So, what does this engine actually do day to day? Well, as you can see here, its job is pretty varied. First off, it gives you a structured way to think about frequency and severity. It lets you poke and prod your assumptions to see which ones really matter. But most importantly, it helps you explore what's happening way out in the tail of your loss distribution. And it shines a big spotlight on the areas where your uncertainty is the greatest. This isn't about getting one final number. It's about generating the insights you need to confidently justify your management overlays and your capital buffers.
And this right here really gets to the heart of the mindset shift. You know, the old approach, let's be honest, often implicitly asked, how can we tweak this to get the lowest possible number? The new and correct approach uses the model to ask a much more powerful, much smarter question. What part of our business, our controls, our capital plan, what breaks if one of our key assumptions turns out to be dead wrong?
Now that we know what the right mindset looks like, let's talk about the consequences of getting it wrong. Because there is one specific phrase, one sentence that, if it ever shows up in your ICAAP or gets said in a meeting, acts as an immediate giant red flag for any supervisor.
This sentence right here: we no longer model operational risk because SMA applies. If a supervisor hears this, alarm bells don't just ring, they pretty much scream. This statement is instantly interpreted as a profound, fundamental misunderstanding of what modern risk management is all about.
So why is that statement so damning? Because when a supervisor hears that, they infer everything on this list. They see a bank that probably doesn't understand its own tail risk. They see a bank that's just blindly relying on a simple formula, a bank with weak stress testing. And ultimately, it just signals a lack of institutional curiosity, a sign that the bank has chosen the easy path over genuine risk management. And believe me, your entire ICAAP becomes that much harder to defend.
Okay, so we've seen the big red flag. Let's flip it around. What does a green flag look like? What does good, defensible, operational risk modeling actually look like in today's environment?
This slide is absolutely critical for managing expectations with your supervisor. Look at the right column first. This is the old world. Banks used to chase perfect data fits and nice stable capital numbers year after year. Regulators now see that as not just unrealistic, but frankly a little suspicious. Now look at the left. This is what they want to see now. They want intellectual honesty. They want you to be transparent about your model's weaknesses. They expect to see rigorous sensitivity analysis and a conservative interpretation of the results. They want to see your thinking, not just your final answer.
So how do you communicate this new approach effectively? Your narrative, your story, should really follow these 3 steps. First, you frame your model as a tool for understanding the mechanics of loss. Second, you highlight how you use it to test uncertainty and really challenge your assumptions. And third, and this is critical, you position the model's output not as the final answer, but as a key input that informs expert judgment and justifies your capital overlays. That is the story regulators want to hear.
If you take just one thing away from this whole chapter, please let it be this: the goal has changed. Modeling is no longer about a quest to find a single magic number.
It's about a process. It's about demonstrating with rigor and transparency that you have a deep, commanding grasp of the nature, the scale, and the uncertainty of your bank's operational risks. So, now that we've firmly established why we still model, we are finally ready to get into the mechanics. In Chapter 42, we are going to start unpacking the how with an overview of the absolute cornerstone of op risk modeling, the loss distribution approach. I will see you there.
Welcome back. Today, we are going to get into one of the most powerful and honestly one of the most misunderstood tools in all of operational risk, the loss distribution approach. And just as a quick reminder, you are in our 100-chapter master program. Every single chapter, including this one, builds on the last, giving you everything you need to build, own, and defend a truly regulator-grade ICAAP. We're on Chapter 42, right in the heart of our operational risk modeling section, and this is a really critical one. We're going to take a tool you probably think you know, the LDA, and completely reframe how you should think about it, and more importantly, how you should use it in a modern ICAAP. Okay, let's get right into it. So here's our roadmap. We're going to walk through a story in 6 parts. We'll start with the strange new world LDA finds itself in, then we'll redefine its real purpose. We'll look at it through a supervisor's eyes, and then we'll get into a really interesting idea, how its biggest weakness is actually its greatest strength. We'll clarify its relationship with scenarios, and finally we'll wrap up by making sure we're speaking the right language to our regulators. Okay, let's start with the slightly weird situation LDA is in today. See, its old job, its main reason for being under Pillar 1, calculating that minimum regulatory capital, well, that job is officially gone. But, and this is the key thing, for Pillar 2, for your own internal assessment, your ICAAP, it has never been more important. And this slide really gets to the heart of that shift. You know, in the past, under the old AMA, LDA was treated like this rigid capital setting machine. You fed data in, it spat a number out. But today, in ICAAP, its role is totally different. It's a conceptual framework. It's a tool to help you think and explain your risk profile. It's really a move from pure calculation to a structured conversation. And I can't stress this enough. This fundamental misunderstanding is where so many ICAAPs fall down. We see banks still presenting their LDA as if it's 2010, trying to defend a single precise number. That completely misses the point of modern supervision, and it's the exact mistake we're here to fix today. So, to fix this, we need to do a little thought experiment. Let's just strip LDA all the way back to its most basic conceptual core and agree on what it actually is. At its heart, LDA is an incredibly simple and elegant idea. It just says that operational losses happen, and they happen with a certain frequency, you know, how often, and a certain severity, how big is the impact. And by combining those two simple concepts, we can run thousands, even millions of simulations of a possible year to explore a whole distribution of potential outcomes. That's it. That's the core engine. So when you really boil it down, this is the one and only question that the LDA model is designed to answer. It's a what-if machine. It explores the realm of possibilities. It absolutely does not and cannot tell you what will happen next year. And that means it was never designed to do any of these things on this list. It can't predict your next fraud event. It can't precisely pin down a 1 in 1,000-year loss. And the moment a bank presents their LDA output as some kind of true capital number, you can literally see the supervisors check out. They know the model can't do that, and it tells them that the bank doesn't understand its own tools. So this is the mindset shift right here. You have to treat LDA as a thought experiment that has a rigorous structure, not as a crystal ball that's supposed to give you a definitive answer. Okay, so that brings us to the obvious question, doesn't it?
If it's not for setting a precise capital number, then why do supervisors still care so much about it? When they look at your ICAAP, what are they actually looking for?
Well, they value it because it forces a conversation about all the things that really matter. A good LDA analysis doesn't hide complexity, it exposes it. It shines a spotlight on how sensitive your results are to your assumptions. It makes you confront your data gaps. And most importantly, it powerfully demonstrates why you need expert judgment, why you need scenarios, and why you need conservative overlays to land on a credible capital figure. It's valued for the thinking it reveals. And this is the goal. A mature ICAAP uses the LDA to say, look, here's the basic structure of our risk. Here are the sensitivities. Here's what our data can't tell us. And here is where the real uncertainty lies. When you do that, you're demonstrating a deep, mature understanding of your own risk profile. And that is exactly what supervisors want to see. All right, now for what is maybe the most important and kind of counterintuitive idea in this whole chapter. We are going to look at how LDA's biggest perceived weakness is actually its greatest strength in a modern ICAAP. I want you to look at this statement. This is not a confession of failure. In a sophisticated, defensible ICAAP, this is the intended and most valuable outcome of your entire LDA analysis. In fact, you should be building your models specifically to lead you to this exact conclusion. Just think about it for a second. When your model starts to become really unstable at those high confidence levels, when a tiny change in an assumption causes a massive swing in the output, that isn't the model failing. That's the model doing its job. It's screaming at you that a purely statistical approach isn't enough. That instability is your proof, your justification for needing robust scenarios and conservative management overlays. The model's breaking point becomes your strongest argument. And that idea that the model shows us where we need judgment leads us perfectly to the relationship between LDA and scenario analysis. This is another area where people get confused. They are not competitors fighting for the same job. Think of it this way. In a really well-built ICAAP, they are partners, each with a critical role. The LDA builds the disciplined, structured engine of your risk profile, how losses generally accumulate. But it's scenario analysis that provides the high-octane fuel. It defines those forward-looking, expert-driven views of the extreme tail-end events that historical data alone just can't see. And this is really the bottom line. You can't have one without the other. An LDA that relies only on historical data is naive. It assumes the worst thing that can happen has already happened. But scenarios without the structured framework of an LDA can become undisciplined, almost arbitrary. You need both, working together, fully integrated. That's what creates a credible assessment. Okay, last section. Let's get really practical. We've got the concept straight, but now we have to translate all of this into actionable language. It's not just about doing the right analysis, it's about communicating it in a way that builds instant credibility with your board and your regulators. Just look at the difference on this slide. The phrases on the left, those are immediate red flags for any supervisor. They suggest you're just trying to defend a number, but the phrases on the right, they signal maturity. They show you're using the tool for insight, for understanding, not for optimization. This is the language of credibility.
And ultimately, it all comes down to this one question. Your answer to this reveals everything about the maturity of your ICAAP. Are you using this powerful tool to try and argue for a lower number? Or are you using it to demonstrate and defend your sophisticated understanding of uncertainty? That's the choice.
All right, so we've completely reset our strategic thinking about LDA and established its proper role in a modern ICAAP. Now that we've done that, it's time to roll up our sleeves and actually look inside the machine. In Chapter 43, we are going to start building the engine, piece by piece, starting with the first component, frequency modeling. I'll see you there.
All right, welcome back. In this chapter of our ICAAP and Operational Risk Master program, we are diving headfirst into one of the most critical and, honestly, one of the most consistently misunderstood areas in all of risk modeling, and that is frequency. We're going to be exploring the tricky concepts behind counting events that, well, don't really want to be counted.
So just as a quick reminder of where we are in the grand scheme of things, we are deep into Part 5, Operational Risk Modeling. We're laser-focused on the loss distribution approach, or LDA. Now this chapter, Chapter 43, it's the foundation for everything that comes next. Getting this right isn't just important, it's absolutely non-negotiable if you want to build an ICAAP that can stand up to scrutiny.
So here's our game plan. We're going to start by completely dismantling a very common and pretty dangerous misconception. Then we'll dig into why your data might be deceiving you. From there, we'll put on a regulator's hat to see things from their critical point of view. And finally, we'll talk about how to build a modeling philosophy that's grounded in a bit of humility. So, let's get started.
Okay, let's kick things off with the fundamental misunderstanding that honestly plagues so many ICAAP submissions. And that's this belief that counting events is just a simple, objective exercise. As you're about to see, it's anything but.
I want you to keep this idea in your head throughout this entire chapter. It's really the key to unlocking a credible approach. You see, when we model severity, we're asked to imagine these worst-case fat tail scenarios. It's an act of imagination, but with frequency, our main job is to be humble and to really acknowledge the profound limitations of what our data is actually telling us.
So, let's get really precise here. The critical point is this. In a loss distribution approach, we are not counting every time a control fails or every time there's an attempted fraud. No. We are only counting that tiny subset of failures that actually result in a financial loss and are big enough to cross an internal reporting threshold. This single distinction is the root cause of almost every major mistake I see in frequency modeling.
Okay, so let's explore exactly why your data can be so misleading. I mean, your internal loss data, it feels solid, right? It's got numbers, dates, descriptions, it seems totally objective. But this perceived reliability, it creates a really dangerous illusion. One that supervisors are literally trained to see right through. Now this is fascinating. This slide shows the enormous gap between these two perspectives. It's like two different worlds. When a bank presents a report showing very few operational loss events, what's the natural internal reaction? It's relief. Phew, we're doing great. But a supervisor sees that exact same data and thinks something totally different. They think, okay, either their controls are absolutely perfect or their losses are invisible. And guess what? They will always assume the latter until you can prove otherwise.
That number that you see in your loss database, it's not a pure measure of risk, not even close. It's a filtered output, and it's heavily shaped by all of these factors you see here. Things like your reporting thresholds, how good you are at detecting things, the incentive structures you have in place, and even just plain old organizational honesty. Your final frequency number is a product of all these human and systemic behaviors, not just some raw objective risk level.
So how exactly does a supervisor pick apart your frequency numbers? To build a defensible model, you have to anticipate their challenges. So let's do that right now. Let's step into their shoes for a moment.
This little diagram here perfectly illustrates the two-headed monster of reporting thresholds. First, they create this huge blind spot, the hidden frequency of all the small events that never even get recorded. It's the part of the iceberg you can't see. And second, they can create what we call artificial clustering, which actually warps the data you do see, causing this really unnatural pileup of losses reported just above that threshold.
This is such a critical distinction that supervisors make. Unlike, say, credit risk, where more loans might naturally mean more defaults, operational risk frequency just doesn't scale neatly with business volume. You can't just say, oh, more transactions automatically mean more reported events. It doesn't work like that. Frequency is driven by human and systemic behaviors, which is exactly why regulators reject these naive attempts to scale it using simple metrics like revenue or headcount.
This question on the slide is designed to make us think about near misses, right? These are all those instances where our control was challenged, where a failure nearly occurred or the system almost broke down. Ignoring this data, wow, it's like ignoring every single time your car's anti-lock brakes engage successfully. You're missing the most vital signals about just how close you are to having a really bad accident.
Okay, so let's recap. We've established that our observed data is incomplete, it's biased, and it's distorted. So given all those flaws, how in the world can we possibly model frequency in a way that builds credibility with regulators instead of just destroying it? Well, the answer lies in one word: humility. Think of this table as your guide to staying out of trouble. Just look at the contrast between the left column and the right. Supervisors don't expect you to have precise estimates or these super narrow confidence intervals. In fact, they penalize you for pretending you do. Instead, they expect you to acknowledge the uncertainty, to apply conservative assumptions, to run sensitivity analyses, and, most importantly, to build a credible narrative. False precision is the biggest red flag you can wave.
So you might be asking, why do supervisors tolerate all this uncertainty around frequency? Well, this chart explains it perfectly. You see, frequency is the main driver of your expected losses, those small attritional losses you can probably budget for. But it's severity that dominates the tail of the distribution, that 99.9th percentile that actually determines your regulatory capital. So they'll let you be a little approximate on frequency as long as you are rock solid and conservative on severity.
Okay, let's pull all these concepts together now into some really actionable advice. We'll contrast the common pitfalls we see in ICAAP submissions all the time with a narrative that actually demonstrates understanding and builds that crucial supervisory trust.
These are the classic mistakes, the ones supervisors see constantly. And every single one of them signals a failure to appreciate the uncertainty we've been talking about, a real lack of humility. Just taking raw counts, ignoring thresholds, assuming everything's stable, these are all signs of a naive model. And that last one, tuning your frequency just to lower your capital, that is the absolute fastest way to lose all credibility.
Now, contrast all those failures with a statement like this. Honestly, this is music to a regulator's ears. It immediately shows them that you get it. You understand the limitations of your data, you're not trying to game the model, and you're focusing your energy on what truly matters for capital adequacy, the severity of extreme events. This is the kind of realism they're looking for.
And please, make no mistake, this is not some niche view held by one or two regulators. This is a global supervisory consensus. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with the RBI in India, the EBA in Europe, or the PRA in the UK, the message is identical. They all treat frequency optimism as a fundamental weakness in your risk management culture.
So, what have we learned? Let's quickly summarize the key takeaways from this chapter before we move on to the actual mechanics of modeling.
Look, in short, your job in this part of the ICAAP is to prove you understand that the observable tip of the iceberg is not the whole story. You have to demonstrate that you are accounting for everything that lies beneath the surface. Your goal here is to build understanding and justify a conservative capital outcome, not to chase after some precise but ultimately meaningless number.
You know, understanding this deep conceptual challenge of frequency sets us up perfectly for our next chapter. Now that we know what it is we're trying to model, with all of its imperfections, we can finally ask the right question. What is the right mathematical tool for this messy, complicated job? Well, we'll see you in Chapter 44, Poisson versus Negative Binomial, when events refuse to behave, to find out.
Welcome back to our master program on ICAAP and operational risk. You know, in the world of risk management, sometimes it's the smallest choices that reveal the biggest truths about an organization. Today, We are diving deep into one of those choices, a statistical detail that regulators see as a window right into the soul of your bank.
Just a quick reminder of where we are. This is a cumulative learning path designed to be regulator grade. Every single chapter builds on the one before it, giving you the tools to not just design an ICAAP, but to own it, defend it, and get it approved.
And right now, we are deep in the heart of Part 5. This is the really technical, heavily scrutinized world of operational risk modeling, specifically using the loss distribution approach.
Which brings us to today's topic, Chapter 44. Now, on the surface, Poisson versus negative binomial sounds like a really dry academic debate, right? But I promise you, by the end of this, you'll see it's one of the most revealing choices your bank can make. And believe me, supervisors are paying very close attention.
So let's just dive right in, because this isn't just about math. It's a statement. It's a signal you are sending directly to your regulator about your risk culture and, frankly, how honestly you view your own institution's potential for failure.
So here's how we're going to break this down. We'll start with why this is so much more than a math problem. We'll introduce our two main contenders, think of them as order versus chaos. Then we'll see how they stack up against reality. We'll look at it all through a supervisor's eyes, and then, most importantly, we'll build a narrative you can actually defend. All right, first things first. Let's really nail down why regulators care so much about what seems like such a tiny detail in your model.
Here's the bottom line. Your choice of distribution is the story you're telling about risk. Do you believe bad things happen randomly and independently? Or do you acknowledge that sometimes trouble comes in waves? Are you assuming the future will be a calm reflection of the past, or are you prepared for volatility? That's what they're reading between the lines. So let's meet our two main players in this story. And I want you to think of them less as equations and more as two completely different philosophies on how the world works. First up, we have the Poisson distribution. This is the eternal optimist. It's the classic, the default choice for many. It assumes a world that is orderly and predictable, where risk events happen independently at a nice, steady rate, kind of like a slow, consistent drip from a faucet. Now, what's fascinating here is how these seemingly quiet statistical assumptions have really loud implications for risk management. Poisson assumes one system failure doesn't make another one more likely. It assumes risk levels don't just suddenly spike. And as any regulator knows, in the real messy world of banking, that's just rarely true. And that, of course, brings us to our second contender, the negative binomial distribution. This isn't the optimist. This is the realist. It fundamentally accepts that the world is messy. It's built to handle the fact that you might have long periods of calm followed by sudden bursts of chaos. It expects volatility. It expects clustering. And this quote just perfectly captures the core philosophy here. The negative binomial distribution admits that, yeah, sometimes things do go wrong together. One failure can absolutely trigger another. And that single admission makes it conceptually so much more plausible for operational risk. And it's an idea that really resonates with supervisors. Okay, so we've got the optimist and we've got the realist. Let's put them to the test. Let's see what happens when we compare their theories to what we actually see in real-world operational risk data. This is where the optimist's neat little world really starts to fall apart. So empirically, almost all operational loss data shows something called over-dispersion. Now don't let the term scare you. It just means that the variance, or the wildness of the data, is much, much larger than the average number of events. This is a direct contradiction of a core rule of the Poisson model, which insists the variance and the mean have to be equal. It's a huge, flashing red light that your risk is more volatile than the optimist thinks.
And this over-dispersion isn't just a statistical quirk. It's driven by reality. Events cluster during a messy system migration. Frequencies spike after a big digital push. One cyber attack can absolutely lead to a cascade of other problems. Poisson simply has no way to account for this. It breaks down precisely when you need your risk model the most, under stress.
This brings us to what is arguably the most important section here. Let's forget the math for just a second. How does a supervisor, sitting there reading your ICAAP document, interpret the choice you've made? Let's put on their glasses.
This table just lays it out perfectly. If you choose Poisson, and only Poisson, the signal you're sending is, we think our risk is stable. And the reaction is almost always skepticism. It looks naive. If you choose negative binomial, you're signaling, we accept that volatility is real, which immediately makes you seem more realistic and credible. And of course, the most mature approach is some sort of hybrid model. The key takeaway? Insisting on Poisson often makes you look naive, not disciplined.
So when a bank pushes back and says, but wait, our data fits the Poisson distribution really well, this is the silent reply from the regulator. They know your lost data history is short. They know it's biased by reporting thresholds and incomplete. In their world, a model that is conceptually plausible, one that makes sense in the real world, will always beat a model that has a neat statistical fit but is fundamentally built on a fragile assumption.
Okay, so how do we get this right? Let's get practical. Let's move to our final section and really focus on building a choice that is robust, credible, and completely defensible when you're being challenged by your supervisor. First, let's look at what not to do. Supervisors see these mistakes all the time, choosing Poisson just because it's easy and gives you a stable number, completely ignoring the clear evidence of over-dispersion in your data, failing to test any alternative assumptions, and not linking your model choice to your broader risk framework. Every one of these is a red flag that erodes their trust in your entire capital model.
And this right here is probably the single most important lesson from this entire chapter. The ultimate choice you make is actually less important than the process you took to get there. A well-governed, well-debated, and well-documented decision to use Poisson can actually be acceptable, but a poorly justified choice to use the right model will fail. The quality of your governance is what builds credibility.
So here's how you build that strong narrative. It's a four-step process. 1, you start by acknowledging the limitations of your own data. 2, you demonstrate that you've done the hard work, you've tested both options. 3, you justify your final choice based on being conservative and realistic, not just what was statistically easy. And 4, you make it clear that your ultimate tail risk capital comes from your scenario analysis. That is the mature, thoughtful language that supervisors are looking for.
We've spent this entire chapter establishing the rhythm of operational risk. How often do things go wrong? And we've learned it's more like an unpredictable drumbeat than a steady metronome. But this leaves a huge critical question unanswered.
And in our next chapter, we're going to answer that very question. When an event finally does happen, just how bad can it get? We're going to shift from frequency to severity, and we'll explore the world of heavy-tailed distributions. That's where the billion-dollar losses live and where the real capital story is ultimately written. See you in the next chapter.
Welcome back, everyone. Great to have you here as we jump into the next part of our ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. We're really continuing our journey to build that regulator-grade understanding of what is, let's be honest, a really critical discipline.
And just as a quick reminder, remember how we're building this. This is a big cumulative program. We're not just hopping between random topics, right? Everything we do is a building block. The whole point, the end game, is for you to be able to design, own, defend, and even approve a really solid ICAAP from start to finish. Okay, so where are we in the grand scheme of things? Well, we are right in the thick of it. Part 5. This is the heavy lifting part. Operational risk modeling using the loss distribution approach. We're getting into the nuts and bolts of how that capital number actually gets calculated. All right, so today's topic, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this might be one of the single most important chapters in the entire program. We're hitting Chapter 45, Severity Distribution Concepts. And that subtitle, Why the Tail Owns the Story? I mean, it really does say it all.
If you can nail this concept, you are well on your way to building a model that can stand up to scrutiny. So here's the game plan for today. We're going to talk about the severity fallacy, the reality of extreme risk, the trap that is your own internal data, and then we'll look at this whole thing through a regulator's eyes. Finally, we'll wrap up with how to build your defensible story. Okay, let's jump right in.
Okay, Section 1, the severity fallacy. Honestly, this is where most ICAAP defenses start to completely fall apart.
I want you to burn this quote into your brain. Frequency fills pages. Severity decides capital. This is the absolute fundamental truth. It's the lens through which every single supervisor sees your model. You can write hundreds of pages about how many small events you have, but at the end of the day, it's your severity assumptions that drive that final capital number. Period.
And this slide, this really shows the disconnect, doesn't it? It's like two different worlds. On one side, you have the bank's focus. We get obsessed with the average loss, the median, what a typical incident looks like. But the supervisor, they couldn't care less about typical. They go straight for the jugular. They want to know about the extreme events, the tail behavior, and how your scenarios are capturing those truly catastrophic outcomes that could actually sink the ship. Okay, so let's dig into that a little more. Section 2, the reality of extreme risk. Let's talk about why averages just don't matter here.
First things first, let's be crystal clear on what we mean by severity. This isn't just an accounting entry. It's not the initial loss you book. No, it's the whole shebang. It's the total financial impact of a control failure. We're talking direct losses, legal costs, massive fines, remediation expenses, all of it. It's the answer to the question, how bad can this possibly get? Now, this is the really dangerous part about operational risk. It's completely asymmetrical. Think about it. A loss can't be less than zero, right? There's a floor. But the upside? There is no ceiling. There is absolutely no theoretical limit on a fine from a regulator or a massive lawsuit. And that lopsided nature is precisely what makes this risk so incredibly hard to manage. And that asymmetry is exactly why we talk about operational risk being heavy-tailed. Now, that's not just some fancy stats term. It's a reflection of how the real world works. One failure cascades into another. The longer it takes to find a problem, the worse it gets. And the big one, public and regulatory reactions, they don't go up in a straight line. They explode. Costs just escalate nonlinearly.
So that all leads to this. The million-dollar question. The one a supervisor expects you to answer without even blinking. Which assumptions control the tail of your loss distribution? Seriously, if you can't point to them, if you can't explain them and defend them, then you don't really own your model. It's as simple as that.
All right, let's move on to one of the biggest pitfalls I see. Section 3, the internal data trap. It's this illusion of containment that your own history gives you. It's so tempting and so dangerous. Think about what your internal data is telling you versus what a supervisor hears. Your data shows a bunch of small losses, maybe a few big ones. It creates this comforting sense that, hey, we've got this. A supervisor looks at the exact same data set and thinks, okay, so the really bad thing just hasn't happened to you yet. They automatically assume your history is understating the real risk, and that the only way to get a true picture is to look at scenarios and what's happened to other banks.
Okay, so let's really try to get inside their heads. Section 4, through the regulator's eyes. What do they really care about when they pick up your ICAAP?
You know, it's funny, these expectations are pretty much universal, no matter where you are in the world. First, they assume nonlinearity. They expect you to know that severity explodes under stress. Second, they demand that scenarios drive your tail. Your history? It's interesting, but it doesn't define the tail. And third, and this is a big one, they really don't care about how perfectly your model fits the data if the tail it produces is just ridiculous. A perfectly fitted curve with a weak, unbelievable tail is a huge red flag.
And you can see how this plays out across different regions. It's different flavors of the same core idea. In India, the RBI is very explicit. Assume severity escalates, use global data. In Europe and the UK, the EBA and PRA will drill down hard on your tail behavior and demand it's driven by scenarios. See? The specific words might change, but the message is exactly the same. Your own history just isn't going to cut it.
So, the big question is, how do we pull all of this together? How do we build a story that's actually defensible? Let's get into it. First, let's talk about what not to do. These are the common and, frankly, fatal mistakes. Putting a cap on severity just because you've never seen a loss that big. Dismissing a huge loss at another bank with, oh, that could never happen to us. Burying your tail assumptions deep in some appendix. Honestly, each one of these is like handing the regulator a red pen and inviting them to add more capital. Instead, this is what a strong narrative sounds like. You start by saying, look, we know our history understates the real risk. You say, we assume things get worse under stress. And critically, you say, our scenarios are specifically designed to dominate the tail. That is the language of a credible, realistic framework. And trust me, supervisors can spot that a mile away.
So if there is one thing you take away from our time together today, let it be this. The tail owns the story. Your capital number isn't driven by all those little day-to-day losses. It is driven almost entirely by what you believe can happen in the extreme tail.
And that's really what we've been doing here. We've been establishing the why, because you absolutely cannot start picking distributions and models, that's the how, until you have a rock-solid, gut-level understanding of why the tail is the only thing that really matters. So now that we've got the why completely sorted, we are ready to move on. In our next chapter, we're going to get our hands dirty with the tools. We'll dive into the specific distributions like Lognormal that we actually use to model these crazy heavy-tailed events. It's going to be great. I look forward to seeing you there.
Welcome back to our ICAAP and Operational Risk Master Program. Before we jump into today's topic, let's just take a moment to get our bearings and see exactly where we are on this journey together. We are now in Chapter 46, placing us deep inside Part 5, which is all about operational risk modeling. Now, the topic we're tackling today, heavy tails, isn't just some obscure statistical concept. No, this is right at the absolute heart of how regulators think and how they will judge the credibility of your entire ICAAP.
So, let's dive in. Heavy tails. This might sound a bit intimidating, but I promise you, by the end of this chapter, you'll understand the single biggest idea that supervisors are obsessed with. It truly is the key to their entire philosophy on operational risk.
At the end of the day, forget about the averages, forget about how pretty your data looks in the middle. When a supervisor reviews your severity models, this is the only question that really matters to them. Not what's the typical loss, but how bad can the worst-case loss get, and how quickly.
So what on earth does heavy-tailed actually mean in plain English? Well, it describes a world where the most extreme catastrophic losses aren't just a remote possibility, they are an expected and inherent feature of the risk itself. In a heavy-tailed world, those once-in-a-century events are actually what drive almost all of your risk.
And this right here, this is the critical mindset shift that regulators demand from you. They want you to stop thinking of massive losses as freak accidents or black swans. Instead, they need to see that you accept them as a fundamental, unavoidable characteristic of the business you're in. This acknowledgement is the bedrock of a credible ICAAP.
You can almost think of this as two completely different universes. On the left, you've got the thin-tailed world. It's nice, it's predictable, averages mean something. But on the right, that's the heavy-tailed world. It's unstable, averages are misleading, and a single extreme event can wipe out decades of normal operations. Supervisors are absolutely convinced that operational risk lives in the universe on the right. And why is that? Well, it's because operational risk events don't just add up, they multiply. A tiny process failure can cascade through interconnected systems. The longer it goes undetected, the bigger it gets. Then you layer on legal fees, regulatory fines, and reputational damage, and suddenly a small spark has turned into an absolute inferno.
Okay, so we know we live in this dangerous, heavy-tailed world. How do we actually model it? This brings us to a really interesting choice between two statistical distributions. And I want you to think of this less as a mathematical exercise and more as a philosophical decision. Your choice tells the regulator everything about how you view extreme risk.
First up, we have the log-normal distribution. This is sort of the industry default, the baseline choice. And for good reason. It naturally arises from processes where things multiply. You know, lots of little errors compounding over time to create a big one. It's the perfect things multiply, not add distribution.
So when you choose the log-normal, you're signaling to the regulator that you get it. You understand the multiplicative nature of the risk. They see this as a reasonable, sensible starting point. But, and this is a very important but, they see it as the floor, not the ceiling for how bad things can get.
And that brings us to the Pareto distribution. Now, this one is a different beast entirely. It assumes a world where the very, very largest events don't just matter, they dominate everything else. You can think of it as the winner-take-all distribution, or in our case, the one giant loss dwarfs all others distribution.
You really need to consider this for risks that have truly open-ended potential, where you can't easily imagine a cap on the loss. Things like major lawsuits or a catastrophic cyber breach. Choosing a Pareto tail is a powerful signal to supervisors. It says we are not afraid to confront the true, terrifying scale of this risk.
Okay, I can hear the question already because it's the single most common pushback from banks. You run the statistical tests on your historical loss data, and the math says the log normal is a much better fit. So case closed, right? We just use the log normal. Well, not so fast.
This is the supervisory view in a nutshell. They believe your internal data is just a history of the bullets you've dodged. It's a record of what you have survived so far. It is not, by definition, a map of the future catastrophe that could put you out of business.
So let's be crystal clear about this. Relying on statistical fit for your everyday, smaller losses to choose your tail distribution is a fundamental conceptual mistake. The behavior of your typical losses tells you next to nothing about the behavior of the extreme, capital-setting events out in the tail.
So if it's not about which model best fits your history, what are they actually trying to figure out? What is the real question they have in their mind when they're challenging your choice of distribution?
This is it. This is the ultimate test. It doesn't matter what your stats say. If your chosen model, your chosen distribution, makes a loss that could threaten the survival of your bank seem statistically impossible, then in the eyes of the supervisor, your model is wrong, period. The model must have the humility to admit that a truly catastrophic event is possible.
Okay, so let's shift gears from theory to practice. How do we actually pass this test? How do you build an ICAAP narrative that is not only mathematically sound, but also regulator-ready and defensible? Because it's really about the story you tell. Let's start with what not to do. These are the classic red flags that supervisors spot from a mile away. Each one of these signals that you're uncomfortable with uncertainty. That instability you might see from a Pareto model, that's not a flaw in the model. Supervisors see that as a feature that reflects the messy reality of the world.
And please, be especially careful with this one. Imposing arbitrary caps on your losses. If you tell a regulator that a loss can never exceed, say, your largest loss in history, what they hear is, we refuse to even imagine something worse happening. That is an invitation for a capital add-on.
In stark contrast, this is what a strong, credible, regulator-ready narrative sounds like. Notice how it doesn't run from uncertainty. It embraces it. It shows confidence, maturity, and a deep understanding of the true, forward-looking nature of operational risk.
So, to wrap up this chapter, let's hammer home the key takeaways. Your capital number is driven by extremes, not averages. The choice of tail is a philosophical statement about your view of risk. Your historical data is a guide, not a gospel. And above all, supervisors expect you to lean into the uncertainty with conservatism.
Now that we've established this philosophical foundation, this importance of embracing heavy tails, we have to confront a very practical and tricky problem: the ways our own data can systematically lie to us and make us underestimate severity.
In our very next session, we're going to dive into thresholds and truncation. We'll explore exactly how the way you collect your data can seriously corrupt your view of risk, and, more importantly, we'll set the stage for how to correct for these critical biases. I'll see you then.
All right, everyone, welcome back to our master program on ICAAP and operational risk. We're continuing our journey to make you absolute experts in building, owning, and defending your bank's ICAAP. So let's get right to it. Okay, just a quick refresher on where we are on the map. Remember, this is a massive 100-chapter program, and everything we do builds on what came before. Right now, we are deep in the trenches of Part 5, getting our hands dirty with operational risk modeling, and specifically, the loss distribution approach. Which brings us right to Chapter 47, Thresholds and Truncation. Now, you're going to want to pay close attention here, because this one is a real game changer. We're about to uncover how a totally normal, even smart, data collection habit can secretly poison your models. And I mean really poison them, leading you to dangerously underestimate your capital needs. So let's kick things off with a question that probably hits close to home for a lot of you. Ever had this happen? You and your team build this beautiful severity model. I mean, it's perfect, the stats look great, it feels stable, and then, boom, your supervisor comes back and says your capital is way understated. You're just left scratching your head, right? How on earth is that possible? Well, the culprit is almost always the same thing. It's this silent killer in the world of modeling, and it's called truncation. What's happening is that you're working with a data set that's missing pieces, but you're treating it like it's the whole story. Honestly, this one mistake is probably one of the biggest and most common traps in all of operational risk modeling. So what exactly is truncation? Let's break it down. It's super simple, really. It's when your bank decides, hey, we're only going to record losses that are, say, over $10,000. Anything smaller, we just ignore. And look, this makes total sense from a practical standpoint, right? You don't want to get bogged down logging every single $10 mistake. It's a deliberate choice to cut out the noise.
And this is where we need a major mindset shift. Truncation is not a data quality problem. The data you have isn't bad or dirty. No, it's a design choice. You chose to set that threshold. And because it was a choice, the responsibility falls squarely on us, the modelers, to deal with the consequences of that missing data.
So how does this choice poison the well? It's like a domino effect. Step 1, you chop off all the small losses. What happens? The average loss of what's left goes way up, right? It's inflated. Step 2, your model, not knowing any better, tries to fit its parameters to this new artificially high average. Now your parameters are biased. Step 3, this bias wreaks havoc on the tail of your distribution. The really extreme part that actually determines your capital number. It becomes super unstable. And the final, scariest step? The model looks fantastic on the surface. It passes all the tests, giving you this totally false sense of security. And hey, it's not just about the little losses we're ignoring. Regulators are just as worried about something called upper truncation. This is a bit sneakier. It happens when we put an invisible ceiling on our potential losses. Think about policy caps, or maybe insurance that nets out a big loss, or even just scenarios that are too timid and never imagine something worse than what's already happened. So you've got lower truncation hiding how often things go wrong, and upper truncation hiding the risk that could actually take you down.
And all of this creates this incredibly dangerous illusion. It's a mirage. You can run your stats, and wow, you get a perfect fit for the data you have. All the tests come back green, but it's meaningless.
A great fit to biased data doesn't mean your model is right. It just means you're really good at drawing a curve through a lot.
And here's the bottom line. The thing you have to remember when you're facing a supervisor. They don't want a pretty lie. They'd much, much rather see an ugly truth. A model that looks a little messy. Maybe it has some overlays and manual adjustments, but it's honest about its own limitations. That's infinitely more valuable than a slick model built on a fantasy.
Okay, so if a perfect statistical fit is actually a trap, what's the alternative? What do supervisors actually want to see from you? It's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
It's actually pretty straightforward. They're looking for maturity and transparency. First, you have to just come out and say it. Yes, our data is truncated. Acknowledge it right up front in your documents. Second, they want to see that you've done something about it. Conservative adjustments, overlays, something. Third, and this is huge, they expect your scenarios to drive the extreme tail of your risk, not just letting the math run wild on biased data. And a word of warning, if you say nothing about truncation, they don't assume it's not a problem. They assume you're blind to it.
And don't for a second think this is just a local issue. This is a global concern. From the BCBS to the EU and the UK, all the way to the RBI in India, supervisors everywhere have seen banks get burned by this. They treat it as a serious model risk, and they will not hesitate to hit you with capital add-ons if you ignore it. The message from regulators worldwide is crystal clear on this.
Okay, now for the Hall of Shame. Let's talk about the common and, frankly, indefensible excuses that supervisors are just sick of hearing. Things like, oh, our threshold is so low, the impact is tiny. Or, my personal favorite, but our statistical test passed. All of these completely miss the point. The issue isn't your math skills. The issue is the giant hole in your data that you created on purpose.
So, what does a credible, regulator-ready story sound like? It's the complete opposite. It's built on transparency. You lead with, our data is truncated by design, and we know it. You follow up with, we don't just rely on the model's tail for our capital number. And then you show them how your scenarios are designed specifically to go beyond what your historical data can tell you. That is how you build trust and confidence with your regulator.
And really, if you remember just one thing from this whole chapter, let it be this. Your past operational losses, even your biggest one ever, that is not the ceiling for what could happen. It's the floor. It's the starting point. Your job in capital planning is to prepare for the things that haven't happened yet.
Okay, so we've pulled back the curtain and exposed this hidden bias. That's step one. But it begs the question, right? What do we do now? How do we actually work with the data we're stuck with? Well, that is the perfect setup for our next chapter, where we're going to roll up our sleeves and get into the practicalities of dealing with this data.
Welcome back. We're about to dive into one of the most counterintuitive yet absolutely critical topics in building a defensible ICAAP, the dangerous allure of clean data.
All right, just to remind you where we are. We're deep in Part 5 of the program, all about the loss distribution approach. We've built the basic framework, and now we're getting into the details, the things that really separate a model that passes muster from one that gets rejected by supervisors.
So in this chapter, Chapter 48, we're tackling data bias and the very dangerous game of overzealous data cleansing. We're going to talk about the paradox of clean data, the biases that are already baked into our data sets from day one, and the dangerous myth that so many banks fall for. Then we'll walk through the common cleansing sins, what supervisors really want to see, and finally, how you can flip this whole challenge on its head and use it to build credibility.
Okay, let's get right into it. We're starting with a paradox that really sits at the core of operational risk supervision. And honestly, it's a total mindset shift from pretty much any other area of risk management you've ever worked in.
Let me be crystal clear. If a regulator ever says this to you about your operational risk data, that is not a compliment. It is a massive warning sign. To them, that simple phrase means you've probably sanitized reality, not clarified it. Let's dig into why.
What's so revealing here is the contrast. You know, in the credit risk world, clean, complete, objective data, that's the gold standard, right? But operational risk, it's a completely different beast. By its very nature, it's messy, it's incomplete, and it's full of human judgment calls. So trying to make it look as pristine as credit data is just a fundamental misunderstanding of the risk itself.
And you know, this messiness, it's not just random noise. It's actually the result of some pretty deep structural biases that we have to understand and, more importantly, acknowledge before we even think about touching a single data point.
So, what do we actually mean by bias here? We're not talking about a few random typos. We're talking about a systematic distortion that is woven into the very fabric of the data collection process. In a weird way, it's a feature of operational risk data, not a bug.
And this slide, it just drives the point home perfectly. Think about it. Before you even run your first cleansing script, your data is already profoundly biased. You're systematically missing all the small losses because of your reporting thresholds. Legal losses? They might not show up for years. And let's be honest, business units are not always eager to report their own failures. Cleansing can't fix these problems. In fact, it usually just hides them.
This reality leads us straight to a really dangerous myth. A myth that, unfortunately, a lot of banks still believe. And it's one that completely misreads what regulators are actually looking for in a mature ICAAP.
Here's the crucial point. If the main reason you're running a data quality program is to get a lower capital number, supervisors will see right through that. They won't see it as a genuine attempt to understand your risk profile. They'll see it as a cynical game to tweak the inputs to get the answer you want.
So let's see how this myth leads to some really common and damaging practices. These are what I call the cleansing sins, the kind of mistakes that can completely destroy the credibility of your op risk model and, by extension, your entire ICAAP. Just think for a second about your own loss data set. Which data points cause the biggest headaches? The ones that make the model jumpy and drive that capital number way up? What's the immediate temptation? That's right. The first instinct is always to get rid of the outliers. But here's the thing. In operational risk, those aren't just statistical noise. They are signals from the tail. They are the severe, unexpected events that capital is precisely for. Removing them is like tearing pages out of the book of reality because you don't like the story.
Another huge area for this is how insurance is treated. The supervisory expectation here is crystal clear. You model the gross loss first. Recoveries have to be handled separately and very conservatively because you know they are never 100% certain and they often show up way later. Aggressive early netting, that's just seen as a way to suppress the tail of your distribution.
And then we have reclassification, moving losses around between event types or business lines after the fact, especially without a solid, documented reason. That is a giant red flag. Without a clear audit trail, regulators don't see it as data improvement. They see it as data manipulation, plain and simple.
So after all this aggressive cleansing, what are you left with? You have a data set that looks beautifully stable, well-behaved, and completely fake. It's a dangerous illusion that hides the real concentration risks and totally misrepresents the true lumpy and unpredictable nature of operational risk.
So, if all that aggressive cleansing is the wrong way to go, what do regulators actually want to see? What does a good process look like from their perspective?
Well, they don't expect perfection. What they expect is a mature, transparent, and conservative process. They want you to disclose every single thing you changed. They want a bulletproof justification for every single data point you excluded. They want to see that you've analyzed the impact of your changes on the tail of the distribution. And always they want you to interpret the results conservatively. The documentation is way more important than the elegance of the data.
So really, it all boils down to intent. What's your goal here? Are you genuinely trying to clarify the risk? You know, like removing a true duplicate or fixing an obvious typo?
Or are you trying to reduce the risk on paper by tossing out inconvenient outliers or applying some undocumented expert judgment? Trust me, supervisors are trained to spot the difference a mile away.
And look, this whole philosophy, it isn't new. This has been the consistent message from global bodies like the Basel Committee for years. The foundational assumption is that the data is flawed, so any bank that walks in claiming to have, quote, clean and reliable operational risk data is immediately seen as either naive or even worse, as being disingenuous.
Okay, for our last section, let's totally reframe this problem. Instead of fighting against the bias and the messiness, what if we lean into it? What if we use the reality of our data to build a more defensible and, ultimately, a more credible ICAAP?
This right here is the core takeaway for this entire chapter. The choice is really simple. A mature bank understands that data bias is a reason to hold more capital, not less. If you acknowledge the bias and conservatively increase your capital yourself, you control the story. If you ignore it, the supervisor will just do it for you with a painful capital add-on. You can pay now, or I guarantee you'll pay more later.
And this is exactly what maturity sounds like in your official documents and in your meetings with regulators. You own the flaws. You state right up front, our loss data is biased by design. You explain that your cleansing was about usability, not a futile quest for completeness. You state clearly, we intentionally preserved the extreme losses. And you wrap it up by saying that any remaining bias is handled through a conservative capital overlay. That is the language of credibility.
So, accepting that our data is inherently messy, incomplete, and biased sets up our next challenge perfectly. If our inputs are this flawed, how on earth can we estimate our model parameters in a responsible, defensible way? How do we build a model on a shaky foundation? Well, that's exactly what we're going to tackle head-on in Chapter 49.
Welcome. So, in the world of operational risk modeling, there's this one goal that pretty much every bank chases: stability. But what if I told you that chasing stability is the very thing that makes regulators really, really nervous? Today, we're going to dive into a super critical and honestly counterintuitive idea in parameter estimation. We're going to see why for a truly credible ICAAP, instability isn't a bug, it's actually a feature. So let's get right into it. All right, before we jump in, let's just quickly get our bearings. Remember, we are in the middle of our 100-chapter master program. This is our deep, regulator-grade journey through the entire ISAT universe. Right now, we are well into Part 5, which is all about operational risk modeling, specifically using the loss distribution approach, or LDA. And today's session, Chapter 49 on parameter estimation, well, it's a huge piece of that puzzle. It's what underpins the justification for our final capital number. So, here's our game plan for today. We're going to kick things off by busting the stability myth that so many of us are taught to chase. Then we'll completely flip the script and look at it from a supervisor's point of view. We'll get into the messy reality of why data is inherently unstable, and we'll even call out some of the flawed tools and goals that can lead us astray. And then, most importantly, we'll talk about how to embrace that uncertainty and build a story that regulators will actually believe. Okay, let's start with the big one, the stability myth. It's this goal that feels so right, so logical on the surface, but believe me, it can get you into a world of trouble during a supervisory review. Come on, this is what everyone wants, right? Every risk team, every modeler wants to present a capital number that doesn't bounce around all over the place year after year. The thinking is that stable parameters mean your model is robust, it's well understood, it's solid. It just feels like good housekeeping. But here's the thing, it's a trap. So let's step over to the other side of the table for a minute. We have to understand how a supervisor sees the world, because what you think is a sign of strength, they might see as a huge red flag. Just look at the massive disconnect on this slide. On one side, you've got the bank stream: stability, precision, consistency. It looks good, it feels safe. But look at what the supervisor sees when they look at the exact same thing. They don't see robustness, They see danger signs. They see over-smoothing of data. They see the suppression of very real uncertainty. And frankly, they smell the pressure to optimize the model to get a good number. This is the absolute core lesson here. In ICAAP, being honest about your volatility is a strength, not a weakness. So why? Why are supervisors so skeptical about stability? Well, it's because it completely flies in the face of what operational risk data actually is. It's just not stable stuff. The truth is, your parameters should be moving around. And here's exactly why. First, op risk datasets are tiny, especially for the big, scary events. Second, these distributions have incredibly heavy tails, which means just one new data point, one big loss, can yank the whole estimate sideways. Third, the thresholds we use for collecting data, we only record losses over $10,000, automatically distorts the sample we're looking at. And finally, the bank itself isn't static. Your controls change, your business lines change, your ability to even detect risk changes. In an environment that's this dynamic, having perfectly stable parameters would be, well, kind of suspicious, wouldn't it? So what are they looking for instead? What does a good submission look like to them? They want to see wide confidence intervals around your estimates. They want to see proof that you tested how sensitive your model is to different assumptions. They actually expect to see your parameters move from year to year, as long as you can explain why. And this is the fundamental mindset shift. You have to treat your parameters as what they are, uncertain, blurry descriptors of a messy reality, not as hard and fast physical constants. And this brings us to a really crucial point about our methods. Sometimes, the very tools we use and the goals we set for ourselves are what lead us down the wrong path, creating this dangerous, false sense of security. This slide just nails the clash of worldviews. The bank's goal is often purely statistical, right? Let's find the mathematical curve that best fits the data points we have. But the supervisor is asking a totally different question. They're asking, forget the best fit. Does your model even allow for the kind of severe but plausible losses that could actually put this bank out of business? You see the difference? A model can be statistically perfect and completely useless for assessing capital adequacy. And that's why a common tool like maximum likelihood estimation, or MLE, can be so dangerous if you just use it blindly. Look, it's mathematically elegant, it spits out a nice, clean, precise-looking number, but when you feed it the sparse, heavy-tailed data of op risk, it tends to overfit. It gives you this false confidence about what's happening way out in the tail of the distribution, and it totally hides the underlying parameter uncertainty that supervisors are laser-focused on. And let's be absolutely crystal clear on this point. Nearly all of our loss data is truncated. We only collect losses above a certain dollar amount. Ignoring this is not some minor technical detail. Regulators view it as a fundamental modeling failure, full stop. They know that truncation messes with your estimates, and they expect you not only to acknowledge it, but to prove you've handled it in a conservative way. Okay, so if chasing that single stable number is the wrong game, what's the right one? Well, it's all about a radical shift in focus. We need to move away from the illusion of a single precise number and towards the honest reality of a credible range. We all know the point estimate. It's that one number the model spits out for us. The mean, the shape, the 99.9th percentile VaR. It's clean, it's simple, and you know what? It's dangerously incomplete. So the critical question, the one you have to ask yourself and your team is this. What is this one single number hiding? Because what it hides is the entire universe of doubt, sensitivity, and uncertainty that's baked into the whole process. The confidence intervals, the range around that number, they matter so much more than the point estimate itself. Supervisors demand, they don't ask, they demand a full, transparent discussion of your parameter uncertainty. They want to see that you've stress tested other possible estimates. And critically, they want to see a clear, unbroken line between that uncertainty and your final capital number. And let me tell you the golden rule here. Any uncertainty you fail to capitalize for yourself will be capitalized for you by the supervisor, and it usually comes in the form of a big, painful capital add-on. And by the way, this is a big part of why frameworks like Bayesian statistics get such a positive reception from regulators. You don't have to use them, but the reason they like them is that Bayesian methods are designed from the ground up to model uncertainty explicitly. They provide a formal way to combine limited data with expert judgment, which is pretty much the definition of a credible ICAAP. Okay, let's bring this all home and make it super practical. How do you actually build this credible narrative into your ICAAP submission? How do you show the regulators that you really get it? Well, first, let's talk about what not to do. These are the classic failures supervisors see over and over again. Presenting your point estimates as if they're gospel truth. Having zero discussion of uncertainty ranges. Artificially smoothing your data to keep the capital number from changing. And having parameter choices that have absolutely no connection to your severe but plausible scenarios. Avoid these at all costs. And please don't think this is just the view of one quirky regulator. This is a globally consistent expectation. It doesn't matter if you're talking to the Reserve Bank of India, who explicitly demand capitalization for uncertainty, or regulators in Europe and the UK, who focus heavily on governance around your choices. The message is absolutely universal. Honesty about your instability gets rewarded, and pretending you have artificial stability gets penalized. So what does a strong, mature, and totally defensible narrative actually sound like? It sounds like this. It's a story that says, look, our parameters are uncertain because our data is limited, and we're not going to hide that. In fact, here's how we tested the sensitivities. Our really severe outcomes aren't just from the model. They're driven by deliberate governed scenarios. And most importantly, all this uncertainty we've been talking about, we've conservatively capitalized for it. That is the language of credibility. And that brings us to the final critical question that I want you to take back to your teams. Look at your process, look at your documentation, and ask yourselves, is our ICAAP built to defend an artificially stable number, no matter what? Or is it built to honestly and transparently reflect the deep uncertainty that we know is part of operational risk? The answer to that question? Well, that's going to define your credibility with the regulator. So now that we've figured out how to estimate our parameters, and, more importantly, how to embrace their uncertainty, what's the next logical step? We have to see what all that uncertainty actually does to our potential losses. So, in our next chapter, we're diving straight into the logic of Monte Carlo simulation. This is where we put all this uncertainty into motion and really get to explore the full range of what could happen. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you in the next session. Welcome back, everyone. We're continuing our deep dive into the ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. Now remember, this whole course is designed to get you regulator-ready, to build, own, defend, and approve a bank's ICAAP from start to finish. We've already laid some serious groundwork in the first 4 parts, covering everything from regulatory foundations to the nitty-gritty of operational risk data. We are now right in the heart of Part 5, Operational Risk Modeling, and today we hit a really critical point, Chapter 50, Monte Carlo Simulation Logic. Honestly, you can think of this as the moment of truth. All that work we've done on data, on picking distributions, on our assumptions, well, it's about to be thrown into the arena of randomness to see how it holds up. So I want to start with a question that, on the surface, sounds completely backwards. Why on earth would a regulator, whose entire job is to ensure financial stability, actually prefer to see a risk model that seems jumpy, volatile, and, well, misbehaves? The answer to that little puzzle is the absolute key to understanding the entire philosophy of why we do this. And this quote right here, this gets to the very heart of it. It is so important to get this in your head. Monte Carlo simulation is not some magical black box that just invents risk out of thin air. Not at all. It's really more like a diagnostic tool. Think of it like an MRI for your risk profile.
It takes all those assumptions you carefully made about how often things go wrong and how bad they are when they do, and it smashes them together thousands and thousands of times just to see where the hidden cracks are. It doesn't create anything. It just reveals the fragilities that were already there.
And this slide really shows the two worlds we're talking about. On the left, you've got what I call the deterministic trap. It's a very human way of thinking, right? Oh, our bad events don't happen very often, and the average loss is pretty small, so we should be okay. It feels simple, it's comforting, and it is dangerously misleading. On the right is the harsh reality that simulation forces you to look at. It shows that over the long run, your entire risk profile is going to be dominated by just 1 or 2 years where a rare combination of awful events happens. In that world, your average year is completely irrelevant. This is the perspective supervisors demand because it forces a certain humility, a deep respect for the tail risk.
Okay, so let's just demystify what we're actually talking about here. When you strip away all the jargon, Monte Carlo simulation is just a really powerful thought experiment. It's built to answer one simple question. If we could live through the next year, say 10,000 times, what would the full spectrum of our operational risk losses actually look like? You see, it's not about predicting the one future. It's about understanding the entire range of possible futures. So how does the machine actually do it? Well, the mechanics are surprisingly logical. For each and every simulated year, the model first asks, all right, how many bad things happened this year? And it pulls a random number from your frequency distribution. Then, for each of those events, it asks, okay, how big was it? And it pulls a random loss amount from your severity distribution. It just adds them all up to get a total loss for that simulated year, writes it down, and then it does it all over again, thousands and thousands of times.
And here is the big reveal. This is what the output looks like. Out of, let's say, 10,000 simulated years, the vast majority, maybe 9,900 of them, are completely boring. The losses are low, totally manageable. Then you have a handful of years that are moderately bad. But then you have that one catastrophic year with devastating losses. And this is the whole point. ICAAP capital isn't for the 9,900 good years. It's the money you have to have in the bank to survive that one single devastating year. The simulation just makes that brutal asymmetry impossible to ignore.
Now, this brings us to a really critical misunderstanding that supervisors see all the time. There's this natural temptation to think, well, if we just run more and more simulations, 1 million, 10 million, we'll eventually zero in on a more accurate capital number, right? I mean, it sounds logical, but is it true?
And the answer is a very, very clear and emphatic no. The whole purpose of running more simulations is not to create precision. Its purpose is to take the uncertainty that is already baked into your data and your assumptions and make it painfully visible. It's like putting a giant spotlight on the instability. It doesn't make it go away. So let's be crystal clear about what simulation cannot do for you. It can't magically fix bad data. It can't take an unpredictable tail event and suddenly make it predictable. And most importantly, running 1 million simulations on a set of bad assumptions doesn't get you a better answer. It just gets you a very, very precise wrong answer. And this is exactly why supervisors care so much more about the quality of your thinking and your inputs than they do about the number of times you run the model.
Okay, this leads us to our next really big mindset shift. When you run your simulation and you see your capital number jumping all over the place from one run to the next, your first gut reaction is probably, oh no, the model's broken. The supervisory view is the complete opposite of that. For them, that instability, it's a feature, not a bug. And this slide just captures that difference in perspective perfectly. The bank is worried, our results feel unstable, this doesn't look professional. Meanwhile, the supervisor sees that exact same instability and thinks, good, this model is being honest. It's actually showing us the genuine, massive uncertainty that really exists in the extreme tail of operational risk. You know, a model that produces
perfectly stable results in the tail, that's immediately suspicious. It suggests that somehow the randomness has been artificially smoothed out or suppressed. And because of these gaps in thinking, supervisors tend to see the same failures over and over again. They see models presented as some kind of unexplainable black box. They see people quoting a 99.9th percentile number with absolutely no context or sensitivity analysis around it. They see scenarios that are just kind of tacked on at the end, instead of being properly integrated to drive the tail. But the biggest failure of all is seeing a super sophisticated model whose outputs have no real connection to the final capital decisions being made. Any one of these can undermine the credibility of your entire ICAAP.
So what does a good, defensible story sound like? Well, a mature and credible narrative uses language just like this. You embrace the findings. You lead by saying, our simulation reveals significant fragility in the tail. You explain that the results are unstable precisely because the underlying uncertainty is real. You state very clearly that your scenarios are designed to be the things that dominate the extreme outcomes. And you talk about making capital decisions based on ranges and insights, not on a single magical number. This kind of language signals to a regulator that you actually get it. You understand your model and you understand your risk.
And believe me, this isn't just theory. In places like Europe and the UK, supervisors are explicitly trained to be suspicious of simulation results that look a little too neat and tidy. A polished number that hides all the underlying volatility is way less valuable to them than an honest, open conversation about the model's instability and what it tells you about the uncertainty your firm is facing. Because ultimately, this is the real goal. The output from your simulation isn't just for some regulatory report that gathers dust on a shelf. It's meant to be a powerful tool for your board and your senior management. It's what allows you to move beyond all the technical jargon and start asking the right strategic questions. Questions like, what kind of year actually breaks our bank? Which of our assumptions are the most critical for our survival? Where are our biggest blind spots? A model that sparks these conversations is a successful model.
Which brings us to this final, really powerful statement that sums it all up. Capital is a decision, not a calculation. The Monte Carlo simulation gives you a rich, complex, and absolutely vital input. It frames the problem beautifully. But the final number, the amount of capital you actually decide to hold, that is a strategic business decision. It should be informed by the model, but it must be made by management, using their expert judgment.
So let's just quickly summarize the key takeaways from Chapter 50. First, Monte Carlo simulation is all about revealing the fragility that simple averages hide. Second, instability in your results reflects real uncertainty, not a broken model. Third, the goal is to produce ranges that spark conversations, not to find a single false truth. And finally, always remember, supervisors will value your interpretation and your narrative way more than any amount of technical polish. But of course, as soon as we accept this uncertainty, it leads to the next logical and very difficult question. If the model is giving us this wide, messy range of possible outcomes, we still have to pick a point on that distribution to set our capital. We have to choose a confidence level. So why is that choice, especially when you get to the extreme end of the tail, so notoriously difficult and unstable?
Well, that is precisely what we are going to tackle next. Now that we understand the logic of the simulation itself, we have the perfect foundation to explore the really unique challenges of that extreme tail. I'll see you in Chapter 51, where we are going to explain the 99.9% value at risk and dive into why the tail simply refuses to be tamed.
Welcome back, everyone, to our ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. It's been quite a journey, right? We've already navigated the foundations of regulation, built our risk universe, and mastered the fundamentals of capital. Now, we are deep in the heart of Part 5, Operational Risk Modeling. And today, in Chapter 51, we're going to tackle one of the most famous and, frankly, one of the most dangerously misunderstood concepts in this entire field. So, this chapter is all about that one number,
the 99.9% value at risk figure. Now, if you were around during the Basel II era, you'll know this was the absolute star of the show. But its role today, in a modern defensible ICAAP, it's completely different, and people get this wrong all the time. Getting this right is, and I mean this, absolutely critical for your credibility with regulators. You know, this number, it's like a celebrity in the risk world. For years, practitioners have chased it, treated it like this magical gold standard, a line in the sand that if you just hold enough capital to meet it, guarantees you're safe. But what I'm here to tell you is that this view is not just a little bit outdated, it's genuinely dangerous. And that really tees up the core question for us today. Is that 99.9% VaR a solid safety guarantee that we can confidently build our capital adequacy on? Or is it a dangerous illusion, a false precision that gives us a catastrophic sense of security? Well, let me tell you, supervisors have a very, very clear answer to that question. And this slide right here, it gets to the heart of a massive disconnect that can absolutely sink an ICAAP. So many practitioners still see 99.9% as this hard target, this precise number we have to hit. But supervisors, they see it as a stress lens. It's a tool they use to probe your understanding of extreme uncertainty. It's not a truth point they just accept. Believe me, your survival in a regulatory deep dive depends on you understanding this difference. So let's just quickly refresh ourselves on the textbook definition. It's the loss level you'd expect to breach only once every 1,000 years. Sounds neat and tidy, right? But here's the problem. This very idea of a clean 1 in 1,000-year event hides a fundamental truth. Real-world operational risk just does not play by those rules. And here is exactly why. Look, value at risk as a tool isn't completely broken. It works okay when you've got stable processes, tons of data, think market risk. But operational risk, it breaks every single one of the core mathematical assumptions. Our processes are not stable, we have virtually zero data for those extreme black swan events, and because of that, the model becomes wildly sensitive to the tiniest tweaks in our assumptions. And please, don't just take my word for it. This is the official verdict. This is straight from the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. After watching the advanced measurement approach, the AMA, fail to deliver for years, the world's top regulators came to a stark conclusion. Trying to calculate a single precise number for the extreme operational risk tail is basically impossible. Your entire ICAAP philosophy has to absorb this lesson. So what does this actually mean for your model? Well, here's the crucial takeaway. When you're modeling way out there at the 99th percentile, your historical loss data, it's doing almost nothing. It's just not there. The number that pops out of your model is almost entirely controlled by the expert scenarios you feed into it. And let's be clear, that's not a modeling flaw. That's just the reality of a world where catastrophic events are, thankfully, rare. This leads to a really important shift in mindset. You know, a lot of banks panic when their VaR number jumps around from year to year. They think, oh no, our model must be broken. But supervisors see the complete opposite. When they see that instability, they see an honest model. They see it as proof that you are acknowledging the genuine uncertainty that lives in the tail of the distribution. And that leads me to a critical warning. If you start trying to game the system, if you start capping your severities or smoothing out your parameters just to get a nice, stable, palatable number every year, regulators will not see that as a good thing. They won't see it as a model improvement. They will see it as a deliberate attempt to suppress and hide risk. And that is a massive red flag. So we keep coming back to this idea, don't we? It's this central concept for this whole chapter. If you want to think like a regulator, you have to treat your 99.9% VaR output as a stress lens, not a truth point. It's a powerful tool for asking smarter questions, but it is not and never will be the final answer. So, how do they actually use this lens in practice? Well, they use your number to probe your thinking. They'll say, okay, interesting number.
What happens if we change this assumption? How severe are the scenarios driving this figure? Are you sure they're severe enough? They're using it to assess how well you understand your own tail risks and, crucially, to justify why capital buffers beyond what your model says are absolutely necessary. And make no mistake, this isn't just a quirky view from one or two regulators. This is a global consensus. Whether you're dealing with the RBI in India, the ECB in Europe, or the PRA in the UK, the message is exactly the same. They are not interested in a single number. They want to see the narrative, the stress analysis, and the justification for capital adequacy that goes way beyond one simple percentile. Now, this whole supervisory mindset has huge downstream effects, especially for governance. Because when you get fixated on that single VaR number, it creates something I call one-number governance. And it's a trap. It creates a dangerously false sense of comfort at the board level. Let me show you what I mean. The wrong questions are all about the number itself. Are we above the line? Yes? Okay, great, moving on. But the right questions, the questions supervisors expect your board to be wrestling with, they use that number as a launch pad for a much deeper, scarier conversation. A conversation about what kind of perfect storm could actually break the firm. And this brings us to a crucial point. At the end of the day, ICAAP is about one thing: institutional survival. And a 99.9% VaR tells you absolutely nothing about your ability to actually survive a real crisis. It says nothing about a liquidity freeze, or a sudden loss of market confidence, or how fast risks can spread. Survival is a much, much more complex problem than a single statistic can ever capture. Now, a question I often get is, well, what if we use expected shortfall instead? Does that fix it? And it's a great question. Conceptually, ES is a better measure, right? It asks, if we do breach the VaR, how bad could things get? But here's the catch. It doesn't solve the root problem. It relies on the exact same sparse, unreliable data to estimate that extreme tail. That makes it just as unstable, if not more so. So no, it's not a silver bullet. So let's be crystal clear about what failure looks like in this area. These are the mistakes that supervisors see over and over and over again. And honestly, any one of these can instantly kill the credibility of your ICAAP. Mechanically setting your capital equal to the VaR number and failing to have a robust discussion about its deep limitations, that is the fastest way I know to get hit with a hefty capital add-on. So, what does a good, mature, credible narrative actually sound like? It sounds like this. This statement right here is gold. It tells a supervisor everything they need to hear in one go. It shows you get the limitations, you embrace that the tail is driven by scenarios, and that you're capitalizing your firm based on a holistic view of uncertainty, not just one number from one model. This is the language of credibility. All right, so establishing that the 99.9% VaR is a diagnostic lens, not a truth point, that is the essential foundation we needed to build. Now that we understand its proper role, we are perfectly set up for Chapter 52. We're going to take this insight and walk through exactly how the operational risk capital number is actually calculated, put together, and ultimately defended. I look forward to seeing you there.
Welcome back. As you know, we are deep into our 100-chapter cumulative master program on ICAAP and operational risk modeling. We've been building this capability from the ground up, chapter by chapter, covering everything from regulatory foundations to the nitty-gritty of risk modeling, and now we're really getting to the heart of it all.
Right now, you're in Chapter 52, which puts us squarely in the middle of Part 5, Operational Risk Modeling. This is a big one. After all the theory on risk, capital, and the mechanics of modeling, this is where the rubber really meets the road. It's where everything we've learned comes together to produce that one number that gets more scrutiny than almost any other, the operational risk capital number. So let's get into it.
In this chapter, we're going to shift gears. We're moving away from pure statistical theory and into the reality of the boardroom. The focus here isn't just about getting a number, it's about building a number that you can stand behind and defend in front of anyone. Your board, your auditors, and especially your regulator.
This is all about constructing a logical, well-governed, and ultimately defensible decision.
I want you to burn this quote into your brain. Seriously. It is the single most important mindset to have for this entire process. Supervisors don't just sign off on a number you put on a page. They approve the logic, the story, the reasoning, the chain of conservative decisions that produced it. The number itself is just the final outcome. If any link in that chain of logic is weak, the whole thing falls apart under pressure. Our job here is to make every single link unshakable. So here's our game plan. We're going to walk through this in 6 parts, exactly as if we were prepping you for that direct challenge from a supervisor. We'll start by decoding the real question they're asking. Then we'll build our foundation, get our critical assumptions straight, use our models to inform our thinking, not decide for us, and finally, assemble a number that's ready to face that tough scrutiny. All right, let's start with that crucial moment, the one that really kicks off every single ICAAP review. It almost always begins with what sounds like a pretty simple question.
When a supervisor asks you this, you need to understand what's really happening. It's not just a request for a number, it's a test. They're not looking for your Python code or just a percentile from your model. They're inviting you to walk them through your entire philosophy, your process, and your governance from start to finish.
What they're really asking are these deeper questions you see right here. They want to know your scope. They want to know where you applied judgment. And crucially, they want to know how you dealt with all the uncertainty. But at the end of the day, it all boils down to one fundamental question. Why should we believe this number is enough for your bank to survive a major crisis?
You can't just jump into the numbers. A defensible capital figure has to be built on a rock-solid foundation. And I'm not talking about your data set or your model here. I'm talking about a few crystal-clear, unambiguous statements you have to make before you do a single calculation.
Think of this statement as the blueprint for your fortress. You have to start with an objective that sounds exactly like this. Why? Because it immediately signals to the regulator what you're building for: survival. It tells them your focus is on being conservative, on looking at the tail risks, and that expert-driven scenarios are going to be a huge part of the story. It sets exactly the right tone from the very beginning.
So to be absolutely clear, before you even look at a single piece of data, you need these 3 things locked down and documented. First, the objective, survival. Second, the scope, a perfectly clear list of the risks you're covering. You know, an unclear scope is one of the most common and frankly easiest to avoid reasons ICAAPs fail. And third, the framework. You need to position your model as a tool that helps structure your thinking, not as some infallible machine that spits out the answer. Okay, with that foundation firmly in place, now we can bring in the data, the raw materials we need. And this is the point where we have to make some crucial assumptions. These are the assumptions that are going to drive the final number, so they have to be solid.
First things first, let's talk about frequency. And honestly, this is not the hill you want to die on. It's not where the battle over your capital number is won or lost. Regulators know this isn't the key driver. As long as your frequency estimates are prudent and well justified, they're generally okay with them.
But severity. Severity. This is where the entire game is played. Let me say that again because it's that important. Your whole capital number comes down to how you define and justify your severity assumptions. This is where all the focus, all the challenge is going to be. And here's a little rule for you. If your severity assumptions feel comfortable to your management team, I guarantee they will not be comfortable for your regulator.
This slide just lays it out perfectly, right? The difference between a weak and a strong approach is night and day. Regulators expect you to treat your own historical losses as the starting point, a floor, not the end of the story. You have to show you've used external data, expert judgment, and tough scenarios to imagine something worse than what your own data shows. In other words, you have to lean into the uncertainty of that tale, not try to model it away.
All right, so with that mindset, let's talk about the modeling itself, because this is where a lot of people make a really critical mistake. They treat the model like it's the final judge, when it should just be a tool that informs the decision.
Your Monte Carlo simulation,
Look, it's not a magic 8-ball that just spits out the right answer. It's an incredibly powerful tool for exploration. Its main job is to help you map out the whole landscape of potential losses, so you can understand what's driving those extreme, once-in-a-thousand-year outcomes that capital is supposed to cover.
So you run your simulation, and out pops a number. Let's say it's the 99.9% value at risk. And this is the exact moment where so many banks get it wrong. They stop right there, point to that number, and say, "That's it. That's our answer."
This phrase right here, this is what a regulator wants to hear. This is the hallmark of a mature, credible ICAAP. The model's output, that 99.9% VaR, is not the answer. It's an input. It's a piece of information that goes into a governed, human-led decision, which is then shaped by those severe scenarios we talked about, scenarios designed to go beyond what your history tells you.
Okay, so now, and only now that the foundation is laid and we know the model's proper role, are we ready to actually build the final number. And this isn't a single step. It's a deliberate assembly of different layers where each and every layer is explicitly justified and conservative by design. Just look at this flow carefully. The final number is the absolute last step. It's built by first adding explicit overlays for things you know are risks, like model uncertainty or gaps in your data. Then, you aggregate everything conservatively, assuming that in a real crisis, diversification benefits pretty much disappear. And finally, you make sure it's mapped to real loss-absorbing capital. The result should be a number that feels robust, prudent, and maybe even a little uncomfortable to management. That's how you know you're on the right track.
So you've done all this hard work. You've built your number. How do you actually survive that meeting with the supervisors? How do you defend it? Well, it all comes down to how you communicate it and being able to articulate your logic with strong, defensible statements.
This slide is basically your cheat sheet for that meeting. On the left, you've got the common weak answers. But on the right, that's the language of credibility. You don't say your capital is a percentile. You say it reflects a survival objective. You don't try to hide from uncertainty. You state clearly, we capitalized for uncertainty explicitly. This is the language of a robust, defensible process.
And this really brings us full circle, doesn't it? Let's end on this critical point. Banks don't usually fail their ICAAP review because their math was bad. They fail because they can't explain the logic behind their number. The goal isn't mathematical perfection. The goal is to show you have a robust, conservative, and logical framework for making sure your bank survives. The quality of your explanation is just as important as the quality of your calculation.
So we have just walked through how to construct a governed, defensible capital number. But what about the models that inform this whole process? How do we know they're reliable? Well, in Chapter 53, we're going to dive into that. We'll explore model stability testing, and I'm going to explain a really interesting paradox, why a model that looks too stable, too consistent, can actually be a major red flag for regulators.
Welcome back, everyone. We're jumping right back into the ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. And today we're going to tackle something really crucial, something that honestly gets misunderstood all the time when you're trying to build a model that can stand up to regulatory scrutiny. All right, just to get our bearings, for everyone following along with the full 100-chapter curriculum, we are deep into Part 5. This is where the rubber meets the road, right? We're all about advanced operational risk modeling, specifically using the loss distribution approach. So we're really moving past the basic theory and getting into the nitty-gritty of regulatory defense. So let's get right into it. Chapter 53, Model Stability Testing. And I love this subtitle, When Consistency Becomes a Red Flag. You heard that right. We are literally about to take a core assumption that most people hold and flip it completely upside down.
So here's the big question, the central paradox we need to unpack. In just about any other kind of modeling, stability is the gold standard, right? It's what you aim for. So why on earth is a stable operational risk model a major red flag for regulators? Well, it's because supervisors have learned, and believe me, they often learned it the hard way, that a model that's just too quiet, too stable, it's probably hiding something.
Okay, so first things first. We need to talk about the stability paradox. Let's really establish why the very nature of operational risk makes a stable model look suspicious. Why is a bit of, well, instability actually a good thing here? Think about it. This isn't like credit or market risk where you're drowning in data. Operational risk is a totally different beast. It's all about those rare but incredibly severe events. The data is sparse. It's often biased. And the final capital number? It's almost always dominated by the heavy tails, the tiny chance of a massive company-threatening loss, and by those forward-looking scenarios. So if your model is actually listening to all that uncertainty, it has to be a bit volatile. It's just the nature of the game. And this quote just nails the supervisory mindset perfectly. A model that never surprises is likely not listening. You see, they don't look at this movement as a flaw. To them, it's a sign of life. It's proof that your model is actually connected to the real, messy, uncertain risk profile of your bank. A quiet model? That's a suspicious model. Okay, so if stability is out, what's in? What are supervisors actually looking for? It's simple, really. They're looking for intelligent, explainable movement. They want to see that your capital number is actually reacting when things change in the real world. This right here, this gets to the absolute heart of the matter. On one hand, you have the movements supervisors expect to see. New loss data comes in, the number should move. You update a scenario, the number should move. Your business model changes, you better believe that number should move. But on the other side, you have these artificial drivers of stability. Things like putting caps and floors on your parameters or forcing some kind of smoothing across years. Regulators spot this a mile away. To them, it screams that you're just managing the number, not actually managing the risk. Now, this is a really important distinction to make. This isn't a free pass for random chaos. Regulators are not looking for erratic jumps that come out of nowhere with no explanation. No way. What they want is informative movement. They want to see a change that you can point to and say, this happened because we changed this assumption and it makes perfect sense. It's about sensitivity that aligns with risk intuition. So the question is never just, did it move? The real question is, can you explain why it moved? And does that story make sense? Okay, that brings us to the practical side. How do you actually prove this to a regulator? Well, it all comes down to how you test your model. You have to shift your thinking. Your goal is no longer to prove stability. Your goal is to prove that your model is responsive, but in a really smart and controlled way. A really robust testing process isn't just about, rerunning the numbers and crossing your fingers for the same result. No, it's about actively pushing and pulling on the key levers of your model. You should be proactively asking questions like, what happens if we crank up our severity assumptions? What if we make our scenario narratives even worse? What happens if we reduce how effective our insurance is? When you stress these inputs, you should expect to see the capital number move in a way that makes sense. If it doesn't budge, well, that tells you your model is way too risky. And this right here, this is a very sophisticated point. This is what separates the truly mature, regulator-ready firms from everyone else. It's the difference between parameter stability and capital logic stability. Look, your underlying statistical parameters, your tail estimates, your confidence intervals, they should be volatile. They reflect profound uncertainty. What needs to be rock solid, what needs to be stable, is your capital logic. That's your high-level philosophy of conservatism, your coherent governance that ensures the bank survives no matter what. Trust me, stable logic beats stable numbers every single time. All right, so let's flip this around and look at the red flags. What are the common mistakes that supervisors see over and over again? These are the kinds of failures that will instantly destroy any trust they have in your ICAAP submission. And here is the ultimate red flag. This is the classic story. Imagine your bank has grown, it's digitized, it's launched a bunch of new products. The business looks totally different than it did a year ago. But somehow, your operational risk capital number is exactly the same year after year. What is that signal to a regulator? It's a flashing red light that says your model is completely disconnected from the reality of your business. And there are plenty of other common failures too. Things like presenting stability as if it's a huge success. That's a massive misunderstanding of what they're looking for. Or providing zero sensitivity disclosures. Or, and this is a big one, changing your scenarios but having no impact whatsoever on the capital number. Every single one of these mistakes tells a supervisor one of two things. Either you're hiding something, or you simply don't understand your own model. And please don't think for a second that this is some niche issue for one or two regulators. This is a global point of focus. You look at India, the RBI is laser focused on sensitivity to fraud and cyber risk. You go to Europe, the EBA is all about assumption shocks and add-ons. The UK's PRA, they want documented sensitivity analysis. Unexplained stability isn't just a curiosity, it's treated as a direct understanding of your risk, and they will penalize you for it. So, after all that, how do we get this right? It's all about creating a defensible narrative. It means a fundamental shift in how you think and how you talk about your model. You have to stop defending a static number and start explaining a dynamic, responsive philosophy. And this quote is exactly what a strong, mature narrative sounds like. We prefer explainable movement over artificial smoothness. Our governance decisions are designed to absorb volatility conservatively. See, that sentence shows that you get it. You're not afraid of the uncertainty, you embrace it. You're not trying to hide volatility, you're explaining how your governance is built to handle it. A supervisor hears that and they immediately recognize a level of maturity that puts you in a different league. So let's wrap this up with the key takeaway. Your goal is not stability. Your goal is to prove your model is alive, that it's intelligent, that it's responsive to the actual risks that's supposed to be measuring. This idea of controlled, explainable instability, that is the new benchmark for a credible operational risk model, period. And when you really honestly test your model for responsiveness, it naturally leads you to the next big question. Because when you see where the model reacts, you also see where it struggles, where it might even break. So what are its fundamental limits? And more importantly, what do you do about them? How do you compensate? That is exactly what we're going to tackle head-on in our next chapter, Chapter 54, when we dive deep into model limitations and conservatism.
Welcome back, everyone. We're diving right back into our director-level program on building a truly regulator-ready ICAAP. Today, we're zeroing in on one of the most scrutinized and, frankly, most important components.
So, just to get our bearings on this massive 100-chapter journey, we are deep in the heart of Part 5, Operational Risk Modeling. We've laid the foundations, and now we're in the advanced stuff. Today, we're tackling Chapter 54.
And this chapter, well, it covers one of the most critical and, honestly, most misunderstood topics in any ICAAP submission: model limitations, and the absolute need for conservatism. This is where your credibility with the supervisor is either made or completely broken.
Let's start with a fundamental truth that every single supervisor operates on. Just let this sink in. Every operational risk model, no matter how sophisticated, breaks at the tail. Now, the tail just means those super rare, crazy high-impact events. This isn't just an opinion, folks. It's the core belief that no model, no matter how brilliant, can perfectly predict the absolute worst day. And that leads to a really crucial point. Regulators are not looking for some perfect crystal ball model. They know that's impossible. What they're really testing you on is your honesty. How mature are you about acknowledging your model's blind spots? And, more importantly, what are you proactively doing about them?
First, let's be absolutely crystal clear on what we mean by a limitation. This is not about your quant team making a mistake or finding a bug in the code. A limitation is an inherent, unavoidable boundary. It's that point where the data runs out and you're forced to rely on assumptions.
And supervisors consistently point to these 5 structural limits. You simply can't model them away. How will people really act in a crisis? How good are your controls when everything is on fire? These things will always live outside the neat and tidy lines of a statistical model.
This leads us to a massive question, one that shapes the entire regulatory mindset toward your models. If these limits exist, why do they almost always cause the model to understate risk in the tail, the one place you need to be the most careful?
Well, the reason is actually simple, but it's profound. Our models are built by looking in the rearview mirror. By definition, your firm's worst ever loss is still in the future. So the model is basically just guessing about what that might look like. And some risks, like reputational damage, they don't scale nicely. They just explode.
Because of all this, a regulator's default starting position the minute they open your ICAAP is that your model's final capital number is too low. It's not a criticism, it's just a logical conclusion. And that brings us to the only solution they will accept.
And that solution is the capital overlay. It is so important to get this definition right. An overlay is a transparent, justified, explicit capital adjustment that you apply outside the model to cover a specific limitation. It is not a secret fudge factor or a sneaky way to hide a mistake.
This slide just brilliantly shows why supervisors demand that overlays be explicit. Some banks try to be clever. They'll hide a bit of conservatism inside their model parameters, quietly bumping up an assumption here and there. This backfires every single time. Why? Because it makes governance impossible and it completely undermines your model validation. Transparency is your only defense.
Okay, so what are some good, valid reasons for an overlay? Well, supervisors accept these justifications all the time. Maybe you have an overlay because your historical data doesn't go back far enough. Or maybe it's for a new cyber threat that isn't in your loss history. Or, and this is a big one, it's because of known weaknesses in your control environment. The key is always that clear, documented link. Now, what's really interesting here is that the process for setting these overlays isn't some super complex math problem. It's a governance process. Supervisors want to see conservative ranges, not some false precision out to 3 decimal places. They want to see that senior management has applied its judgment and, crucially, that it's all been approved at the board level.
This entire way of thinking is rooted in a core lesson from the Basel Committee, a lesson learned the hard way through global financial crises. The principle is simple. Where the model's certainty ends, capital's job begins. Capital has to stand in for the uncertainty that our models just can't measure.
In fact, a supervisor will often take something qualitative, like repeated bad audit findings or a culture where incidents get swept under the rug, and translate it directly into a quantitative capital overlay. Think about that. Your firm's culture and behavior have a direct dollar impact on your Pillar 2 capital.
It's also really important to see that overlays and scenarios aren't in competition. They're partners. Scenarios help you answer the question, what could happen? They're your tool for exploring those plausible extreme events. Overlays answer the next question. What uncertainty is still left over even after we've thought about those scenarios? They work together.
And please, don't think this is just a niche expectation from one regulator. We're seeing this everywhere. The UK, across Europe and India, they all share this view. They actively look for overlays, and they don't see them as a sign of model failure. They see them as a sign of a mature, realistic, and credible risk framework.
Ultimately, the final test of credibility comes down to this. Can your board members explain, in plain English, why you hold each overlay? If a supervisor asks them, why do you have this overlay for cyber risk, and they can't give a clear business reason, the whole thing falls apart.
This brings us to the ultimate anti-pattern. The single most damaging thing you can say in a meeting with your regulator is, oh, we don't need overlays. Our model captures everything. To them, that doesn't sound confident. It sounds naive. It shows a fundamental misunderstanding of tail risk.
And unfortunately, supervisors see the same mistakes over and over again. Banks with no overlays at all. Banks hiding them in their parameters. Or, a classic one, a model validation team that thinks its job is to remove overlays. Each one of these just erodes confidence in the entire ICAAP.
So, as you work on your own ICAAP, you have to ask yourself this question. Right now, today, what story is your document telling your supervisor about how your firm deals with real-world uncertainty?
And the difference between a weak story and a strong one is just night and day. It's the difference between being defensive and being confident, between being opaque and being transparent. A strong narrative builds massive credibility and leads to a much, much better conversation with your supervisor.
So, let's nail down the key takeaways from this chapter. The core message is this: our models will always have limits. A mature, regulator-ready ICAAP doesn't run from that fact. It tackles it head-on with explicit, well-governed overlays. Their absence is a huge red flag. In this world, overlays are mandatory, not optional.
This sets us up perfectly for our next chapter. Now that we understand how a raw model number gets adjusted for its real-world limitations, we're ready for Chapter 55. We're going to deconstruct that final operational risk capital number and figure out what it truly represents, both to the business and to your regulator. I'll see you there.
Welcome back. All right, let's get right into it. We are about to tackle what is, arguably the most scrutinized and often the most misunderstood number in the entire ICAPA process, the final operational risk capital output.
So, just to quickly ground ourselves, remember where we are. This is the big one, the ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling, 100-chapter cumulative master program. We've methodically worked our way through the foundational parts, covering everything from the regulatory basics all the way to the mechanics of op risk. And as you know, each chapter is designed to build directly on the last, which brings us to this critical moment.
And today, we've arrived at a really pivotal point. Chapter 55. We're in the home stretch of our modeling section. After all that complex data work, all the simulations, everything, it all boils down to just one number. But what does that number really mean? That's exactly what we're going to unpack right now. So here's how we're going to break this down. First, we'll talk about why this seemingly simple number is so dangerous. Then we'll reframe it, not as a model output, but as a governed decision. We'll get crystal clear on what the number truly represents, and then, and this is key, we'll look at it through a supervisor's eyes. We'll touch on the board's role, some major red flags, and wrap up by understanding this number as a kind of supervisory contract.
All right, Section 1. Let's jump right in.
Now, here's the paradox, and it's a big one. The simplest output of this entire complex process, a single number, is often the most treacherous and dangerous part of your whole ICAAP submission.
You can forget all the elegant models, all the fancy charts, the pages and pages of documentation. When a supervisor sits across from you, they really only have one question on their mind, and it cuts through everything else. What does this number mean when things go wrong? When reality turns hostile, what does this number actually do for the bank? Okay, this brings us to a really, really important point. We have to confront the single most common and honestly most critical failure I see when banks present their operational risk capital. It's a fundamental mindset problem. And this slide, right here, just lays it out perfectly. The common failure? People say, well, that's the result of our LDA model. A supervisor hears that and immediately pushes back. The defensible reality? No. It's a governed decision. It's a conclusion that senior management has reached, and yes, it's informed by models, but it's also constrained by scenarios and fine-tuned with overlays.
So let's just hammer this point home, because it's so important. Models inform, governance decides. Your model is an incredible tool. It's a vital input, but it is not the final word.
The final capital number is an act of ownership. It's a decision that leadership has to stand behind and defend.
Okay, so once you make that mental shift, it allows us to build a much stronger, much more defensible definition of what this capital number actually is. This is the definition that you, your team, and your board should have ready.
Take a look at this definition. Every single word in here is deliberate. It's packed with meaning. This isn't just some corporate jargon you put in a document. It's the core philosophy behind your entire capital calculation.
And if we unpack that, it becomes even clearer. When we say severe but plausible, what are we really talking about? We're talking about scenarios, not just what's happened in the past. Going concern isn't about optimizing your business. It's about pure survival. And phrases like known uncertainties and governance limitations, that's your explicit permission to use judgment, to use overlays where you know the models have blind spots.
And it's equally important to be crystal clear about what this number is not. This isn't some magic number that guarantees you're safe. It is not the absolute worst-case, end-of-the-world scenario. And it's definitely not a metric designed to make everyone feel comfortable. Capital is about resilience, not certainty.
All right, now for a crucial exercise. Let's switch chairs for a moment. You need to stop thinking like you're presenting the number and start thinking like the person receiving it, the supervisor. They don't just take your number at face value. They try to reverse engineer your thinking.
So what are they thinking? Well, they have a kind of mental checklist, a 5-question test they run through almost instantly. They want to know, what's the main scenario driving this? How much of this is pure model versus management judgment? What happens if just one of your assumptions gets a little worse? How does this stack up against your peers? And finally, they're reading the room. Does management seem a little uneasy, or are they way too confident? A little bit of healthy unease is actually a good sign.
And believe me, this scrutiny doesn't just stop with the risk team or middle management. It goes all the way to the top, to the board of directors. And it's not just about the number, it's about the language used to describe it.
Look, nobody expects the board to get into a deep debate about log-normal distributions. That's not their job. But they absolutely have to be able to explain, in simple business language, what this capital is for. Why did it go up or down? What would we have to do to actually reduce our risk and therefore our capital? And what are the risks that really keep management up at night? If they can't answer that, it's a huge governance failure.
And speaking of language, this right here is a huge red flag, a massive one. When banks start using words like efficient, optimized, or well-calibrated to describe their op-risk capital, a supervisor hears something completely different. They hear, we looked for every possible way to push this number down. When you're dealing with tail risk, uncomfortable but justified is a much, much stronger position than efficient.
So, let's tie this all together. If the number isn't just a simple model output, then what is it? The best way to think about it, truly, is as a contract between your bank and your supervisor.
Just think about that for a second. Your final capital number isn't just a number. It's a signal. It's a statement about how seriously your bank takes non-financial risk, how honest and robust your governance is, and frankly, how much a supervisor should trust you to manage your own affairs. A weak number implies a weak contract, and that almost always leads to more intense supervision.
So what does a strong narrative, a strong contract, actually sound like in practice? Well, it sounds like this. It's language that puts survival front and center. It acknowledges that scenarios and judgment are what really drive the tail. It openly states that the number is conservative by design. It makes it clear that the only way to lower this number is to actually lower the risk. And it embraces the idea that for these kinds of risks, being completely comfortable is just not appropriate.
So here's the bottom line. That final number, it's not the end of the process. It's actually the start of the conversation. It's the starting point for challenge, for discussion, for defense. Now that we've really established what this number represents,
we are perfectly positioned for our next chapter, Chapter 56, where we're going to dive deep into the most important tool for that challenge, scenario analysis. I'll see you there.
Welcome back to our ICAAP and Operational Risk Master Program. In this session, we're getting into something absolutely crucial for your ICAAP journey. We're going to really dig into the supervisor's mindset on scenario analysis. This is where we step away from the known past and start exploring the plausible and, let's be honest, often uncomfortable possibilities of the future. All right, just so we're all on the same page, we are now in Part 6 of our 100-chapter master program. As you know, this whole thing is a cumulative learning path designed to take you all the way from the foundations right through to supervisory defense. We've just wrapped up Part 5, which was all about operational risk modeling. Now, with Chapter 56, we kick off our deep dive into scenario analysis. And this is a big moment because it's where pure modeling runs out of road and structured, expert judgment has to take the wheel. Let's start with this quote. It's a little uncomfortable, but it's an absolutely essential truth. You know, this single idea really underpins every single regulatory conversation you will ever have about operational risk capital. It's the whole reason this chapter, and really this entire part of the program, even exists.
So you might be asking, why do we suddenly seem to abandon data and models right at the most critical moment? Let's break down the fundamental problem with relying only on historical information, especially when you're trying to think about those extreme tail-end events.
What's so powerful about this is just how logical it is when you stop and think. As the potential loss gets bigger and bigger, the data you have to model it just becomes less and less useful. I mean, your worst losses, they haven't happened to your bank yet. And even if a huge loss happened to someone else, it was in a totally different control environment. So by definition, your data is thinnest precisely where your risk is the greatest.
All of this leads regulators to a very simple, very powerful, and frankly, non-negotiable conclusion. When you are discussing the severe events that could genuinely threaten your bank's survival, they just assume your historical data has run out. They fully expect your analysis to be driven by structured judgment, not by a model desperately trying to make sense of insufficient data.
And this slide, I think, just perfectly captures the huge difference in philosophy. Models are fantastic at mapping the past. They often assume things happen in isolation, that processes work as they should. Scenarios, on the other hand, they're built to explore a messy, interconnected future where controls fail, people make mistakes, and multiple bad things all happen at once. That's the world regulators are worried about.
This brings us right to the core question, the one that separates routine, backward-looking risk management from a truly forward-looking, regulator-ready ICAAP. It's that critical leap from Pillar 1 to Pillar 2 thinking.
You see, supervisors aren't asking what happened to the industry 5 years ago. No, they're laser focused on your specific vulnerabilities, your systems, your culture. That right there is the essence of Pillar 2, and scenarios are the main tool they expect you to use to explore it.
So let's be crystal clear on our definition here. When we talk about scenario analysis in the context of ICAAP, we're not talking about casual brainstorming or just telling some stories. It is a formal, a structured, and a defensible process designed for one specific reason: to answer the questions that your models simply cannot. And you absolutely have to get this right. Supervisors see scenario analysis as a core analytical tool, essential to their understanding of your risk profile. If you treat it like a box-ticking exercise or just some qualitative appendix to your real model, you will lose credibility instantly. All right, so that word plausible is key. But what does it actually mean in the eyes of a regulator? Well, they have a pretty clear framework for this, and believe me, your work is going to be judged against it. Think of it like this. Every single scenario you build has to pass these 3 big tests. First, is it severe enough to actually matter? Second, can you explain a logical step-by-step chain of events that leads to this loss? And third, and this is so important,
Is it tailored to your specific business and control environment? If you fail even one of these, your whole analysis starts to look weak.
Now, this is something you are going to hear all the time. A really common pushback from management or the business lines when you show them a severe scenario is for them to say, well, we've never seen anything like that happen here before.
And the regulatory response is immediate, and it tells you everything. The entire point of this exercise is to explore what could happen, not just what has happened. The fact that it's unprecedented is precisely what makes it a relevant Pillar 2 discussion. Plausibility is all about a logical path of failure, not a historical replay.
So, let's get down to brass tacks. How does this entire framework translate into actual capital decisions inside a mature ICAAP? Because this isn't just a theoretical chat. It has a direct, tangible impact on the final number.
I want you to really think about it this way. Your statistical models, they're great. They're excellent for quantifying the expected and the moderately unexpected losses, that big chunk in the middle of the distribution. But scenarios, they're the only credible tool you have to explore and capitalize the extreme edge of that distribution. And that edge is where banks actually fail.
People confuse scenarios and stress testing all the time, but they serve very different purposes. A stress test asks a what-if question, like, what if interest rates jump 2%? It then mechanically scales up your known losses. It's all about breadth. A scenario, though, it asks, what's the detailed story behind a catastrophic data breach? It explores a deep narrative of multiple compounding failures.
And because this is so important, supervisors see the same mistakes again and again. Just look at this list. These are huge red flags. Choosing a loss figure that just so happens to fit neatly under your existing capital, assuming management will swoop in and fix everything perfectly. Using a generic industry template. These are all signs that you're not taking the process seriously.
In stark contrast, a strong narrative sounds like this. It's a story of honesty and deep self-awareness. It's a bank acknowledging a real weakness, being realistic about how messy the response would be, and showing that the board was engaged, challenged, and maybe even a little uncomfortable. That signals to a regulator that you truly own your risk profile. Okay. So this entire chapter has been dedicated to one thing, establishing the why. It's all about that core regulatory philosophy, the expectation that drives this demand for robust scenario analysis in your ICAAP. So now that we have firmly established why scenarios are so critical, we're in the perfect spot to transition from theory into practice. In the chapters coming up, we're going to get into the mechanics of how you actually build, quantify, and justify these scenarios in a way that will stand up to scrutiny. In our very next chapter, we're getting straight into the practicalities. We'll start with the two main approaches you can take to design a scenario, and we'll explore that crucial handoff point where the evidence runs out and expert judgment has to begin. Thanks for your time. Welcome back to our 100-chapter ICAAP Master Program. Now, over 10 parts, we are systematically building your capability to design, own, and defend ICAAP from end to end. We've just come out of a really deep dive on operational risk modeling, really mastering the mechanics of the loss distribution approach. Now we're stepping into a new phase, a critical one, scenario analysis. And this is where your judgment gets tested and your credibility with supervisors is really on the line. So, here we are. We're in part 6 of the program, which is all about scenario analysis. And today it's chapter 57, Data-Driven versus Expert-Driven Scenarios. You know, this is a topic where I see even really experienced teams get tripped up, and I can tell you it's a huge focus for regulators during any SREP review. Getting this right isn't just about picking the right methodology, it is all about your credibility.
So that brings us to the big question that so many risk teams debate, right? Should our scenarios be data-driven or should they be expert-driven? Which one is the regulator going to approve? But you see, the very way this question is framed, it's a trap. And it's a trap that, believe me, leads directly to regulatory challenges.
Because the answer is, it is not a choice. It is a partnership. This right here is probably the single biggest misunderstanding in ICAPR scenario analysis. Treating these as two competing ideas instead of what they are, two essential partners, is a fundamental mistake. One is literally designed to cover the other's blind spots.
Okay, so to build this partnership the right way, we've got to break down the terms. Let's start with data-driven. What does that actually mean in a regulatory context? Because I'll bet it's probably not what you think.
So here's the absolute key. A data-driven scenario is one that is informed by evidence, not dictated by it. The data, whether it's internal losses, external events, audit findings, whatever, it's your anchor. It grounds your scenario in reality. It gives it that all-important plausibility. But, and this is crucial, it should never, ever be a hard ceiling on how bad things could get.
And this slide really clarifies the role of data. Look on the left. This is what data is for: to inform, to anchor, to identify your vulnerabilities. It basically answers the question, where are we weak? But look at the right side. These are the traps. Pure extrapolation, just mechanically scaling up a past event, or the biggest sin of all, assuming the future is just going to look like the past. That is not what supervisors mean by data-driven.
And this quote, which comes directly from supervisory guidance, says it all. Data cannot be allowed to limit thinking at the tail. You see, relying only on historical data to predict extreme future events, it's like trying to drive a car forward while only looking in the rearview mirror. Yeah, it tells you exactly where you've been, but it tells you absolutely nothing about the sharp turn or the massive obstacle just up ahead. All right, so let's flip to the other side of this partnership. If data has its limits, then obviously we have to rely on experts. But expert-driven is another one of those terms that's totally misunderstood. It kind of conjures up these images of unstructured guesswork, right? The reality, though, is way more rigorous. Just look at this comparison. What expert-driven is not is just somebody's subjective opinion or some unchallengeable authority figure's gut feeling. No way. What it is, in a regulator-credible ICAAP, is structured, disciplined judgment. It's grounded in deep, real-world experience, it gets systematically challenged through proper governance, and every single step of the process is transparently documented. Supervisors are completely fine with judgment, but only if it's disciplined. And why is this disciplined judgment so critical? Well, because the biggest losses, the true tail events that can sink a bank, they're driven by factors that historical data simply cannot capture. We're talking about brand new combinations of failures, complete governance breakdowns, how real people behave under extreme stress, unpredictable regulatory reactions, and of course, massive reputational damage that just spirals. Only experienced people can plausibly explain how these things could combine and escalate. So we've deconstructed both terms. Data can't see the future, and pure guesswork isn't credible. This brings us right to the integrated approach that supervisors actually want to see, what we can call the regulator's sweet spot. And here it is. The supervisory preference is for judgment that can point to evidence, but, and this is the key, without being constrained by it. You start with the data. You absolutely use it as your launch pad. But then you must deliberately and logically go beyond it, using expert judgment to explain that step change in severity. This is the essence of a credible scenario. And this slide, this lays out the process for a really mature ICAAP. It's a clear 5-step flow. Step 1, data tells you where you're vulnerable. Step 2, experts build out plausible ways it could escalate. Step 3, the final severity explicitly exceeds anything you've seen in your past data. And steps 4 and 5, you justify the frequency conservatively and make sure your capital number reflects the high uncertainty. The sequence here is absolutely non-negotiable. Now let's get really practical. Knowing the theory is one thing, but communicating it effectively during a supervisory review is a whole different ballgame.
Let's look at the communication mistakes that immediately set off red flags for regulators.
This is probably the most common one I hear. A bank, trying to sound rigorous and objective, proudly stands up and says, "Our scenarios are fully data-driven." You know, it sounds robust, it sounds defensible, but to a supervisor, that statement is a massive red flag. Because this is what the supervisor actually hears. They hear, "We refuse to even imagine anything worse than what has already happened." It signals a failure of imagination, a lack of forward-looking risk management, and way too much reliance on models. And it almost always ends in a direct challenge, a forced adjustment of your severity, or a Pillar 2 capital add. And here are the other common failures that supervisors see time and time again. Capping your scenarios at what you've seen in the past. Letting your models override what your experts are telling you. Cherry-picking data to try and lower the severity. Not documenting how the experts were challenged. Oh, and a huge one. Letting external consultants drive the whole process without enough internal ownership and challenge. Every single one of these just erodes trust.
Okay, so that's what not to do. How do we build a narrative that's actually defensible? Well, it all comes down to using the right language, the language of credibility that shows you truly understand this partnership between evidence and judgment.
This is what a strong narrative sounds like. Instead of saying we're data-driven, you say data-informed where we are weak. You state it clearly. Our experts then extended the severity beyond historical precedent. You prove your process was robust by saying this judgment was challenged and documented through our governance process. And finally, you connect it to capital. The resulting uncertainty was capitalized conservatively. This is the language supervisors want to hear.
So, we've clarified the what and the why. We now understand that crucial balance between data and expertise. But that just leads to the next logical question, doesn't it? How do we actually do this in practice? How do we build a systematic framework to design these scenarios year after year? And how do we turn this powerful narrative into a credible capital number?
Well, that is precisely what we are going to cover in our next session. We are going to move from the philosophy to the mechanics in Chapter 58, where I'll walk you through a step-by-step scenario design framework. I'll see you then.
Welcome back, everyone. For those of you following our full 100-chapter master program on ICAAP, we are now deep into Part 6, Scenario Analysis. And for everyone joining us, we're about to break down one of the most critical processes in all of banking, the Scenario Design Framework. This is a cornerstone of the ICAAP, the process banks use to prove to themselves and to regulators that they're ready for the worst.
So let's jump right in. Our mission today is to build a rock-solid, repeatable framework for designing scenarios, one that will stand up to the toughest regulatory scrutiny. We're going to bridge that all-too-common gap between telling a good story about what could go wrong and putting a credible number on it.
And this quote just hits the nail on the head, doesn't it? The problem isn't a lack of imagination. Banks are full of smart people who can dream up nightmare scenarios. The problem, the reason so many fail, is the lack of a robust, defensible structure. That's the problem we are here to solve today.
So, before we build the right way, let's diagnose what goes wrong. Let's look at the common failures that supervisors see time and time and time again. Understanding these pitfalls is absolutely the first step to avoiding them. You know, what's so interesting here is that all of these failures point back to a single root cause, a total disconnect between the story and the numbers. You either get this fantastic horror story with no real financial impact attached, or you get a huge, scary number that feels completely disconnected from a plausible chain of events that could actually happen at your bank.
To fix this, we need to anchor our entire process in one foundational principle. And look, this isn't just best practice, it's literally how supervisors are trained to think. If you get this right, everything else just falls into place.
Okay, if you remember just one thing from today, make it this. You absolutely must build a coherent,
plausible, and severe story before you even think about attaching a number to it. The story justifies the number, not the other way around. Reversing this order is the single biggest mistake banks make, and that's why scenarios get rejected.
All right, principle established. Let's put it into practice. Part 1 is all about building that rock-solid story. We're going to construct this narrative layer by layer exactly how a regulator would want to see it done.
This comparison says it all, right? A weak trigger, like cyber risk increases, is just a theme. It's not an event. A strong trigger, on the other hand, is concrete. It's specific to a process. It has a time element. A supervisor can instantly visualize this and start asking really targeted, intelligent questions.
A severe scenario is, by its very definition, a story of control failure. I mean, if all your controls work perfectly as designed, where's the risk? It's not a severe scenario. You have to be explicit about which controls fail, and just as important, why that failure is plausible under stress.
Now this is where scenarios get their real power, their real severity. The initial event, it's often small. The really big loss comes from the escalation. Losses multiply because time is lost, critical signals are misinterpreted, and good people make flawed decisions under immense pressure. Your framework has to model these time dynamics.
A truly severe scenario is never just one thing going wrong. It's a perfect storm. Your framework has to combine different types of failures. And critically, it has to challenge the sunny assumption that management will respond perfectly. What if they're slow? What if they make the wrong call under pressure? That's what regulators want to see you explore.
Okay, deep breath. We've built a terrifying but completely plausible and multi-layered narrative. Only now can we even begin the work of translating that story into defensible numbers.
Each one of these components has to link directly back to that escalation path we just built. The legal costs come from the compounding issues, the remediation spend is a direct function of the controls we said failed. Every single number needs a clear anchor back in the narrative, and it must be supported by conservative assumptions.
Your goal here is not to find some piece of data that gives you the right answer. Your goal is to document your judgment. Use data as an input, for sure, but then explain why this scenario is different, why the escalation is nonlinear. Trust me, supervisors prefer an uncomfortable but well-documented range over a precise but wildly optimistic estimate, every single time.
And here it is, the question your team will definitely ask. It's the most common point of pushback you'll get from the business. And you know what? It's a fair question. Our framework needs a credible answer.
Look, supervisors don't expect statistical precision for these kinds of events. What they will reject is obvious understatement. Don't call something a 1-in-1,000-year event just to reduce its capital impact. Use broad, conservative buckets, and always acknowledge that in a real stress environment, the likelihood of these failures actually goes up.
So here it is, the ultimate acid test of severity. After all this work, does the scenario actually matter? Does it materially deplete your capital? Because if your worst-case scenario never truly threatens your capital adequacy, regulators will just come back and say, quite simply, it isn't severe enough.
Okay, let's get to the final piece of this puzzle. Having a brilliant methodology isn't enough. You have to ensure the entire process can be governed, challenged, and ultimately defended when you're sitting across the table from a supervisor.
Here's a key takeaway from this whole thing. Regulators want to see evidence of a robust debate. They want to see documented dissent. In fact, if everyone in your scenario workshop agreed easily and was totally comfortable with the outcome, the scenario is almost certainly too weak. The real goal is productive discomfort.
And this just shows that while the core principles are global, you've got to tailor your evidence. In India, for example, the RBI has a laser focus on specific risk types and demands to see a material capital impact. In Europe and the UK, there's a heavy emphasis on the maturity of the framework itself and how it directly links to Pillar 2 capital add-ons.
So, let's put it all together.
Let's contrast the language of a weak, failing process with the confident, credible language of a framework that embodies everything we've talked about today.
When you and your team start using this language, in your documents, in your meetings, it signals a level of maturity and credibility that immediately builds trust. It shows supervisors you understand what truly matters.
So, after all is said and done, it all comes down to being able to answer these two fundamental questions. Your entire framework, everything we've built today, is designed to give you a credible, defensible answer to both.
And that sets us up perfectly for our next session. We've built the engine. Next time, we're going to focus on defending its most important output. We will tackle that first question, why this loss size, head on, giving you the tools to make even the most extreme loss estimates completely defensible. We'll see you then.
All right, welcome back. We're jumping right back into our deep dive in the ICAAP and Operational Risk Master Program. If you're here to build that regulator-ready expertise, believe me, you are in exactly the right place. Let's get going. Now remember, this is a self-paced, cumulative learning path. Every single chapter we go through builds on the last one. It's all designed to give you that true end-to-end capability to not just build and own your ICAAP, but, and this is the important part, to defend it. Okay, so let's get our bearings. Here's the full 100-chapter program. Right now, we are deep in the heart of Part 6, Scenario Analysis. You know, this is where the theory stops and the rubber really hits the road when it comes to justifying your capital to the people who matter most, your supervisors. And today, we are tackling what might be one of the most critical topics in this entire section, Chapter 59, Severity Justification. This is all about one thing. How do you make the case for those huge tail risk losses in a way that's not just believable, but completely defensible? So here's what we're going to cover. We'll kick off with the number one question you are guaranteed to get from a supervisor. Then we'll talk about the crucial mindset shift you have to make, the common mistakes to avoid, how to build a rock-solid case, and finally, what a really strong severity story actually sound like. Let's dive in. This right here, this is the question. When a supervisor is looking at your scenario analysis, I can almost guarantee this will be the first thing they ask. It's not about your math, not at first. It's about the gut check. Does this number even feel plausible? And just to be crystal clear, their immediate focus is not on the mechanics. They're not asking which statistical distribution you used. What they're really asking is, why on earth should we believe a number this big is possible? They want the story, the logic, the evidence that backs up the magnitude of this loss. So, to answer that question well, you need to make a fundamental shift in your thinking. And that brings us to the core principle of this entire chapter. This slide really gets to the heart of it. The flawed approach, where so many banks go wrong, is presenting severity as some kind of objective, statistical fact that your model just spits out. That is a massive red flag for regulators. The correct approach? You have to frame it as a reasoned judgment, a conclusion that's anchored in real evidence, escalated by clear logic, and defended through a transparent governance process. So what does a reasoned judgment actually look like? Well, from a supervisor's point of view, it has to pass these 4 tests. First, is there a logical story for how things escalate? Second, is it anchored in data but not artificially capped by it? Third, does it accept that in a crisis, things get chaotic and nonlinear? And finally, and this is a big one, was this number actually debated and challenged internally, or did everyone just nod it through? If you fail any of these, you can expect a capital add-on. Okay, so now that we know what to aim for, let's look at the other side of the coin. Let's deconstruct the most common mistakes. Honestly, knowing what not to do is half the battle here. This quote, wow. It's powerful because it's exactly how a supervisor thinks when they see a bank relying too much on its own history. It screams failure of imagination. It suggests a weak risk culture. And it's probably the single biggest trap you can fall into. So this is the first big mistake. Thinking your own history is the limit. The reality is your largest past loss doesn't set the ceiling. It sets the floor. It's the starting point for what is clearly plausible. Think of it this way. Your history is the launch pad for your scenario, not the landing strip. The second huge mistake is just taking a past loss and, say, multiplying it by 2. Regulators see right through that. Why? Because in a real crisis, costs do not scale neatly. Legal fees explode, remediation projects spiral out of control, and reputational damage, that has a compounding effect that just multiplies everything. Okay, enough about what not to do. Let's pivot. Let's talk about the solution. How do we actually build a case for severity that a supervisor is going to look at and say, okay, I get it, this is credible? What's in their toolkit? The answer is you have to tell a story of escalation. Supervisors need to see the mechanics of how a manageable problem turns into a catastrophic one. Did it fester for months because of a detection delay? Did the scope just keep expanding? Did regulators come down like a ton of bricks? Did one lawsuit turn into a class action? This is the analytical meat of your entire justification. And you never, ever present just one giant number. A single monolithic figure just begs to be shot down. The credible approach is to break it down into its components. How much is the direct loss? What are you estimating for customer compensation, for regulatory fines? Each smaller piece is easier to justify individually, and that makes the total number far more defensible. Here's another signal of a mature process. Use a range, not a single number. A point estimate like, say, 1.25 billion just screams false precision. Nobody knows the exact number. A thoughtful range, maybe 1 to 1.75 billion, shows you understand the uncertainty. It signals honesty and good judgment, which is exactly what supervisors want to see. All right, time for a hard truth. We as banks often model a crisis assuming we will act perfectly. Fast detection, decisive response, the whole thing. Supervisors assume the complete opposite. They expect delays, confusion, bad decisions. Your severity justification must reflect that messy reality. If you assume a perfect response, your entire estimate loses credibility in their eyes. And finally, the very best justifications are tailored to your bank's specific reality. Is the number bigger because of the current stressed environment? Have you explicitly linked it to a known weakness from your last internal audit? Are you showing you learned a lesson from a competitor's recent failure? This is what makes the number feel real, not just like a generic calculation. So, let's pull all these threads together. What does a best-in-class, credible justification actually sound like when you're sitting across the table presenting this to a regulator? It sounds like this. When supervisors hear these kinds of phrases, they know they're talking to a team that gets it. This isn't just buzzwords. These sentences embody all the principles we've just talked about. They show you've moved from treating severity as a math problem to treating it as a mature, evidence-based judgment. So if you were to boil this whole chapter down to a single definition, this is it. Defensible severity is a reasoned judgment. It's anchored in evidence, it's escalated by logic, and it's governed transparently. And you have to understand, supervisors see this as more than just a technical exercise. It's a direct signal of the strength of your bank's risk culture. And that is the absolute key takeaway from Chapter 59. When you are defending your most extreme scenarios, your argument has to be built on a foundation of logic, a credible escalation story, and robust governance. It's not just about the statistics. But of course, justifying how bad an event could be is only one half of the equation. As soon as the supervisor accepts your severity number, their very next question is going to be, okay, I buy that it could be that bad, but how often could this realistically happen? And that is an entirely different kind of challenge. Severity tells us how bad. The next chapter tackles how plausible. Join me next time for Chapter 60, where we dig into frequency justification and try to answer the question, how rare is rare?
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our journey through the 100-chapter master program designed to help you build, own, and defend a regulator-grade internal capital adequacy assessment process, or ICAAP. We're building these skills cumulatively, chapter by chapter, and today we are hitting a really tricky but absolutely critical piece of the puzzle.
All right, so today we are in part 6 of our program, which is all about scenario analysis. We're diving deep into chapter 60, frequency justification. Now, this follows on perfectly from our last session on severity. We figured out how bad an event could be, but now we have to answer the much tougher question, how plausible is it? Let's get right into it.
So here's our game plan for today. We're going to start with the fundamental question. Then we'll tear down some of the most common, flawed arguments people use. From there, we'll build up a really solid, evidence-based approach that's designed to hold up under that intense regulatory spotlight.
Okay, let's kick things off with the big question. This is the challenge that every single one of us faces right after we've sketched out a really severe, high-impact scenario. It sounds so simple, but believe me, it's loaded with traps.
And there it is, the million-dollar question from any supervisor. The second they agree with you on how bad things could get, their brain immediately flips to this. Okay, but is this just fantasy or could it actually happen? And you know, this gets mishandled so often because the temptation is always to say, oh, it's super, super rare. But that's a massive red flag for regulators.
Now let's talk about the single biggest trap in answering that question. It's our natural tendency to lean on historical data. And honestly, this is where so many otherwise good ICAAP justifications just completely fall apart.
I mean, you've heard this a million times, right? Maybe you've even said it yourself. Look at our track record. This has never happened, so it must be incredibly rare. It feels so logical, but let me tell you, from a supervisor's point of view, that argument is broken, and they will reject it almost on the spot. This brings us to a phrase you need to burn into your memory. It's a core belief for every regulator out there. Just because something hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it can't happen. They know, and we have to know, that the future doesn't just repeat the past, especially when we're talking about these huge, unprecedented tail events. Your clean history is not a shield.
I mean, just stop and think about your own organization for a second. Is it the same bank it was 5 years ago? Of course not. You got new tech, new people, new business lines. The whole landscape has changed. So relying on your old loss data to predict the future is frankly like trying to drive a sports car down a highway by only looking in the rearview mirror. It's just not going to end well.
And this leads to another huge pitfall. Oh, this one is so tempting. Using these precise-sounding labels like a once-in-a-100-year event or slapping a 0.5% probability on it. It sounds so scientific, doesn't it? But to a supervisor, it just screams false confidence. It suggests you think risk works like clockwork, and they know it doesn't.
Okay, so if looking backwards is a dead end, where do we go? Well, to get this right, we have to make a fundamental shift in how we even think about frequency. We need to move away from the calendar and start thinking about conditions.
This concept is the absolute key. Catastrophic events don't happen because we hit a certain date on the calendar. No, they happen when a specific, toxic cocktail of conditions comes together. You know, controls fail, people have bad incentives, and management is too slow to react. Our job isn't to predict a date, it's to assess if those conditions could ever align in our firm.
This slide just nails that mindset shift. Your role is not to be a statistician with a crystal ball. Think of yourself more like a risk detective. You're using disciplined, expert judgment to hunt for the weaknesses and vulnerabilities in your own organization that could, one day, create that perfect storm.
So let me give you a little peek inside the regulator's mind. When you're explaining your frequency argument, they are quietly running these 3 tests in their head. 1. Could the trigger actually happen? 2. Are your controls as solid as you claim, or could a few fail at once? And 3, let's be real. Could your crisis response be slow or clumsy? If the answer to all 3 of those is even a maybe, then you can't just dismiss the scenario as extremely low frequency.
So, if we can't really lean on our historical loss data, what do we bring to the table? What's the right kind of evidence to build a credible, defensible argument? Let's talk about using data the smart way.
This right here is a total game changer. It's a complete flip in perspective. You are not using data to prove how invincible you are. You are using data to show how vigilant you are. You're showing that you understand your own weaknesses. Things like data on fraud attempts, even the ones you stopped, or control tests that almost failed, that's powerful stuff. That shows plausibility.
And I really cannot stress this enough. Near misses are absolute gold dust for this exercise. If you can show that your controls are being tested constantly, that they are bending but not breaking, well, you can't turn around and argue that a total break is a once-in-a-millennium event. The potential is clearly there, and acknowledging that is a sign of a mature risk function.
Now, it's super important to remember that frequency isn't some static number that you calculate and then file away. Think of it more like a volume dial. It's dynamic, and it turns up and down depending on what's going on in the business.
A scenario that seems pretty remote during quiet, business-as-usual times can become alarmingly plausible when the organization is going through major turmoil. You know what I'm talking about. A huge system migration, high staff turnover, things get chaotic. A frequency justification that stays flat during a period like that just isn't credible. Change accelerates risk.
Here's the bottom line. It's as simple as this. When things get stressful, the odds change. People get tired, they make mistakes, they cut corners, and your controls get stretched thin. Any frequency argument that is only based on how things work on a good day is fundamentally incomplete. Your plausibility assessment has to consider what happens on a bad day.
Okay, let's pull all of this together. We're in the home stretch. What does a strong, mature, and most importantly, regulator-ready frequency justification actually look like when you write it down in your ICAAP?
First, here's your checklist of what not to do. These are the classic mistakes that supervisors see over and over again, and pay close attention to that last one. That's a rookie move, trying to argue for a low frequency just to water down the capital hit from a really severe scenario. The regulator will see right through that. Severity and frequency have to make sense together.
Now, on the flip side, this is what good looks like. This is the kind of language that signals credibility and maturity. When a supervisor reads this, they know you get it. You understand that risk is conditional, you're looking at the right evidence, and you know this is about disciplined judgment, not fake math. This is the language of a top-tier risk function.
And there we have it. We've put in the hard work. In the last chapter, we justified how bad it could be. Now, in this chapter, we've justified how plausible it is. We have now built the core of a capital-relevant scenario. It is severe, it is plausible, and it is defensible.
But you know, just building a great scenario isn't enough. The very next question out of the regulator's mouth is going to be, okay, this is great, but who owns this? Who challenged it? Who signed off on it? And that question of accountability leads us directly to our next stop, Chapter 61, Scenario Governance. I'll see you there.
Welcome back, everyone, to our 100-chapter ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling Master Program. So far, we've laid the regulatory foundations, we've defined the entire risk universe, and we've really gotten into the nuts and bolts of capital and modeling. Now we are deep into Part 6, all about scenario analysis. And today, we're hitting a topic that frankly supervisors are obsessed with. Chapter 61, Scenario Governance. And let me be clear, if you get this wrong, nothing else you do really matters.
So let's just start with this one sentence, because this captures the entire regulatory mindset. This is the core belief that shapes every single supervisory review of your ICAAP.
It's not about how creative or terrifying your scenario is. It's about the process, the robustness of the governance behind it. This is always the first filter. So let's be absolutely crystal clear about this. Your credibility in the eyes of a regulator does not come from some complex Monte Carlo simulation, not at all. It's found in the human element, the documented process of ownership, the hard evidence of rigorous challenge, and the sheer weight of that final board approval. This is the fork in the road, you know? This is where a bank either builds a truly defensible ICAAP or just opens the door for a big Pillar 2 add-on.
Okay, let's break this down. We're going to start with the very first pillar a regulator investigates. Who truly owns the scenario? Now, this isn't a trick question, but believe me, the answer they're looking for is incredibly specific.
This slide really highlights a critical mistake that so many banks make. Supervisors can see right through this stuff. They honestly don't care who facilitated the workshop or who ran the numbers in the model. What they're looking for is a single named senior executive from the business, the person who actually owns the P&L, the person who runs that part of the bank, and who is willing to stand up and be accountable for the realism of that scenario. And here's exactly how they test for that ownership. During a review, a regulator can and absolutely will point to that named owner and ask them these exact questions. If that executive hesitates, or worse, if they defer to the risk team, well, the supervisor immediately concludes that the ownership is a complete fiction. And boom, the scenario's credibility just collapses right there on the spot. Okay, let's move on to the second pillar and see how this all builds. Once you have an owner, you have to prove that their proposal was rigorously tested, that it was put through the ringer. You know, a scenario that just sails through a committee without any friction, that's a massive red flag for supervisors.
This is another one of those quotes straight from the regulatory playbook. A smooth, easy consensus isn't a sign of efficiency. To a supervisor, it's a sign that the challenge function has completely failed. They expect to see evidence of healthy, constructive conflict. Why? Because it proves the scenario was forged in fire, not just quietly agreed to in a meeting room.
So, what are they actually looking for? I mean, what does real substantive challenge actually look like in practice? This isn't about just checking a box. It's about asking the tough, really uncomfortable questions that probe for hidden optimism or unstated assumptions. These are the hallmarks they hunt for in your documentation. Good challenge is relentless. It's constantly pushing the boundaries. It's asking what if you're wrong in a dozen different ways. And this is so crucial, the evidence has to be documented. A supervisor will physically go through your committee minutes looking for these kinds of questions, and then they'll trace them to see if the scenario was actually changed because of that pushback. All right, now for the final pillar of governance, board approval. And this might be the most misunderstood step in the entire process. The board's role is not what many people think it is. Look, a supervisor does not expect your board members to be quantitative analysts. They are not testing their ability to debate probability distributions. What they are testing is their engagement with strategic risk. Did they really grasp what could critically wound or even break the bank? Did they push back and question management's potential optimism? And most importantly, did they understand and formally approve the capital consequences? This distinction is absolutely critical. Board approval is not an endorsement. It is not a prediction. It is an acknowledgement of plausibility and an acceptance of the capital it requires. It's the board saying, look, we understand this severe but plausible event could happen, and we formally agree to hold this much capital against that possibility. So, we've covered the three pillars: ownership, challenge, and approval. How do supervisors actually verify that all of this happened? Well, they look for two things: the paper trail and the real-world impact. Think of your documentation as the silent witness to your governance process. It tells the real story. If the debate was robust, the documentation will show it. Thin meeting minutes, a lack of recorded challenges, that implies a weak process, no matter what you claim happened verbally. Remember the rule: if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. And right here, this is the ultimate litmus test. After all the workshops, all the debates, the challenges, the board presentations, did any of it actually matter? Did it have a tangible impact on the bottom line?
And this is the final crucial point. If your bank goes through this whole elaborate, time-consuming process to approve a really severe board-level scenario, and that scenario has zero effect on your operational risk capital or your buffers or any management overlays, well, then a supervisor concludes the entire exercise was just for show. It was performative governance. It was theater, and it is completely meaningless.
Let's pull all of this together now and just summarize the stark difference between a process that fails supervisory review and one that really demonstrates genuine maturity. These are the classic red flags. This is the checklist of what not to do. Each one of these, if found in your ICAAP submission, seriously erodes trust and is basically a direct invitation for a supervisor to impose a Pillar 2 capital add-on. They are the hallmarks of an immature, indefensible process. A mature bank, on the other hand, understands this completely. They know that documenting disagreement and showing that you chose a more conservative path because of that disagreement, that is a sign of incredible strength. It demonstrates a robust risk culture far more effectively than some story about quick and easy alignment ever could. So, to wrap up Chapter 61, scenario credibility lives or dies by its governance. It absolutely requires clear first-line ownership, robust and documented challenge, informed and, yes, uncomfortable board approval, and critically, a tangible, explicit link to your final capital number. Which leaves us with the perfect question to set up our next session. We've established a governed, defensible narrative. That's great. But now, how do we translate all of that expert judgment into a robust, quantifiable input for our capital model without losing all that nuance? Well, we are going to cover exactly that in Chapter 62, Scenario Quantification. I'll see you then. All right, welcome back. We're continuing our deep dive into the 100-chapter ICAAP Master Program. Today, we are getting into a really critical topic, Chapter 62, Scenario Quantification. So we are well into Part 6, all about scenario analysis. And let me tell you, quantification is where the rubber really meets the road. It's the moment your story about risk gets translated into the cold, hard reality of a capital number. And frankly, this is the exact spot where so many well-meaning firms stumble. So our mission today is to make sure that doesn't happen to you.
Okay, here's our game plan. First, we're going to talk about something I call the quantification credibility gap. It's why so many good scenarios fail. Then we're going to put on our supervisor hats and get into their mindset. From there, we'll get practical. How to get from a narrative to a number. We'll also cover the major regulatory red flags to steer clear of, and we'll wrap up with how to make your entire process completely auditable. Ready? Let's jump in. Right, so let's get straight to the heart of the matter, this idea of the quantification credibility gap. It's the number one reason I see well-thought-out, intelligent scenarios completely fall flat the moment they're presented to a regulator. And here's the fascinating, almost tragic part. The failure almost never happens during the hard part, the strategic, creative thinking. Banks come up with these fantastic, powerful narratives. They identify real weaknesses. They even accept some really uncomfortable escalation storylines. But then, right at the finish line, they undermine all that incredible work by forcing it into a number that just looks artificial. It feels overly precise, and believe me, supervisors can smell that from a mile away. So, to avoid that trap, we have to do a complete mental shift. I want you to stop thinking like a modeler for a second and start thinking like a supervisor. For them, this whole quantification exercise, it's not about a complex calculation. It is all about translation. And this slide just says it all, doesn't it? Let's be really clear about what supervisors are not looking for.
They don't need some statistically pure, mathematically beautiful number that you can reproduce down to the penny. That's not the point. What they do want is a faithful, honest translation of your story. They want to see conservative inputs. And most of all, they want to see credible, defensible human judgment. It's much more of an art than a pure science. So if we strip everything else away, here's what's left. The whole process of quantification is just about answering one single fundamental question. What does this story cost us? What's the price tag in real money? And therefore, what's the hit to our capital? That's it. That's the entire game. Okay, so we've got the mindset sorted. We're thinking like supervisors. Now, let's roll up our sleeves and get into the practical side. How do we actually build a methodology for turning that story into a number that doesn't just fall apart under pressure? First things first, and this is the absolute cardinal rule, it is non-negotiable. You have to follow the right sequence. Judgment must come before the model. If you start by asking, what number does the model need to spit out? You've already failed. The process has to flow logically. You start with a narrative, get it agreed and governed. Then you figure out the escalation story. From there, you break down the loss components, define your ranges, and only at the very end do you assess the capital impact. You follow these steps in this order, period.
Now, a huge part of this is breaking down the loss. You can't just put a single big number on the table. You have to dissect the story into its component parts. What's the direct hit? What's the bill for customer remediation? What about the legal fees and settlements, the regulatory fines, the cost to actually fix the underlying issue? When you break it down like this, it forces you to show your thinking, and it makes the entire exercise way more rigorous. And let me be perfectly clear about this. If you walk into a meeting with a regulator and present a single aggregated number for a severe scenario, that is an immediate flashing red flag. It tells them you haven't done the detailed work. Breaking it down into components is your proof of analytical rigor. Following that same logic, you have to use ranges, not single point estimates. We're talking about the severe tail of a distribution. Pretending you have that kind of precision is just misleading. The only defensible way is to use a conservative range. Your lower bound might be what happens if you detect it quickly. Your upper bound, well, that's the story of what happens if detection is delayed, regulators get involved, and the lawsuits start flying. That's a credible narrative. So where do you anchor this severity? Using anchors is fine, but you can't let them cap your thinking. Saying things like, well, this is the worst we've ever experienced is not a justification, it's an excuse. A supervisor expects you to use your own worst losses as the absolute floor, and then look externally at what's happened to your peers, at big regulatory fines, to explain why the scenario could be so much worse than anything in your own history. And when you're talking about how things escalate, supervisors want to see mechanics, not magic multipliers. A weak justification is just, we apply a 3x factor. A supervisor is just going to ask, why 3? Why not 5? A strong justification tells a story. Our detection was delayed by 4 weeks. In that time, 50,000 more customers were impacted, which directly multiplied our legal exposure. See, that's defensible mechanic. And finally, please be realistic about how you'd respond in a crisis. So many firms assume this perfect, immediate management response, which completely defeats the purpose of a severe scenario. You have to assume your actions are delayed, assume they're only partially effective. You have to acknowledge that the outcome is uncertain, and always factor in potential overruns on what it's going to cost to clean up the mess. Okay, so we've walked through how to do it right. Now let's flip the coin and talk about the anti-patterns. These are the things that supervisors notice in a heartbeat and will instantly undermine all of your hard work. This quote right here gets to the absolute core of regulatory trust. The biggest red flag of them all is reverse engineering. That's when it's obvious that you picked your scenario severity simply to make sure it fit nicely inside your existing capital. Supervisors would much rather see you be honest about a tough scenario that forces you to hold more capital than see you shrink a scenario just to protect your current capital position. It's all about trust.
And here they are, the greatest hits of common ICAAP failures. Single point estimates, those mysterious multipliers. Assuming management actions are perfect. Quantifying your scenario after you've already decided on the capital number. That's a huge one. And finally, having these big, scary scenarios that somehow have zero real link to your actual capital overlays. Every one of these erodes confidence. Now, while these principles are global, you will see some regional differences in focus. In India, for instance, the RBI is intensely focused on making sure your fraud and cyber scenarios are realistic and have a material impact. In Europe and the UK, supervisors are going to drill down hard on your loss component breakdowns and that direct link to Pillar 2 capital. But really, the core message is the same everywhere. Show your work. Okay, let's land the plane with the final, crucial step. It's not enough to do the work. You have to make sure your entire judgment process is documented, transparent, and totally defensible to any challenger, whether that's your own internal audit or regulator. You can actually hear the difference in a strong quantification narrative. It uses very specific language. It sounds like this. Our severity is expressed in conservative ranges because our escalation mechanisms are explicit. We've stressed our management actions by assuming they're delayed and uncertain. These scenario outputs directly drive our capital overlays. And the clincher. This entire judgment process has been documented and has been through governance. That is the language of confidence. And this right here, this is the ultimate litmus test for your documentation. Could an independent person, a new hire, an auditor, a supervisor, pick up your file and reconstruct your entire line of reasoning without ever having to call you up to ask a question? If the answer isn't a firm yes, then your documentation isn't quite there yet. But of course, once you have this robust, defensible, judgment-driven number, the job isn't done. Nope. In fact, you've just created a brand new challenge for yourself because now the supervisor is going to turn to your modeled capital output and ask that inevitable and very tricky question. So, how do these two numbers reconcile? And that question is the perfect setup for our next chapter. So join me next time for Chapter 63, where we are going to tackle that exact problem, scenario versus model reconciliation, and what you do when the numbers just don't want to agree. I'll see you there.
All right, welcome back. We are pushing ahead in our 100-chapter master program. And today, we're diving into a topic that honestly trips up even the sharpest institutions out there. It's that moment when your complex statistical models and your expert-driven scenarios are telling you two completely different stories about risk. You know, getting this part wrong can seriously undermine your entire ICAAP in front of a regulator. So today, let's make sure we get it right.
So, just to ground ourselves, we are deep into Part 6 of the program, which is all about scenario analysis. And in this chapter, Chapter 63, we're hitting that critical point of tension. What do you do when the numbers just don't agree? This is where your two most powerful tools for looking at extreme risk, the model and the scenario, go head-to-head.
Okay, I want to kick things off with a statement that might sound completely backwards at first. Here it is. If your scenario analysis and your model outputs match up perfectly, a supervisor doesn't see a brilliant piece of work. They see a problem. This is probably the single most important idea to get your head around today. Perfect agreement isn't the goal. In fact, it's a huge red flag. And why is that? It's because reconciliation isn't some math problem you just solve for X. No. Regulators see this entire process as a direct test of your institution's risk management maturity. It's a window into how you grapple with real uncertainty, how you use expert judgment, and, critically, whether you actually understand the limits of your own tool.
This slide really cuts to the chase. Let's be totally blunt about what supervisors consider bad practice, the stuff that kills your credibility instantly. Things like just picking whichever number is lower, for capital's sake, or tweaking your assumptions until the numbers magically line up, Or worse, just averaging the two outputs. Those are amateur moves. What they want to see is what's on the right. A clear, structured story that explains the difference. A confident decision about which tool is in charge and where. And a conservative plan to hold capital against any leftover uncertainty.
So if we're saying that disagreement is what we expect to see, we need to really understand its anatomy. Why is this not only expected, but actually a healthy sign that your risk framework is functioning as it should be? Well, it's because your models and scenarios are built to do two fundamentally different jobs.
And the reasons for that are baked right into the process. Think about it. Your models are basically looking in the rear-view mirror. They're trying to predict the future by extrapolating from a past that is, by definition, incomplete and biased. But your scenarios, they're looking forward through the windshield. Their whole purpose is to imagine those catastrophic events that you haven't seen in your data yet. It just makes sense, right? When you get out into the extreme tail of the distribution, that 1 in 1,000-year event, judgment has to take over because, well, the data simply doesn't exist.
And this disagreement, it tends to show up in a few predictable ways. First, you'll see it in the sheer magnitude. A really well thought out scenario, say for a massive cyber attack, is almost always going to have a bigger price tag than the far tail of your model. Second, you see it in the shape. Scenarios create these sharp, sudden, cliff edge losses. Models, they tend to smooth everything out into a nice curve. And finally, the drivers are just different. Scenarios are often about human behavior and governance failures, things that are incredibly hard to capture with data alone.
So it's absolutely crucial to understand the built-in limitations of your models. They often cut off the small losses, which ironically are what help to correctly shape the tail. Their assumptions that events are independent can totally miss the nightmare scenario where multiple things go wrong at once. And maybe most importantly, the historical data you're feeding them just doesn't capture the kind of legal or social media-fueled escalation we see today. That's precisely why scenarios are not just nice to have, they are essential.
Okay, so we've established that disagreement is normal, it's healthy, it's expected. Now for the big question. What is the credible response? Let's build out the regulator-ready playbook for how you handle this.
It really all boils down to this one cardinal rule. Your job is to explain the differences, not to erase them. The second you start fidgeting with your assumptions just to make the numbers converge, you're not managing risk anymore. You're managing an outcome. And trust me, supervisors can smell that a mile away.
Now this table, this lays out the framework that regulators find the most compelling. Think of it as a hierarchy of credibility. For the main body of your loss distribution, the day-to-day, high-frequency stuff, your model is a fantastic guide. But as soon as you move into that upper tail, where the severe, rare events live, your scenarios must become the anchor. And for the complete unknowns, the risks that live beyond even your worst-case scenarios, that's what capital overlays are for. Every tool has its proper place.
So, how do you actually build this narrative? It's a pretty straightforward 4-step process. First, you state clearly what the difference is, the dollar amount, the percentile it sits at. Second, you explain why it differs, pointing to things like data limitations or governance effects. Third, you state clearly which tool you've decided is the right one for the job in that part of the distribution. And finally, you show them exactly how you are conservatively capitalizing whatever uncertainty is left over. What, why, which, and how. And let's be crystal clear about overlays, because this is a common point of confusion. An overlay is not an admission that your models failed. Far from it. It's a sign of a mature, conservative, and honest risk framework. It's the tool you use to say, we acknowledge that there's uncertainty here that no model can perfectly capture, and we are holding capital against it. It covers the gaps and the stuff that keeps you up at night.
But look, getting the math and the framework right is only half the battle. To truly demonstrate mastery to a regulator, you have to nail the final piece of the puzzle, the governance and communication that wraps around this entire process.
And that brings us to the million-dollar question. It's the one that every single regulator has front of mind when they're reviewing your ICAAP. Where is the board in all of this? What exactly is their role?
Now, nobody expects the board to be a room full of PhD quants. Their role is strategic. They need to understand, at a business level, why these tools are telling different stories. They must then formally approve the decision of which tool gets the final say. They have to sign off and accept the capital consequences of that choice. And, most critically, they are expected to be the ultimate champions of conservatism, pushing the teams to be prudent wherever there's lingering doubt.
This slide really just lays out the two paths you can take. On the left, you've got the credibility killers, the stuff that leads to regulatory findings, quietly changing scenarios to fit the model, a reconciliation that's just a throwaway sentence, and no evidence the board was even in the room. On the right, that's what maturity looks like: transparent comparisons, plain English explanations, documented decisions, and clear evidence that the board was engaged and comfortable with the final call. One path leads to problems, the other leads to credibility.
So, what does a strong, confident narrative actually sound like when you say it out loud? It sounds like this. Our models and scenarios disagree, and they do so for very clear, well-understood reasons. By design, our scenarios dominate our view of the far tail. The remaining uncertainty is then explicitly capitalized through a capital overlay, which has been reviewed and approved by the board. A statement like that just projects competence and control.
Okay, let's wrap this chapter up and make sure we lock in the single most important takeaway from our discussion today. If you remember just one thing from this whole chapter, please let it be this. The goal of this exercise is not agreement. Stop chasing it. Your entire focus, your entire goal should be on crafting a mature, conservative, and totally defensible explanation for why your tools disagree. That is what winning looks like.
Now imagine you've done all this perfectly. You've navigated the whole process, your explanation is rock solid, and then a really sharp supervisor leans across the table and asks one final question. This is a great scenario, they'll say, but what happens if we push it even further? What would it actually take to break your institution?
And you know what? That question is the perfect bridge to our next chapter. Because where scenario analysis asks, what happens if a bad event occurs, reverse stress testing flips the script. It asks a much tougher, much scarier question. What series of bad events would have to occur to break us? That is exactly what we're going to tackle in Chapter 64, Finding Your Institution's Breaking Point. I'll see you there.
Welcome. Today, we are diving into one of the most revealing and, frankly, uncomfortable disciplines inside the ICAAP framework, reverse stress testing. Now, this isn't just some technical exercise for the quants. It's really a profound test of your institution's true breaking point, and you can bet regulators are watching very, very closely. So, just as a quick reminder of where we are deep into our 100-chapter master program. Right now, we're in Part 6, which is all about scenario analysis. This chapter builds directly on everything we've talked about with scenario design and governance. And today is all about finding that breaking point.
All right, here's our game plan. We're going to start with the core idea, that uncomfortable question that's really at the heart of reverse testing. Then we'll get super precise about what failure actually means, explore its complex nature, and see how this whole process is a powerful diagnostic for your organization's hidden weaknesses. And finally, we'll wrap up by looking at exactly what regulators want to see from you.
Okay, let's dive right in. Look, the single most important thing to get your head around with reverse stress testing, or RST, is that it demands a complete mental shift from how we normally think about risk. This question, this is the one that changes everything. We are totally shifting our focus from survival to failure. Think about it like this. Traditional stress testing asks, hey, can our ship survive this storm we've designed? Reverse stress testing, on the other hand, starts with the shipwreck lying on the ocean floor and asks, what perfect storm could have possibly caused this? It's a total flip.
What's so fascinating here is the contrast in focus. You see, traditional testing, well, it gives us reassurance. It makes us feel good. Reverse stress testing gives us humility. And let me tell you, supervisors are far more interested in an institution's self-knowledge and its honest awareness of its own blind spots than its confidence in surviving some pre-canned scenario. So, if we're going to start with failure, we have to be incredibly precise about what failure actually looks like. Any ambiguity here is an absolute non-starter for regulators. This definition is so key. The process literally starts with the end, with failure, and works backward. And notice, it's about identifying plausible events, not just running numbers. That's why supervisors see this as a senior management discipline. It should be owned by the CRO, it should be challenged by the board, not just tucked away with the quant team. And this is what precision looks like. Your definition of failure has to be a specific, measurable event. Vague statements like, oh, the bank is in severe distress, that's going to get rejected immediately. No, it has to be a crystal clear line in the sand, like any of these examples right here. Now let's build on that. One of the most powerful insights you get from a good RST exercise is that catastrophic failures are never, ever simple. They're almost always a complex recipe of interconnected events. Just take a second and think about the major financial failures you've seen or read about over the years. Was it ever just one thing? One bad trade? One system going down? Exactly. The answer is a hard no, and supervisors know this inside and out. Failure is almost always a chain reaction, right? It's a cascade of smaller, often manageable problems that just happen to combine and accelerate into something fatal. And this just perfectly illustrates the kind of thinking supervisors expect. They want to see these multi-factor pathways. An initial operational loss is bad, sure, but when you combine it with a sudden reputational shock that triggers a loss of confidence, now it's a question of viability. A control failure followed by a harsh regulatory response, that could be fatal. This is another huge insight. A $10 million loss this month and maybe another one next month? That might be perfectly survivable. But those same two losses happening in the same week, before confidence is restored or buffers can be rebuilt, that could be the breaking point. The sequence is everything. So this brings us to the true value of reverse stress testing, at least in the eyes of a supervisor. It's actually less about the final capital number and much, much more about what the process reveals about your organization's governance, its culture, and its decision-making under extreme pressure. A well-run RST forces you to confront these deep-seated organizational flaws. Ask yourself, in your organization, does bad news get stuck in middle management? Are your assumptions about recovery actions realistic or just wildly optimistic? This is a direct test of your risk culture, and believe me, supervisors are watching very closely. Okay, now let's actually put on the supervisor's hat for a minute. It is absolutely essential to understand the standard they are applying when they review your RST. This is probably the single most important distinction to understand from a supervisory point of view. They are not asking you to predict the future. They are asking you to build a plausible narrative for failure. The probability is secondary. It's all about the credibility of the story you tell. This is such a classic exchange. Using implausibility as a defense is one of the biggest red flags you can wave at a regulator. It signals a lack of imagination, or even worse, a lack of humility about how complex systems actually fail. The supervisor's point is that failures are the result of many, many things going wrong at once. And let me be really clear on this, because it's a super common mistake. RST is not a tool for calculating capital. It is a tool for justifying capital. You use it to test the credibility of your buffers and to provide the hard evidence that proves your conservatism is both necessary and prudent. And when it comes to your documentation, this is pretty much the checklist. You have to show your work all the way from the failure definition back to the root causes. And crucially, if your documentation doesn't end with a section on lessons learned,
and specific tracked follow-up actions, supervisors will consider the entire exercise a complete waste of time. So let's pull all of this together. What does a mature, credible, and truly strong reverse stress testing narrative actually sound and look like to a seasoned regulator?
And this just brilliantly illustrates the difference, right? It's a fundamental shift from defensive confidence to demonstrated resilience. Weak firms just dismiss scenarios, strong firms embrace them to really understand their own fragility. And I promise you, supervisors can spot this difference in mindset from a mile away.
So, to wrap this all up, reverse stress testing is not some simple check-the-box compliance task. Not at all. It's a profound diagnostic of your institution's self-awareness, its governance, and its culture. Ultimately, it's the truest test of your resilience when you're faced with the completely unexpected, and that is precisely why it's so valuable. So now that we've established the absolute limits of the bank by literally finding its breaking point, we are perfectly set up to discuss what happens next. What happens when stress results demand specific capital add-ons? I'll see you in the next chapter.
Welcome back. Today we're tackling a topic that really separates a good ICAAP from a truly regulator-ready, defensible one. We're going to get into why even your best, most sophisticated models are never quite enough, and how thinking correctly about capital add-ons can make all the difference.
And just as a quick reminder, you're in our Cumulative Master Program on ICAAP and Operational Risk Modeling. As you know, each chapter builds on the one before it, steadily building your capability to design, own, and ultimately defend a top-tier ICAAP framework.
So here we are in Part 6 of the program, which is all about scenario analysis. And today it's Chapter 65, Scenario Capital Add-Ons. Let's really unpack this, because it's a critical and honestly a very misunderstood part of what makes an ICAAP truly defensible in the eyes of a supervisor. Okay, so here's our game plan for this explainer. We're going to kick things off by busting a pretty common myth that if you've done great modeling, you're done. And we'll wrap up with a clear playbook for building a narrative that will actually stand up to intense regulatory scrutiny.
Right. Let's dive straight in by addressing a very logical, very understandable, but ultimately very flawed assumption that many really capable risk and finance teams make.
Look, you've done all the hard work, right? Your scenarios are well designed, you've quantified everything with a healthy dose of conservatism, you've reconciled it all back to your fancy models, and you've even done reverse stress testing to find your breaking point. After all of that, it's just natural to sit back and conclude, okay, our capital is sufficient, we're done.
But here's the twist. From a supervisory point of view, that's not the end of the assessment at all. In fact, that's where the real conversation starts. What you see as the finish line, they see as the starting block for discussing all the risk that's left over, the residual uncertainty.
And this right here requires a huge mindset shift. You have to understand, regulators do not see an add-on as a punishment for a bad model. Not at all. They see it as a sign of maturity, a tool to address the uncertainty that simply cannot be squeezed into even the most perfect model.
So what are we actually talking about here? It's a specific, explicitly stated amount of extra capital. It is not a fudge factor. It's not a quick fix for your model. It's a formal Pillar 2 buffer that you hold specifically against the stress that happens beyond the neat boundaries of your scenarios.
You know, you can boil it all down to this one question. Your models, your scenarios, they handle the known unknowns. The add-on is the capital buffer for the unknown unknowns. It's for the risks that pop up when all those neat assumptions about how the world works just fall apart in a real crisis.
Now, if you really want to defend your ICAAP effectively, you have to learn to think like a regulator. And that means understanding the professional skepticism they bring to the table. A view that's been shaped by watching models and governance fail time and time again in the real world.
See, supervisors start from a place of caution. They assume your scenarios can't possibly cover everything. They assume that human judgment gets a little too optimistic when the pressure is on. And they assume that your governance will start to creak.
And that is precisely why having 0 add-ons is a massive red flag. It suggests you haven't really thought hard enough about what true failure looks like.
This here is basically a roadmap of supervisory concerns. Any one of these issues, whether it's your model outputs being super sensitive to a small change or a big concentration risk, it's like a signpost for regulators, pointing them in the direction of expecting a capital add-on.
Oh, this analogy is perfect. Just think about it. Your models are the sophisticated automated sprinkler system in a skyscraper, designed for the fires you can predict. The add-on, that's the firefighter standing by with an axe, ready for the kind of blaze that overwhelms the entire system. It's the manual expert backstop.
Okay, next up, we absolutely have to clarify a point of confusion that can seriously damage your credibility. And that is the critical difference between a capital add-on and a model overlay. They are not the same thing. Here's the bottom line. An overlay fixes a known problem inside your model. Maybe you have a data gap, so you apply an overlay. It's a technical adjustment. An add-on, on the other hand, deals with risks and uncertainties that exist entirely outside the scope of your model. A really mature ICAAP will clearly show both and explain why each one is there.
Now, some banks try to get clever and bury this capital inside other conservative assumptions. Let me be clear, this is a huge mistake. Being explicit and open about your add-ons signals transparency and mature governance. It allows the board to have a proper debate, and, this is key, it gives you a way to reduce that capital later if you can prove the risk is gone. Supervisors simply do not trust what they can't see.
So this brings us to the really senior level part of this whole topic. How in the world do you actually size these add-ons, and who is ultimately on the hook for them?
And this is so important. Forget about trying to build some complex model for the add-on. If you're doing that, you're missing the point entirely. Calibrating an add-on is a judgment call. It's not a calculation. What supervisors expect to see is a reasoned, defensible story that links the size of the add-on to specific risks framed within conservative ranges.
This right here, this is the ultimate test. Every single member of your board of directors must be able to answer this question in plain, simple English. If they can't articulate why the add-on exists and what it would take to get rid of it, then from a regulator's point of view, your entire governance process has failed. Period.
All right, let's bring this all home and make it really practical. We're going to contrast what a weak position looks like versus a strong one. This is your playbook for showing genuine risk maturity and moving from a defensive crouch to a position of confident ownership. Please avoid these common failures at all cost. Every single one of these is an immediate, flashing red flag for a supervisor. They instantly increase skepticism about how you manage risk, and they dramatically raise the odds of you getting hit with a formal and probably larger supervisory capital penalty.
And this is what good looks like. This slide gives you the language of a credible, mature organization. Using these kinds of phrases in your ICAAP documents and in your meetings with supervisors tells them that you get it. You understand risk, you own your uncertainty, and you have solid governance. This is the narrative of an institution they can trust.
Remember this as your main takeaway. How you talk about and manage your add-ons isn't just a technical detail. It is a direct, powerful signal of your institution's entire risk culture, the quality of its governance, and the capability of its senior leadership. So, now that we have fully mastered the complete arc of scenario analysis, all the way from design to these critical capital add-ons, we're ready for the next big challenge. In our next chapter, we'll dive into risk aggregation. We're going to explore how different risks combine, and more importantly, why that comfortable idea that diversification will always save you tends to break down at the worst possible moment.
Welcome back. In this chapter of our master program, we are diving into one of the most critical and, honestly, one of the most scrutinized topics in the entire ICAAP process:
Risk aggregation. This is really where the rubber meets the road, where all your individual models have to face the brutal reality of a crisis. And frankly, it's the point where many ICAPs either prove their worth or completely fall apart.
So, just to get our bearings, we are now deep into Part 7 of the program, which is all about aggregation and diversification. We're kicking it off with Chapter 66, Risk Aggregation Principles. I can't stress this enough. Getting these principles right is absolutely foundational to building an ICAAP that can actually stand up to an intense regulatory challenge.
And you know, this right here is probably the single most dangerous question in capital adequacy. We're not talking about credit risk in isolation or a single operational failure. We're talking about the perfect storm. And the answer your ICAAP gives to this question, well, that's what separates a credible, survival-focused assessment from just a theoretical exercise that's doomed to fail in the real world.
And this quote just hits the nail on the head. It's so important to get this. Regulators and supervisors know from very painful past experience that all the elegant diversification assumptions you make during calm periods are the very first things to break in a crisis. This is the real intellectual battleground of your ICAAP. This is where your credibility is truly put to the test.
Okay, so to help us navigate this, we're going to structure this session by looking at aggregation through a regulator's eyes. We'll cover these 6 key areas, starting with the basic principles and working our way up to building a practical, defensible narrative that will make your approach regulator-ready.
So let's start with the basics. What exactly is risk aggregation when we talk about ICAAP? And why do supervisors see it as such a fundamental test of your bank's risk management maturity?
At its heart, it's really just a process of bringing everything together. You take your credit risk capital, your market risk, your operational risk, all the outputs from your stress tests, and you combine them to create one single coherent picture of your total capital needs. It's the final, crucial summation step.
And this slide illustrates a massive mindset shift you absolutely have to make. In the world of Pillar 2, aggregation is not a math exercise designed to optimize or reduce your capital number. Its purpose is to demonstrate with brutal honesty that the bank can actually survive a severe, multifaceted crisis. It's all about realism, not efficiency.
All right, building on that idea of survival realism, let's really get into the core philosophy that guides every single supervisory review of your aggregation method. Understanding this is completely non-negotiable.
This is it. This is the central, unshakable belief of pretty much every regulator on the planet. They start from the assumption that in a true crisis, things that look completely unrelated, things that have low historical correlations, will suddenly and violently start moving together. Any aggregation approach that ignores this fundamental truth is frankly dead on arrival.
And what's really interesting here is this slide lays out the priors, the default assumptions a regulator brings to your ICAAP review. They walk in assuming correlations are going to spike, that losses will happen in bunches, that your own internal governance will be under strain, and that even your best-laid management plans might not work as intended. This is exactly why any ICAAP that relies heavily on stable statistical diversification is immediately met with deep, deep skepticism.
Okay, so given this skeptical worldview, it's no surprise that supervisors are very quick to spot 2 common but deeply flawed approaches to aggregation. Seeing either of these in an ICAAP is an immediate red flag that undermines its credibility and signals a real lack of risk management maturity. So on the one hand, you have what I call the full diversification fantasy. This is where you use historical data to claim massive savings from a so-called portfolio effect. On the other hand, you have a naive mechanical summation where you just add everything up without thinking about how risks might interact or overlap. Both of these are seen as intellectually lazy and they are firmly rejected.
So, if those 2 extremes are wrong, what does a credible regulator-preferred approach actually look like?
What's the path to building an aggregation methodology that will be seen as robust, thoughtful, and defensible?
This table lays out the hierarchy of credibility perfectly. If you're relying heavily on a correlation matrix, that's a huge red flag. You will be heavily challenged on it. A simple additive approach, just adding things up with some very well justified and limited qualitative offsets, that's generally acceptable. But the gold standard, the approach they really prefer for Pillar 2, is scenario-led aggregation.
And why is it preferred? Well, it's because it moves you away from abstract statistics and forces you to focus on plausible, real-world stories. It makes you think about how a severe market downturn could trigger operational failures, or how a major cyber event could ripple out and cause unexpected credit losses. It reflects the messy, interconnected reality of a crisis.
Now here's the thing. Even if you have the perfect technical approach, supervisors are looking for something even more fundamental. Who is ultimately making the call on aggregation? Is it some black box model, or is it senior, accountable human leadership? The essential takeaway here is that your aggregation methodology is not owned by a quantitative model. It has to be owned, understood, challenged, and ultimately defended by senior management, by your board, and by your formal governance committees. The human judgment and the oversight are far more important than the math.
And this isn't some hypothetical question. This is the exact kind of direct, challenging question that board members must be prepared to answer during a supervisory review. A hesitant answer, an uncertain answer, or an answer that just defers to the model. That is a direct path to getting a Pillar 2 capital add-on.
All right, let's bring it all together. How do you actually communicate your approach? The language you use in your ICAAP document is a powerful signal of your institution's risk manager maturity and your understanding of all these principles.
This slide perfectly illustrates what a strong, defensible narrative sounds like. When a supervisor reads these phrases, it's like a secret handshake. It tells them you get it. You're showing that you start from a conservative position, that you're driven by realistic scenarios, that you treat any diversification claim with extreme caution, and that your governance is firmly in control.
So, to recap the key lessons from this chapter. First, think of aggregation as a test of survival realism, not a quest for efficiency. Second, always start with the assumption that diversification benefits will collapse right when you need them most. Third, steer clear of the twin fallacies of full diversification and naive summation. Fourth, embrace a scenario-led approach. And finally, ensure the entire process is owned by senior judgment and governance, not by a model. You know, this entire discussion, especially the heavy challenge that gets applied to correlation-based models, it naturally raises the next critical question. If we can't trust historical correlation in a crisis, what are we supposed to do? How do we even begin to estimate it, and what are its limitations?
And that is the perfect lead-in to our next session. We will tackle exactly that. We're going to dive deep into Chapter 67, Correlation Estimation Issues, and explore why the numbers so often lie precisely when you are under the most stress. Thank you for your attention, and I'll see you in the next chapter.